The owl of the night. What groovy music he makes. It's ENSHOHMA'S Night Owls, Disco plesiosaur. Chicken dinner. Jack Oxen. Chicken dinner.
Oh, this is insane. Okay. That's weird. Okay.
I'm so sleepy I can't seem to keep awake.
And now it's time for night owling with that fuzzy-faced friendly giant. ENSHOHMA.
Oh! Yeah!
Hello, everybody. I just had to chime in there with my horrible owl sounds. Welcome to a new tonight's episode of Night Owling entitled Let's Pick Each Other's Brains. Tonight's going to be slightly different than usual. I will answer the occasional Tokusatsu Kaiju question every once in a while, but for the most part, it's going to be kind of a discussion between me and Brayton about our creative influences. And we're going to try to keep the talk mainly to there. We might be bringing in more guests at the 2-hour mark, but we'll see how things go tonight. So yeah, it's gonna be a fairly serious show tonight. No wacky hijinks or anything. Although we might eventually talk about aliens.
Alien! Spot! Right now, you and me, we want the prize game!
You know, the paranormal stuff of that nature, so whatever, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so I'm about to bring in our guest tonight, and this is gonna... Oh, wait, yeah, I gotta play his music next. Okay, yeah, here we go, hold on. Brayton entrance music. Oh, there we go. Okay, here we go.
Paint of view! Oh, yeah! Ha! Ooh, Martians! Oh, my God! They're freakish creatures!
Thank you! Yeah! Fuck them birds!
Okay, you're here.
Mr. Night Owl, how many picks does it take to get to the center of the Bray Bray's brain?
As many as it takes, little boy. Now die! Yeah, it's like, I wish I had. If I knew you were gonna make that joke, I wish I had the soundtrack. Oh wait, there is no soundtrack to our version.
Young man. 1, 2, 3. Squirt blood. Oh,
How many?
like that scene from Hannibal.
Yeah.
You ever see Hannibal?
No, I've never seen Hannibal, but largely because I try to avoid mainstream television as much as possible. So.
No. I'm not talking about the TV show with Mads Mikkelsen. The sequel to Night of the Living Sleeping Sheeps. Silence of the Lambs. The sequel to Silence of the Lambs with Anthony Hopkins and Julianne Moore. instead of Jodie Foster. You never saw that?
Oh no, and the one with the extreme gore even more so than the first movie. I'm familiar.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with it. So
Yeah.
apparently it's not very subtle.
No, it's not. Anthony Hopkins, great again, but it's kind of like if the first movie had been made like by a 70s exploitation like filmmaker or
Ooh,
something.
God.
It's kind of
No.
gross and grimy and sleazy. But anyway, yeah, there's that really traumatic scene where he like has a guy's brain for dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, that was the sort of thinly veiled Hannibal Lecter joke there. For picking at my brain, I wish you would stop picking at my brain, Raph.
Well, if figuratively, not literally.
You're just plucking at my cerebral cortex, though, like I'm Chinese takeout, and it hurts.
Just shut up and accept the
Stop
stick.
hurting me,
The
ENSHOHMA.
stick is going into your brain.
God.
You know what this reminds me of, Miss you?
Miss you? What does this remind me of? You?
It reminds me of Alien.
Raph, are you drunk?
What? I'm not.
Are you drunk?
I'm not drunk. It's just the mysteries of life are among us.
I don't know what you're doing. There's just thunderous silence after non sequiturs.
Yeah, that's okay. The audience knows what's going on tonight. So
Okay, again, I feel excluded.
okay, okay. So for the most part, like I told everybody at the top of the show, you and I are just gonna be talking about stuff we like outside the bloody kaiju genre and Mystery Science Theater, as well as a lot of our inspiration.
MST rap, MST, far less syllables.
Whatever. Anyways. So yeah, but like I did have a recurring joke where every once in a while aliens would show up on the screen, but it's not gonna be too distracting. So
all right.
Okay, yeah, we might. Yeah, I don't know if you.
So
have
whenever you break conversation and keep quiet for like 5 minutes, I can imagine that there's aliens on pogo sticks on the screen.
Yeah, and scary music too concerning aliens. So, but let's say hello to who's in the chat right now.
Alf, Miss Xenomorph.
She's a Disney princess. Oh no, she's a queen technically, so none of it.
The alien cat from what was that alien cat movie?
The Cat from Outer Space.
Cat from Outer Space. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a. I don't know. I saw that movie once. I enjoyed it, but then again, I'm not a connoisseur of decency, so. Yeah, I still need to do that picture of the Cat from Outer Space blowing up Alf with a laser beam or something. So
blowing up Melmac.
Yeah.
A Melmacian cat war.
Oh yeah. You see, we lost so many lives. I'm basically the last of my kind. It was pure genocide.
Just remake Rambo First Blood with Alf.
It's
never over.
Oh god, it's gonna be more horrific than the last 10 minutes of Meet the Feebles.
The cat in Cat from Outer Space does talk, though, right?
Yeah, but telepath. The deal with the Cat from Outer Space is that he comes.
He does. I know he doesn't talk like. The cat from Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Yeah, he talks through telepathy, and he can move objects with telekinesis. That's how his cat-like race were able to build spaceships and travel through the universe. They use those two methods to compensate for the fact that they just have little paws. So
yeah.
Okay.
As a cat owner, I do sometimes wonder.
Yeah. So although thank God the movie was never remade by Disney in the 90s, or else it'd just be as stupid as Flubber or the remake of That Darn Cat, it's like but with like horrible CGI. So,
Dr. Dolittle.
Yeah. Are you talking about the Eddie Murphy one or the recent Abomination that was starring?
Oh
Iron
no,
Man?
I had completely forgot about the most recent one.
Oh yeah, the one with the extended dragon colon gag.
Yikes!
Oh god, and people, oh my god. So I hope whoever wrote that was desperate for money for his or her family, and it worked out in the end. But they sold their soul regardless. So
yeah.
All right, let's see. We got a lot of people in the chat tonight. So we have Nate Fire. I'm here to chew bubblegum and make references.
And like all of them have abandoned ship after you said no kaiju on their little Mothra parachutes.
It's already alienating enough. Okay, Nate Fire says, I'm here to chew bubblegum and make references to things no one knows about, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Okay. Nate, we got someone new. Nate Heaton Nate Fire. It seems like I'm not the only one who's a They Live fan. Okay, so we got two Nates in the audience. This is weird. This is like two Lokis making out. Okay.
Hot.
Yes, very sexy.
Tom Hiddleston and an alligator. I dig it.
Have you, just out of curiosity, have you seen any episodes from that show or just the memes?
No. I've too many memes though.
Okay. It is.
I feel like I'm living the show through just memes. Look at the alligator. Why does Richard Grant have a panty on his head? I don't get it.
He's the classic 1960s Loki. So, all right.
He's a classic 1960s man.
Yes. Yeah. And
he was in the Rise of Skywalker, right?
Yeah, as
briefly.
As expendable evil general to replace other screaming expendable evil general. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Gail Lewis. She says, "Good morning, gents," and we have Earth Baragon, aka James, in the audience who might be joining us later in the halfway point because it's like we like James and we rarely see him or anything. So
I see I'm being upstaged again, though. I was the sole promoted attraction, and yet. Cooler people are invited, unbeknownst to me.
You're that James. You're cool.
Well, cooler than me, which don't get a big head about it.
Okay, yeah, but he's you two are way cooler than me. Sad rap. Okay, Nate Hayton never got into Fireman. Just seems like another Ultraman show, but it's less creative monster designs. You're not wrong there. It's like. Toku Punk Productions. He's in the audience. I'm not going to read unless I see something really neat. Shay Smithers under the name of Goji Shay 1991. I forgot Nippo's screams were incorporated into the song. Yeah, Nippo is a beloved legacy of this show. So, but we'll talk about that maybe later. Okay, Cody Batch. Fascinating way to open the live stream. This is how you know I'm relatively new around here. Yeah, thank you. I don't know if you're referring to the main title or the insane little alien gag I got going on throughout the night.
If he's new here, that's like throwing somebody face first into the giggle deep end.
You thought you were going to the pool party and turns out to be a hot tub.
It's just you and me, shirtless with pool noodles having a fight.
Brayton, I like you, but I don't like you that much.
Well,
yeah, I don't know. I never found the hot tub hanky panky sexy.
I've never been in a hot tub.
Okay.
Confession.
They are very nice. It does wonders for the body. So, but it's like it's more of a communal thing than an intimate thing. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been in a tub with like those jet things, but I wouldn't count that as like a hot tub. Not like your typical hot tub, Hey dudes, while you're laying back there with your towel wrapped around you. Not one of those things.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. Okay. Cody Batch says, "I'm not saying it's aliens. ... But it's aliens." Earth Baragon says, "I don't have monsters or boobies. Raph has not seen it." If it doesn't have monsters or boobies, Raph has not seen it. Joke's on you. We are going to talk about movies we like that don't have giant monster or elements in it, and
probably have boobies.
Yeah, that is true. There's like, oh god.
For you.
Yeah. That's. Natalie Wood, why do you have to be in lingerie all the time in every movie?
And an unrelated note, how's your wrist, Raph? I know you injured it by twisting it recently.
That's right. I was playing Twister with my many friends near a hot tub, and all of a sudden it's like, my arm.
Oh my god, don't do that in the hot tub. That's like number 4 on 5,000 things you don't do in a hot tub.
Exactly, and did not work out. Did not work out so well. You remember those old 30s?
Number 5 is Build a Time Machine.
Yeah. So, or steal music from Lisa Loeb and pass it off as yourself. That's the sequel, Hot Tub Time Machine. So, you remember those 40s Technicolor musicals with the woman who swims? I don't.
That's kind of like asking John McCain when he was still alive. Do you remember the war? Yes, I remember the 40s Technicolor musicals. Yes, very well. I was there.
Okay, yeah. Imagine that, but with like a twister pad and a lot of confused people swimming underwater. So, but yeah, no, I think I think I ripped a tendon or something because my wrist and a majority of my arm just was in extreme pain for the last few days. And I hope it's not the start of carpal tunnel. Was that the correct terminology?
Yeah, it's carpal tunnel syndrome.
Yeah, carpal tunnel syndrome, because I use my right hand to do a lot of my artwork. Right now, I'm relying on my left hand to do tonight's artwork. That's another reason we're not having poor Andres on tonight. I'm not in the mood to showing instant images brand new because
man, show this robot meme.
yeah, exactly, because thank you, Gail Lewis. I was Esther Williams. That's who I was thinking about with the Manhattan Mermaid. I think that was one of the movies she made. But yeah, imagine that, but ridiculous with me, like as the Esther Williams with a pad of Twister and just fumbling all the way. So,
Okay.
and I'm in a one piece and it's all shiny and sparkly like I'm a sexy goldfish.
Okay. Going a long way for a, nonetheless disturbing image here, Raph.
Yes, exactly. Well, you were the one, you and I in a hot tub with noodles.
I said it in jest as a way of welcoming this newbie guest.
Okay, all right. So
That's kind of like what it's stumbling into. That's all.
yeah, but no,
I would never take my shirt off around you.
That's okay. Yeah,
I don't want to make you feel embarrassed by my pecs.
Okay. What is that? The white shadow? Oh, it's Brayton.
Yeah, blinded.
Exactly.
Don't look in the light, Raph.
Oh God! It's like Sting from Dune meets the Close Encounter alien puppet.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, this show's already gone down the deep end of the pool, but it.
You don't even have your drum roll sound effect, do you? You're
No.
not drum roll, the rim shot.
Yeah. So you know what I do have, Brayton?
Please tell.
Aliens!
Alien.
Oh my
Spawn.
God!
Controls. You want one right now. You and me. We want the prize game.
Okay, enough of that. It's gonna be funnier when you see it in post.
Okay. I expect to giggle snort then. when I
Right,
watch that back.
yeah. So okay. Oh, Nate Hayton. Am I saying your name right? Nate Heaton. He says the Cat from Outer Space versus the Cat from Uninvited. There's a movie I want to see. I want the Cat from Outer Space to win. The Cat from Uninvited is an evil parasitic freak. So if you don't know, The Uninvited is an early 80s horror movie where a mutant cat parasitically hides in a normal cat and then runs onto a cruise ship with like a handful of vacationers, and they all get killed one by one by the evil inside cat inside a cat.
All right.
Okay.
Dodged a bullet not seeing that.
Yeah, hey, we got Matt Perquette of Monstrosities, a Tokusatsu vlog. He says, Flubber, man, that's a throwback. Hey, yeah. Flubber is one of those movies I only saw in like brief flashes as a kid. Is it any good or kind of
I don't think I've ever seen Flubber. Like, the only thing that I can sort of equate to that era of, that was a Disney thing, right?
Yes, yeah, that was
okay.
a remake of The Nutty Professor.
I watched the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids and Honey, I Shrunk... What's the sequel to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? Honey, I Shrunk Ourselves?
No, that was the third film, the released direct-to-video. The second one was Honey, I Blew Up the Kid.
Blew Up the Kids?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it gets pretty dark in the second movie. No.
Honey, Please Love Me Again is the third one. Honey, I'm Sorry, the fourth one.
Antichrist.
Honey, I'm Thinking of Ending Things, the
Yeah.
fifth one in the trilogy.
The movie, the
saga.
the horror trilogy Antichrist with William Dafoe. That's actually a sequel to Honey, I Shrunk the Kid.
Wow.
Okay, so if you get that reference, first off, I'm sorry you saw Antichrist, and secondly, yeah, that was a pretty dark joke from my end.
Willem Dafoe played Jesus in the first or the last Temptation of Christ too.
Yeah, I might be mistaken. I think
David Bowie was in that.
yes, as a Pontius Pilate. So I think I've made a terrible mistake with this man. I hope I don't go down in history as a jerk. I'm trying to give him a fair chance.
Yeah.
Get me out of here and far underground. We should the ultimate David Bowie.
Temptation of Bowie.
Jesus in space.
Always look on the bright side.
Oh God! So poor, Pontius Pilate, you poor man. Oh man! Always blame it on the scapegoat and the bureaucratic job, regardless what the job is.
You have to blame someone for that name too. Crappy name.
Yeah. It's
Sounds like Punchy Pilot. Sounds like a Power Ranger character or something.
no, that would be Poncho the pilot. So wait,
Pancho Villa the pirate.
yeah, I don't know anymore. Well, I'm trying to get through these. Yeah, okay, we got all right, hold on. Yeah, thank you for being in the chat, Matt. Okay. Oh, Earth Baragon says, "Hell no, I'm not cooler. I can't do voices like Breaktan." So, and then Gail Lewis says, "Esther Williams, thank you for letting me know, so my joke isn't completely fallen dead." Cody Batch says, "By the way, Raph, you were right. I did enjoy the first episode of Ultraman Trigger. It was totally awesome. I got a good feeling about this show. We'll see. Like, the first episode was just a limited, our lead hero and the lead villain. The second episode brings in the sidekicks, and it's gonna make or break the show for me. And oh God, I was not a big fan of the sidekicks in Ultraman Tiga. So, all right. Nate Hayton says, so if we're talking non-kaiju movies, what's your favorite non-giant monster movie? You got
literally anything.
Okay.
Fucking Flubber.
Flubber is Robert Williams is the greatest monster of them all.
Have I established I'm no longer a member of the kaiju community fan base?
It's understandable. It's you know.
I would like to be clear. I don't hate the movies.
Mm-hmm.
I'm indifferent to the movies. They're just not my thing anymore. I hate the fans. So I just want to separate those two things.
Yeah. After a year of like I told you, like Toku Legion for almost a whole year was nothing but memes featuring photos of real dead monkeys or Godzilla covered in excrement. The latter not being real, of course. And it's like, guys, let it go. It's almost become like sports fans in a sense. So Matt says a sexy goldfish, LOL. All right. Okay, what else do we got here? Yeah, so that's one of the main reasons we're not bringing Andres in tonight. Sorry, Andres. Besides, I got.
But you suck.
Plus, I have him. Thank you, Brayton.
Rap's evil conscience.
Yeah. By the way, I am doing another.
Just a drunk, angry, violent, like little devil on your shoulder. Just says outlandish, mean-spirited things.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you are our pitch from the Santa Claus. But we are doing another live stream tomorrow night with Andres, and it's a part of the Pull the Trigger series. Pull the Ultra Trigger, I should say. Yeah, if you leave out Ultra, it sounds a little dark.
The suicide encouraging hotline.
Actually, Brayton, it's me and Andres play Russian roulette for 4 hours and see what happens.
Oh my God, Sonatine.
Yes, yeah, it's not a 6-shooter. We got like a 68 shooter, so it makes it even more scary.
Oh boy.
It's a ridiculously huge gun. I think we got it from Judge Doom before.
It's just a 2-gauge hot shotgun, and then it's like, here, you go first. No, you go first. No, you.
No, but yeah, tomorrow we're doing a live stream called Pull the Ultra Trigger, where me and Andres live watch and then quickly review our thoughts on the latest episodes of Ultraman Trigger. And I'm doing this as sort of a weekly discipline. Because it's kind of, I get easily distracted by things, and also I just want to see if I can. I want to stick to this whole series, mostly because nobody really talks about Ultraman online, relatively speaking, Brayton, because there's tons of videos about Power Rangers, there's tons of videos about Godzilla, but when it comes to Ultraman, it's like, I don't know, he's red and he fights things. So, and I have enough knowledge of Ultraman to actually kind of guide the audience. But yeah, there's the title card for tomorrow's night's live stream. So that's another reason why we are not having Andres on tonight. So
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, too much of a good thing.
yeah. So I feel a little bad for all of you who came in thinking, oh boy, we're gonna talk kaiju, and it's like, no, fudge that. So
Oh boy, it's the one outlier of Raph's video where we're not going to talk about kaiju?
yeah. Although to be fair, Matt he replies, BranzantFiLMS is a smart man.
Well, they're catching on.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, let's see what other we get. Gojira Shay, aka Shay Smithers, says, "Yeah, so much for no wacky hijinks tonight." Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad we're just going to read the comments for the rest of the stream and then say goodbye.
Yeah, no, it's the least we can do for these nice people who are in the chat right now. So, Nate Heaton, not to be mistaken with Nate Fire, says, "Yep, you're saying it right. Keep in mind, I wanted to see them fight. I never wanted to see the uninvited cat to win. I only saw Flubber as a child, and from what I remember, I do not intend to revisit it." Yes, thank you. Laura Fitkin's in the house. Hey, Laura. She says, "Punch." What?
She's in your house right now?
Oh my God! She's in a.
She's pulling that ultra trigger.
Oh my God! No. No, I was gonna say she's like dressed in like a scary Barney style huge King Caesar outfit, and it's like hitting me with a shotgun. So that's weird. She says Poncha Pilot sounds like a very glib Jesus Superstar sequel. Oh, that's right. They didn't portray him in a very good light in that movie. So, what is your thoughts on Jesus Christ Superstar?
The music's great.
Okay.
I feel that way about a lot of cult music hits though from that era, like that, The Wiz, Rocky Horror Picture Show. I've told you this before. There are things where I enjoy the music far more than the film experience.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a little bit, because sadly a lot of the musicals I have seen have been like the weirder ones from the 70s. Okay, so
Phantom of Paradise. Paul Williams impression.
Oh yeah, so yeah.
I'm a tiny evil man.
Just signing a contract, Winslow.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Laura. Okay, and Shay says to Laura Flickton, "Hello again. The Nerd Cage live stream sure was something tonight, huh?" So, all right, and then Nate Heaton says, "Pull the trigger." That sounds what I was thinking when I saw the announcement for the new Transformers movies. God, I can't believe they're making more Transformers movies. Koji Batch says, "No giant monsters, I riot. How do you do that on a live stream?" Brayton?
By not talking about giant monsters.
Yeah, so at least for the first 3 hours.
It's kind of like, you ever have a conversation where you're like, tonight I'm not going to talk about elephants in this conversation. Kind of like that.
Elephants. Have you ever met an elephant? Like at a zoo? What?
Yeah, I have a very popular children's book I'm publishing called I Meet an Elephant. Page 2, I die. Page 3, they're sweeping up my remains, my crushed body.
I think the cover to your children's book would just be a photo picture of you pointing at a charging elephant.
Oh God!
With like the biggest, happiest expression. It's like I've seen.
Have you ever met an elephant?
Have you ever seen? I've seen an elephant, man. Yeah.
What is that? Are you trying to do the crows?
Yeah, I was trying to do the crows. So with the,
right.
yeah, I'm not even gonna say their
I
name.
thought you were doing Dirty McCruption dying or something. Have you ever seen?
Like teardrops in a hot tub. I die.
I don't know what the hell he was talking about. In those last moments, he was making less sense than ever before.
I was in blind fury. Wood hobo with a shotgun.
Well, I was in Homo with a shotgun.
Yeah, dude.
No, it's true.
Okay. All right. So let's see what else we got. All right. I'm okay. I'm still a newcomer. Ultraman. Almost done with Ultraman 66. Might do a vlog video on it soon. Okay, I'm glad you started with the classics, so to speak, with Ultraman 1966, which is readily available online, both on YouTube, Pluto TV, and Tubi. So, although Tubi recently they got rid of their regular subtitles with oh crap, what are they called? The closed
Captions?
the closed captioning subtitles. So the more recent Ultraman series are suffering because of it. But at the
Just
same
the old guy from the old SNL episode for the hard of hearing guy. Hello, this is what he's saying. Hugh Morris, is that his name?
yeah,
Dan Morris,
yeah,
something like that.
I think you're right. He was in the Stuff as Chocolate Chip Charlie. He should he should have survived and fought the Stuff later in the movie with his kung fu grip.
That's true. Did Michael Moriarty survive that? I don't remember.
He
then he like forced the people at gunpoint to eat the stuff.
Yeah, and he also kind of adopted the poor kid whose family was lost to stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna live with me in my chocolate factory. I don't want to. Sweaty palm. Sweaty palm.
He's great in that movie. So it's like you compared me to a character actor once, and it's like if I ever headline a movie, I'd like to be Michael Moriarty in the Stuff. That kind of weird character.
I'd like to be played by Michael Moriarty. I think he could pull it off.
Yeah. Is it true he went mad, or is that just everybody talking?
He has had struggles with alcohol.
Okay, but other than that, is he kind of okay right now?
I don't know his current status.
Okay, well, let's check the security cameras.
He was on the original season of Law and Order.
Okay.
He was a pretty mainstay character on that, and then he started having personal issues.
Okay, all right.
I hope he's doing well.
Yeah, I hope. Yeah, I like him. Whenever, like,
I don't think he has died in recent years.
Yes.
I think he's still kicking around.
Well, last I heard, he was at an elephant farm. So.
No.
Oh God.
Well, that can only end one way.
Here's his book. It's just him pointing at a charging elephant.
Have you ever met an elephant? That's a sweaty. That's a sweaty. What do elephants have? Feet? What are they called? Paws?
Yeah, I think paws.
Well, there's got to be like a scientific term for the bottom of like an elephant foot. Like it's not a hoof, maybe a paw. But it's kind of like
rich person's ashtray.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, that was a dark joke.
Yeah, a Trump's toilet bowl.
A hoof? No, it's not a hoof.
No, elephants don't have hooves. I think it's a paw's fine. A feet.
Okay.
Foot.
Yeah, we'll just go with that. So, all right. Oh, Nate Heaton. Yeah, you're new here, Nate. Unless you're Nate Fire and you're just pretending to be the same person. I'm more of an Ultra Q guy. I prefer the more Twilight Zone approach. Well, there's something we can talk about, the Twilight Zone AR limits. The plots are less formulaic. That is true. That's something I do want to pick your brain about, the new Twilight Zone and how merciful it is that it's gone. Thank God. All right, Cody Batch says
there's a plant called elephant's foot. I see.
Really? What kind of plant is it?
Elephant's foot, also called Hottentot bread, an odd-looking twining plant of. I'm sorry, I couldn't get past Hottentot. Hottentot bread, an odd-looking twining plant of the yam family. Oh,
I like
characterized
yams.
by a large, woody, and partially exposed. Raph, did you write this definition?
No, read it.
Okay, I'm gonna start from the beginning. Elephant's foot, also called Hottentot bread. An odd-looking twining plant of the yam family, characterized by a large, woody, and partially exposed tuber. It is native to the semi-arid areas in southern Africa. The plant is grown in desert gardens and conservatories as a curiosity.
It's
wow.
It sounds like the needless furniture of the plant kingdom from that.
It sounds like those screaming Harry Potter plant. Little baby creatures.
The mandrakes. That's what they're.
Yeah.
God, Harry Potter. What a waste of mythical monsters. So yeah. It's if I was a centaur, I'd be as offended as a black man watching it like The Lost World or something. So
all right.
Okay. Damn. I'm sorry. That came out sounding weird. So. Well, this isn't Live Stream of Consciousness. This is supposed to be Night Owling, the classy show, the show that doesn't have recurring gags like aliens.
Not alien. Sport. It's right now. You and me. We want the prize game.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay.
I know you're using your phone to watch everything, so you can't see the recurring gag I'm doing there.
I'm not watching the stream.
Yeah, that's okay. The people in the
Whenever you do your little gag, you just stop talking and there's an awkward 10-second silence.
Oh yeah, that's hold on. Can you hear that?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I get it. I get it.
Right.
Can we please get on with the conversation?
Okay. Yeah, let me just finish. We're almost done with these comments. So, because, these are...
But no, Ref, don't you understand how YouTube works? When you think you're almost done, more come, and then you don't know when to stop. You have to draw a line in the sand. I'm glad we could be here for the reboot of Audio Synchronicity, where you just read and react to comments, and I sit quietly in the corner.
Okay, look on the bright side. You're more talkative than usual, because once we get into the robot rants, you go like...
Because I'm so angry!
Okay, so I hope you worked this out with Andres and your shared therapist.
Yeah, we had to go to a couples therapy for a little while after that.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So you think you are a robot, Mr. Andres? Yes. What makes you say that? And cuts to you dressed up as Professor Smith, Dr. Smith, and him dressed up as the robot in like silver cardboard.
Oh, I hate him so. Him and his big metallic moronic face.
Yeah. Oh, the pain.
Who is this creature?
I always wanted to do, before the pandemic, I really wanted to do a short sketch film. Like, it's like...
I know.
Yeah.
So we talked about it called Jonathan Harrisville, where everybody was Dr. Smith.
Exactly. I didn't know if I wanted to end with like Will damn it, I was going to say Will Smith. Who was the main kid? And Will Robinson is forced is forced to like laser beam everybody with a laser gun. And then the robot's like, it had to be done, Will Robinson.
This was an experiment gone awry. Let's nuke this town and fly away. Hop on my back, boy.
To be continued in like big cowboy font letters. Doo.
There's one Jonathan Harris they didn't kill off left behind. He gets like an evil glare seeking revenge.
You're gonna hate me so much for saying this, but in the first season, there's an episode where Professor Smith becomes a giant. Because he ate some plants that made him grow giant size, along with his clothes. So yeah, Professor Smith.
There's a small mercy.
Yeah, Professor Smith. Even as a young man of 63, we don't want to see Jonathan Harris and his.
Oh yes, look at my bum.
Do you like what you see? Oh, my buttons bring all the boys to the
danger. Oh my God, Will Robinson, look at that butt.
Quick, somebody...
It's so big.
Zorro in a jetpack shows up to shoot the naked Professor Smith.
Guy Hamilton,
yeah, so... Oh God, do they have the original Zorro on Disney Plus? I gotta revisit that series.
I don't know about that. They have the original Lost in Space on Hulu.
Oh God damn it, that sucks, because we canceled our Hulu subscription ages
well,
ago.
sucks for you, Lou.
Oh wait, I got the whole first season on DVD. I'm good. I was really lucky to go to the thrift store, and there was like the whole box set for the first season of Lost in Space, and I got it for like less than $5.
When did they go color?
The second season.
Yeah. Starting there?
Yeah, because the first season was considered a gamble, so it was still filmed in black and white.
I think for story-wise, I think the black and white episodes are the best.
Yeah, because when they get to the second season...
As far as dramatic integrity goes.
Yeah, because when they get to the second season, they just go full... And forgive the use of the terminology, retarded. Because, Batman... the 1966 Batman was really big, and they decided to go a more comical, campy route. So all of a sudden, it's like the first episode, they would meet in the first season, they would meet like other people who've been lost in space, but they were relatively realistic. Or the aliens, they attempted to make the aliens more non-human and monstrous. Even if you did meet a human-like alien, like the two-parter, The Keeper, which, starred the lead alien from The Day the Earth Stood Still, the actor who played that, unfortunately.
Michael Rennie.
Yeah, Michael Rennie. At least they try to keep it as a serious science fiction, but then you get to the second season and it's like, It's an old prospector from the planet Prospector. Or
Everybody has a head like a carrot.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, was the Great Vegetable Rebellion the last episode of the series? Because I know it was the last one to be filmed. Was it the last one that was aired?
I don't know for sure. Everything production order is always like, you never know what is. It's complicated, but I'm sure it was near the end.
Yeah, yeah. So it's, were they running out of ideas? I don't know. Probably.
Yeah. That's the weird thing with the original Star Trek is the production order and the air date order are all the heck out of whack.
Mm-hmm.
Based on whatever the television studio thought, oh, we should show this first. But in actuality, it's weird watching them in that order because like hairstyles are different, characters are different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that
noticeably out of order.
Yeah, yeah, and back then everything was incredibly episodic as far as television was concerned, so they could kind of get away with airing everything out of order. Although Lost in Space always ended with a cliffhanger, didn't it?
Most of the time that I can remember, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, definitely the first season. So, although sometimes those cliffhangers were just out of nowhere. It's like, Professor Smith, help me clean these gardening trowels. Oh, must I win?
No, keep away!
It's a mummy with a giant dog head. Ah! Yeah. There probably was an episode, but anyways, enough of the Lost in Space chatter. Let's finish these comments. Okay.
Okay, but they keep coming, Raph. Where are you drawing the line?
We're almost done here. Just stop interrupting me, boy.
Okay, I'll stop interrupting you. Aliens!
Don't tempt me. I got the play button right here. I'm the god of this live stream. A sick, twisted god whose mind exploded eons ago. Okay. Go.
You weren't really proud of that one, were you?
A little bit, yeah. Then it's like, I stop, Raph. Don't follow that up. It's a good piece of improv. So, Shay says, I need to make an aluminum foil hat to wear every time Raph does that gag now, referring to the alien.
Okay.
Earth Baragon says, yeah, they will not stop. Laura Flickton, yeah, it's just a foot. They have to soft soul. Oh, referring to an elephant. I'm gonna skip some of these. Gail Lewis says Bill Mumy kills everybody in the Twilight Zone episode by sending him to the cornfield. Oh, that's right. He was in that Twilight Zone. He was also
and in the follow-up.
Yeah, from the UPN era. But yeah, he really went mass murder in that one. Although okay, so when they're sent to the cornfield, are they killed or they're just sent to another dimension?
I think it's just like limbo. It's just purgatory limbo.
Holy crap.
Like they're not dead, but it's a fate worse than death.
Oh yeah, that's.
And I imagine headcanon wise, the cornfield is just kind of like the 5 characters in search of an exit little toy box.
No. Well, in that case, those toys will find a way out since there's so many people to climb.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. It's like, okay, we got all these dumb humans. Make a human ladder. I don't feel like it. Damn it, clown. You've never been my friend. Listen, General, I respect you, but I don't like you.
Did you write that episode?
I'll be perfectly honest. That's my all-time favorite episode of The Twilight Zone. And I think that had a huge influence because I adore it when characters bounce off each other. And we'll get into that in a little bit. So, but yeah, no, I love that episode. It's like I've been wanting to do fan art based on it. I even tried doing an issue of Glue when I was doing thumbnails with my late friend Mark Tucker. That was sort of a spoof homage to 5 characters in search of an exit called 3 Aliens in Search of a Way Out, where Boo, Slimeball, and Queen Nolene are trapped in a room that they don't remember getting into. But it just got onto Mark Tucker's nerves, and it was never finished. And I don't think some of the gags were that good either. So it's a weirdie. It's a weirdie. Mm-hmm. Okay, neat. Oh, we're almost done here. Neat Hayton says, I recently saw the 1979 Salem Lot TV miniseries, and while I did not enjoy it very much, the vampire looked pretty creepy for a 50-year-old effect. Yeah, those were some. Yeah, God, I miss makeup effects. So you still get them, but they. Is it just me or makeup? No. Hold on. Let me finish this. We're almost to the finish line. Okay, Earth Baragon says the cause you don't have.
Don't distract me. Have you ever met an elephant?
Earth Baragon says that's cause you don't have a giant Dr. Smith carrot costume. Okay. Then Nate Hayton says, I haven't seen the new Twilight Zone, so I'm interested to hear your thoughts on it. It sucks. All right. JW says yes, and my mom and dad couldn't stop laughing, so they were cut out of the episode completely. He was referring to the Great Vegetable Rebellion. Oh, that's right. Yeah, a couple of actors were laughing their asses off constantly. That wasn't a very good Carrot Man costume. They could have done so much better. So you could literally see the area of the costume where they cut out the actor's face with like a kitchen knife. So the hole to put the actor's face in. Tobor the Carrot Man. So we're almost done. So what's your guys' opinion on the 90s Lost in Space movie? That's a good question we'll get to in a moment. It's a guilty pleasure, but I don't think it's that bad. Gail Lewis says, Fermat's room in space. Okay. And finally, Nate says, but then again, I've seen Attack of the Super Monsters, so my standards are way lower than average. And, oh God, Nate Fire ends the night by saying, I'm back. You guys talking about kaiju yet? Oh, Nate Fire, I'm so sorry. Tonight's not going to be that night until maybe later at the halfway point. So
I think that simple comment right there might embody the kaiju community at large.
Okay, all right, but we love.
You guys talking about kaiju yet?
Yeah, but we love you guys. How about this?
Wow. Raph loves you.
I love each and every one of you. Love, 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 love. That's my impression of somebody who's desperate for clicks. I'm trying to do the drum beat on the microphone, but it's not working.
No, that sounds not right.
Yeah, so that's the real reason I broke my right hand. I know
what you were doing.
Yeah, I was scratching my feet.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's so hard.
We're like choking poultry.
Okay, and Earth Baragon says, okay, pick Brayton's brain now. Okay, here we go.
Ow! You're gonna leave me a shallow husk. All of my mediocre ideas.
What's this?
What are you looking for? Your keys?
Yeah. I'm trying to find the Oobla Gobla Gada, or whatever it's called.
Obla dee, obla die, obla dee, obla die.
Oh, I found the place where Brayton has his dreams. Poke.
Oh no, don't look at that. Don't look at that.
Oh, wow.
Eddie Izzard. Everywhere.
It's like Willy Wonka, but it's Eddie Izzard. I need you to take over my improv shows, Brayton. I'm getting too old.
Wear this dress.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think Eddie Izzard has been wasted in American media?
We did a whole sketch on that, Raph. The answer is yes. Wasted British talents.
Oh, yeah. God, poor guy. He was great at Mystery Man, though. as Disco Pete.
Yeah.
So, and the leader of the Disco Boys.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, so how long have we been going? Oh, my God, an hour.
Wow, and we haven't hit a topic yet.
Shh. You're good for comedy, dude. Okay, so let's get into it.
I wanted to be serious tonight.
No. We'll get...
And you just pull out the elephant rug right under me.
Sorry about that. So, time does fly when you're having fun with friends. And speaking of friends, Brayton. So tonight...
I'll be there for you. You'll be there for me too. Bow now now.
So would you be Joey or oh God, what was
Chandler?
Chandler. Oh yeah, you'd be Chandler. No mind.
I'm
panicking everywhere. Ah!
Yeah, those are the only names I know. I never watched Friends.
Yeah, there was Phoebe. So
I'll be Phoebe.
Yeah, don't ruin it for me.
I'd rather be one of the girls on the show than the douche guys.
Okay,
they all kind of come off as New York jerky to me. Yeah. Takes place in New York, right?
Yes, takes place in New York. You're right.
Yeah.
Phoebe's the only pure soul in that whole show. I want to be Phoebe too. So
well, no.
It'll be the opposite of Professor Smith. We're all Phoebes. At the end, Joey has to shoot them all with a laser gun, and the robot's like, "It had to be done, Joey." Okay, so yeah, tonight let's get serious, my friend. Um, when so okay, so I am an artist. Although I think it's better to call myself a cartoonist for tax reasons. But yeah, I'm a cartoonist, a bit of a creative type. Unfortunately, unlike you and Andres, I have never really committed to anything massive. I have a bunch of comic books that have been drawn and written, but I don't know what to do with them as far as publishing goes. And not only that, but it's getting to the point where printing technology and distribution has become so good that trying to sell a purely black and white comic is no longer going to fly in this day and age. So I still have a lot of coloring there. But yeah, what would you describe yourself, Brayton, and how did you get into...
You want me to read out my dating profile?
Sure, let's bring out the old Tinder. So
I got a lot to... Grinder, Raph, would be for me. You would be for Tinder.
The Grinder is a terrible MTV show. It's just a bunch of people shaking their booty at the
No,
beach.
no, my poor delusional straighty. You'd have no idea. Andres is Robo Rumps.
Wins D&D romance for dwarves. So
I Love Boo too would be hers.
yes.
A bunch of gray floating aliens.
Right, our friend Patrick.
Aliens.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Hold on, let me play the thing. Okay, there we go.
That alien! Spot! It's drugs. You want one right now. You and me. We want the prize. Game!
It's gonna be like our magic word for tonight. So
I can't do Pee Wee Herman, but you know the joke.
yeah. But yeah, okay. So I'm a cartoonist, a writer, character actor, according to you. It is fun to play characters.
Well, what got you interested in drawing? I imagine you drew a lot as a little child. As a kid.
Yes. When I was a little kid, I think as early as 5 years old.
1853.
1853. Thank you. Realistically, it would be more like 1980, 84 maybe.
Realistically, it would be 4.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Not gonna reveal my age. A woman's got to keep her secrets. But
for people, they can be kept guessing if neither of us reveal our age. I can say Raph is literally twice as old as I am.
Yeah, you're really young. When I was going out.
You just cover it up, Raph. Say that I'm really young. That's it.
Yeah. No, when I was foolishly taking my first date to go see Godzilla 2000 in theaters.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's ballsy.
Yeah.
That's a message of love me or leave me right there.
I think it didn't work out, so it's Christy. Anyways,
when I took my date to see Sallow.
Oh no. Never mind, take that back. Godzilla 2000 was a smart decision. Okay, but all right, so I started around 5 years old. I've always had an interest in artwork. And like a lot of kids who eventually get into kaiju, I was a huge dinosaur fan. If there was a dinosaur on it, I would just get excited about it, and it probably stunted my mental development in regards. So, is there a dinosaur in it? No, it's the Math Channel. No, dinosaurs. But yeah, I remember like starting out, like as a kid, I was like overly simplistic in some of my artwork. So much so that for a while I had a phase, I think that's the correct terminology, where I was just drawing stick figures with faces, and I thought, oh, that's good, that's artistically acceptable compared to what I usually try to do. That's what I would say to my 7-year-old self.
Oh, yes, quaint.
Yes. But eventually, my parents bought me a bunch of those kind of kid-friendly how-to-draw books. You know, how to draw dinosaurs, how to draw 50 creeps, weirdos, mutants, and monsters. That's a really good book. Unfortunately, my brother Miguel currently has it, so I need to get my hands on it because there's a lot of book-exclusive monsters in that one. And then there was
ironically, that's also the title of the GOP Connect the Dots drawing book too. 50 creeps, weirdos, monsters.
Right. So, what's this? If I connect the dots, I'll find a hideous little troll who easily gives up and is a cowardly hypocrite. Oh, it's Ted Cruz. Damn it. Okay. It's
Yeah.
Ted Cruz. Fuck him. Even
I
if I was
know.
a Republican, I'd be, let's go to the White House and beat the shit out of him.
Well,
So,
sure.
yeah, he sucks. So anybody in Texas, I feel sorry you have him as a governor. So
And that you live in Texas.
don't do that to them. Right? It's not their fault. They're in the large.
Right.
They're in a gigantic desert that should have been cut up in 2 parts or 3. So,
Yeah.
so meanwhile, California will sink into the ocean. I'll be among the first people there, and I'll be like, fudge. So
Prepare a canoe.
indeed, I'm half Navajo by the
I
way.
live in a landlocked state.
Right.
Unfortunately, though, we've had like the largest tornado outbreak in years. Though this past month, there were like I think 12 or 13 tornadoes touched down like last Wednesday at the same time in Northeast Iowa.
Oh my goodness, really?
Yeah, it's like a apocalypse here.
Oh God! Now, with that, I really don't want to say this because this sounds like ignorance coming from somebody who's never dealt with a tornado in their life.
Are they real? Compare them to an elephant.
Are they like elephants? Can you go to a
Slightly
zoo?
worse than an elephant, I might say.
Okay. Well, no. Here's the question, though. I've never, minus rare exception, there's never really been tornadoes going through major metropolitan cities, and you're
No.
in a major metropolitan city.
Well, as close as there is can be one to Iowa. Yeah, I'm in the biggest city in the Quad Cities.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's the good thing is that they primarily only touch down in urban area. The good thing, it's not good, but the fact is they primarily touch down in urban or areas or the countryside or not urban, rural. I always have a hard time saying that word. Rural areas or the countryside where they have a place to touch down. But it's while it's uncommon, it's not impossible that they can go through cities too.
Yeah.
If they have like a starting point.
Yeah, especially when it's a smaller tornado or not a dust whirlwind. What's
Dust devils, the
Dust-
type of thing I imagine you get out in California.
Yeah, because sometimes that does happen. But yeah, I wonder why that is. It might have to do with the fact that the city itself, because it's so gathered and it generates its own form of heat, it kind of negates a tornado. Sort of like how here in Los Angeles we can be having really cool weather, but the further you're away from the beach areas and the closer you're in the inland empire where there's almost nothing but concrete, the temperature's going to rise regardless. Mm-hmm. So yeah, something like that. But anyways, back to me. Back to moi. Beautiful me. Oh, I can't do that. You can do a Miss Piggy impression pretty good. Or was that
Andres can do a Miss Piggy impression.
Yeah, you want to get
What's
him?
going on? No, I don't.
I love how it's like, what's Adam? No. Oh God. So my parents bought me all these like how to draw books, and I started trying to draw characters more human-like. Granted, though, some of these books were politically incorrect late 80s, late 70s books. So it's like, draw an Asian kid in Chiro with a buck tooth.
Yikes.
Yeah, I think we still have that book, too. It's like, wish I could find it and take a picture for you fine folks. So I did kind of improve my character and art style a little bit. I remember there was also a phase where I tried drawing in the same style as Family Circus. But everyone got really angry at me because whenever I tried drawing female characters, and this was young Raph, so please don't.
Well, when you were a kid and you were doing this like in grade school, right? When you were 7 and around there.
Yeah. It's like
did you show your artwork to other people? Because I would doodle a lot. Again, as we've established in the past, I'm no professional, but I do it just as like a stress reliever or just something to do. But I would like always be too self-conscious about my lack of ability to show it to anybody. Like I would have notebooks and just do it, scribble things, for my own amusement. Did you show it to did you show your stuff to other people?
I often did show my stuff to other people, but at the same time, now that you mention it, I had this weird thing where I wasn't ashamed to show my artwork, but I was relatively disappointed with the way my artwork would always come out, because in my little 5-year-old to 7-year-old mind, I had this insane aspiration where everything, like, I don't know why, as a little kid I was always very impressed by like the old time oil paintings of the great artists. And it's like, I'm gonna do that with crayons and markers, and then I would always be disappointed as hell when I saw the finished result.
This is no Frazetta.
Yeah. This isn't Michelangelo's 16th Chapel, damn it. And it's funny too, because growing up, I had some really good teachers, most notably Miss Arvia. She was a big influence on me because she was very supportive of my artwork. And she would always bring out like the coolest children's books, like the ones that had such beautiful illustrations. Like we're talking like really high-end stuff you don't see anymore, like the original Polar Express, and like 2 books about a little kid who imagines what the world would be like if dinosaurs were still alive. And that book was a very, very, not influenced, but it was very memorable for me, because there was one sequence where a kid imagines what it'd be like if a giant Sarcosuchus alligator or crocodile was still alive, and it's eating an entire zoo pen of other alligators, and it's like, that's a little harsh to be showing a little kid. Thank you, Miss Arvia. I've grown up a little bit. So yeah, I see these like beautiful illustrations in these old kid drawings, and it's like, I can do that, and it's like, no, you can't do that, Raph. No. So that's the way it went. But as far as getting into cartooning went, I think that only really happened when I got to like the ages of 9 and 10. And that's when I was introduced to like animation. I've always seen animated movies, but I don't think I really started to appreciate them until I got into the age of 9. It's like, yeah, growing up, my father, who used to work for Nissan, he was able to afford like early era HBO and Showtime for us, as well as the Disney Channel. And those 3 channels would used to show some of the most bizarre and obscure things imaginable. Today, everyone thinks, like, today it's so corporate monopolized that everyone thinks when you mention the Disney Channel, they instantly think, oh yeah, they only show Marvel movies, or they only show Pixar movies. But no, back then...
Well, they don't even show those anymore. It's just like really homogenized teen comedy stuff.
Yeah, bullshit.
Preteen.
Yeah,
tween comedy stuff.
Yeah, which sucks too. I don't mind that, but when you keep showing the same episodes of iCarly or Jake and Josh or whatever over,
those are
and
on
over
Nickelodeon, Raph. You're more thinking of like Sweet Life of Zach and Cody and Corey in the House, who is now in the Big House.
Yeah. So Sweet Life. Oh yeah, that had the attractive Asian girl on it. So.
Oh, here we go again.
What? She's whatever. She was Wendy Wu. Anyways, homecoming princess who battles the forces of ninja. And then it turns out that movie was a success, so they threw her as the wacky side character in the 2 twins on the boat.
Yeah, Sweet Life. That would be Sweet Life on Deck.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Okay, I keep forgetting they were in the...
With Cole and Dylan Sprouse. Yeah.
But no, back then the Disney Channel, because it was a brand new network and Disney was not the juggernaut that it is today. In fact, hilarious story, like Roy Disney, he tried to sell Disney during the early 80s, and thankfully a lot of people went against him. And of course, this was the same hypocrite who backstabbed Eisner during the 90s to get Disney back because they weren't happy with the way the parks were going. But that's a whole different story in its own right. But yeah, back then the Disney Channel, HBO, Showtime, they were brand new networks starting out, so they would show some of the strangest and most bizarre shows and movies imaginable. Like I remember the Babar cartoons, the Tintin cartoons from the 80s. The Disney Channel would show a lot of like oddball foreign movies from like Canada and Australia and the BBC. And I remember like the Disney Channel as well as PBS back in the old days, it would routinely show that 1980s BBC adaptation of The Witch, the Lion, and the Wardrobe, which I saw first before we read the books proper. And the books, I think we only read the first book though, the Witch, the Lion, and the Wardrobe, and that one was sort of a big influence on me because again, I love character interactions between, especially when the characters are kind of strange or quirky. And that one introduced me to the idea that mythical creatures and monsters can be people too. I know a lot of people they say like they watch the old Universal movies with like Frankenstein and Dracula or the Mummy, and it's like, oh, these monsters are not just scary, mindless creatures; they can be characters too. For me, though, that influence was The Witch, the Lion, and Wardrobe. But as far as like real, like I really love it when characters interact on with each other. Hence the reason 5 Characters in Search of an Exit is my all-time favorite Twilight Zone episode. But I think the real influence I had to blame for that were a lot of the slightly kid-friendly 1980s comedies. Most notably, Pee-wee's Big Adventure, which is like one of my all-time top 10 favorite movies. Granted, though, it suffers from what a lot of comedies suffer, especially these days, where it's kind of episodic sketches, one little adventure after another, but it works so well in this overall main narrative of this bizarre man-child trying to find his bike. So
Yeah.
and it's such a simple plot too, but it's taken this like some really bizarre and wacky extremes. And of course, me and my brothers grew up with Ghostbusters, so I think that solidified our love for science fiction and fantasy comedies altogether. There was also Little Shop of Horrors and Batteries Not Included and Harry and the Hendersons. But I think those were movies we just watched a lot, but we didn't really emulate very much, if that's the correct terminology I'm trying to find. But yeah, those were big influences. And of course came the fateful day in 1990, New Year's Day, when my local Channel 13 aired a Godzilla marathon. And I won't get into too much detail about that. But that was a huge revelation and the first of 2 major revelations for me and my brothers as far as what you could do in movies. Because consider this, at this point, yeah, the 80s was considered a golden age of Hollywood high-concept movies. Like, you always had big-budget comedies because the Saturday Night Live crew were now older adults as opposed to the not ready for primetime 20-year-olds that they were starting out in the 70s. So yeah, like a lot of Dan Aykroyd was like a big hero of mine because, you know, he always like the comedies he chose and the way he
Phil Morris, that's his name, I think.
Phil
that's
Morris,
the guy
yeah,
who's like, good night, have a pleasant tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
So
it wasn't Hugh Morris or Dan Morris.
Lady douchebag.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he was really good. I wish he had more of
Yeah.
a movie career though, but I'm glad he's kind of found retirement and success with. Is he on that? What sitcom is he currently on right now? Was it Two Broke Girls or another one he found?
Oh God, I hope not.
Yeah. Well, he's one of
But
the.
he would be the best thing on that show if he was.
Yeah,
I don't know what
definitely.
he's on now, but I saw him in an interview recently. He looks great still.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, no, I hope he. Yeah, no, that guy's pretty cool. But no, he's one of those actors who I really wish they used more in the 80s. Like. Yeah, but no, I did grow up with like a lot of like high concept comedies and high concept fantasy movies and science fiction movies of the 80s. But there was always something kind of lacking for them for me. Because like they were fantastical, but they always kept the fantasy at a distance. Like either these amazing events were happening in isolated regions, or if they were taking place in other worlds, it was always in other worlds far removed from the real world. So much so that it's kind of a plot hole / insult when the alien characters in another dimension are referring to their world as imaginary. It kind of undersells the verisimilitude of the story. Like, it's if you're on another planet looking at Earth, wouldn't you refer to your world as the real world and not Earth as the real world? So it's like a good example would be like the kind of Ghostbusters and Ghostbusters 2. As much as Ghostbusters is a classic, the fantasy elements are really kept at a distance. Understandable. Ivan Reitman and Bill Murray were trying to keep Dan Aykroyd's wacky science fiction nonsense to a minimum. Should I play the alien thing, Brayton, or skip it?
Let's leapfrog over that.
Okay. So yeah, they really had to dumb that down, and the main story is just these characters just trying to start a business that happens to have Lovecraftian creatures from another dimension. But yeah,
well, let's talk about you more. I want to know when. So you had all these inspirations of things that you drew these things, right?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, it's like, what is it? When I used to watch real Ghostbusters all the time with my brother Miguel. My brother Miguel is a huge Ghostbusters
Okay.
It's like, yeah, I'm into kaiju, you're into Mystery Science Theater. He isn't. He is Ghostbusters Die Hard. So
Yeah.
it's like we even almost fought over custody of the Time Life animated Ghostbusters DVD set. It's like, oh, that's a whole different story. Something I look back on with regret and horror. But yeah, no, I have mainly had a lot of movie influences as far as creativity
As
and
opposed
stories
to
go.
direct comic book type of influences from comic book artists and
Yeah,
things.
that's the sad thing about. Well, here's the thing. Like, me and my brothers grew up with like Rocky and Bullwinkle and Looney Tunes, so I think those were our big influence as far as like animated comedy and character expressions were concerned. Because there really wasn't anything like superhero or comic book that piqued our interest back then. Mainly because nobody was really doing cool superhero stuff outside the Adam West Batman. It's like I remember Adam West Batman used to be all over the place on syndicated television. So it's like one of the best memories I had was like mom and dad would sit with me and little Miguel when we were both like 6-year-olds, and we would watch the Adam West Batman because they would have an almost nightly hour block of Adam West Batman, and that was a lot of fun. I think it was even when Adam West was hosting them. But yeah, we never really had much in the way of comic book influences, and and another major reason for that was there was really no comic book shops to go to back then. And every time my parents would buy comic books from the local supermarket, yeah, that's how old we're talking here. Be, there were so many complicated stories; it was impossible to get into it. Like, why is Superman hanging out with subterranean demons who turn out not to be subterranean demons? And it's like, why is Wonder Woman working at a fast food restaurant? Why is this going on? Who is this Animal Man character? So, and of course, it was just kind of confusing. It was really cool stuff, but it was hard to get into, and it's one of the problems a lot of people have with comic books today. It's impossible to get into comic books. Oddly enough, though, the closest thing we had to a big comic book influence was the DC Marvel DC trading cards that we get from the corner store all the time, because there was these neat little trading cards that talked about each and every different character with like a profile and a picture at the front. And that was a big influence on us. And that was back when DC wasn't so Batman obsessed. So they would make trading cards of every character they had, even characters that only showed up once. It's like I remember one character was like this weird alien fashion designer who would do ungodly redecorating of different planets. And it was supposed to be a spoof of Galactus. But yeah, that character really appealed to me. Unfortunately, now that I know he's kind of an offensive stereotype, you'll probably know why, Brayton. But yeah, we never really had comic book influences. But yeah, no, I got into the kaiju genre really hard in the 90s. And then soon after that, a mom got a subscription membership to Blockbuster. So we started renting a lot of like oddball animated movies, but mostly the anime section. Of course, mom didn't realize how mature some of these animes could get. So that was kind of our thrown into the deep end as far as violence and sex was concerned. But oddly enough, I was always attracted to like the more offbeat anime, the ones that might have violence and sex and serious drama in it, but it was still like very comical looking characters and very funny situations. In fact, the two big influences there would be New Dominion Tank Police, which is sort of like a kind of like a Blade Runner style farce about these cops who have to pilot tanks because, you know, that's the only way you fight against cyborg criminals. And also Project A-ko, which back then we thought was the coolest anime ever. In retrospect, that would be like us watching Pee-wee's Big Adventure and not realizing it was a comedy. We thought it was a serious action drama about a guy trying to get his beloved bike back. And Project A-ko is a pure comedy spoof of anime. In fact, there's a sequence where they're watching a horror movie, and it's for some insane reason it's Colonel Sanders chasing somebody in an alley. So, oh no, it's the Colonel. It's like, why would Colonel Sanders be considered pure evil in Japan?
It does sound like one of the more modern surrealistic KFC commercials they do with the guy dressed as Colonel Sanders.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised they haven't revisited Colonel Sanders in anime form other than dating sims.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, but no, I think through anime, that's when I really got, like, I really kind of pushed up my artistic skills. and started, trying to draw my characters in a more realistic fashion. Especially, I was trying to ape the style of Project A-ko and New Dominion Tank Police. And one series that I think, like, I would actually recommend to you, Giant Robo the Animation, which is best.
No thanks.
Don't.
I'll pass. But thanks for thinking of me.
Yeah. No. The best way I can describe Giant Robo the Animation, it's like Astro.
Can I take a hard guess?
Go ahead.
There are giant robots that are animated.
Yes. Except Giant Robo, it's more like Astro Boy and meets Buckaroo Banzai and an epic opera, because it's like I don't know. I won't get into it. Let's not get into a Giant Robo the Animation. I'd be here all day, all night. But yeah, it's like that was a really big influence with, like, taking out these kind of silly things from the 60s. And we never grew up with, like, anime like most other people, although we did occasionally watch Speed Racer with Dad. But yeah, that was a big influence. And oddly enough, the person who really got us into comic books, or at least a respect for the old comic books, was our youngest sibling, Gabe. When he was born around 88, when he reached like 4 years old, he was instantly a huge Marvel fan. Like, he saw Captain America, he saw Spider-Man. It's like, I want to be those when I grow up. And it was through Gabe that we discovered the whole Marvel Comics thing, before Marvel Comics was considered cool through the X-Men animated series or the Spider-Man animated series. So, and Gabe got into, like, comedy and weird retro stuff too. It's like one of the wonderful memories me and Gabe had. We're waking up at 3 a.m. to watch the Banana Splits on TNT. Early in the morning too. So I think also, I guess Hanna-Barbera was a big influence in kind of cartoon characters, but that was only because Hanna-Barbera was all over the place during the 80s, because they made so many of those shows, good and bad alike, and they would just dump them all over the place as far as kids television was concerned. So yeah, now when I got older though, towards my late teens, that's when I discovered I really love dark comedy. I really love social satire, emphasis on the satirical parts, because if you do pure social commentary, it can get a little annoying and maybe a little too, what is it? Oh, God, not highfalutin. Preachy for most people. That's the only word I can think of right now. So that's when I discovered my love for, like, Douglas Adams and revisiting Twilight Zone too, because I would watch the Twilight Zone as a kid, but when I revisited as a teenager, I got the story elements and the writing and the acting way better, and I came to appreciate it a lot more. Because I hate to say it, when growing up as a kid, whenever the Twilight Zone came on, it's like, this one has monsters, right? There's no monsters. Why is the nurse ugly? I don't get it. And The Outer Limits too was a big influence. But yeah, I grew up with a lot of, like, high-end science fiction. It's like Ray Bradbury stories I would read a lot. So, but yeah, I think those were my major influences. And it would...
Okay, well, you talked about your influences. I was more curious about, so you have all these things floating around in your little bitty brain as a little bitty person.
Yeah.
Not saying you have a little bitty brain now. I'm just, comparatively, when you're smaller, you have a little bitty brain.
Yeah.
Was there a point where you kept drawing and being artistic and stuff like that, and thought about that as, like, a future career you could have, where you'd be paid for, like, your artwork?
Yes, that was definitely during my teenage years, because, like, again, I was never into the mainstream comics, but I appreciated what comics could do. And there was a brief time where I thought I'd be an animator.
Yeah.
But then
you realized all the goddamn work that goes into this.
Even before actually finding out how difficult it is to be an animator and how tough that business can be.
And yeah, how tough and sweatshoppy it is.
Yeah, especially, and that was even before we started hearing horror stories about how really bad it got.
Yeah, I know, I guess it's supposedly better now, but especially back in those days, especially with wages concerned and all of that,
yeah,
maybe not not well respected in the way that it is now by people.
Yeah, exactly. And this was
because the people used to think maybe that, oh, Walt does all of that. He's the one who makes Mickey jump from here to there.
Oh yeah, it's even worse when, like, people watch the Warner Brothers cartoons and it's like either they think Chuck Jones did all of them, even knowing that he was just one. He was one of the many wonderful gears in that bigger machine. But then you have people who think cartoons just magically come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And sadly, that's an attitude a lot of people have today. They just assume cartoons are not real because they're not made by real people. It's like you just press a button, boom, there's a cartoon. When the horror story is that, even the computer animated stuff is like hours of overworked
Painstaking
animators.
work.
Yeah. So yeah, for a while I thought I'd be a cartoonist, but then I realized, no, I'm going to be an illustrator, like either an honest to goodness artist, like, oh, here's Raffen Shoma with his latest work. Man falls off building because he can't see the stairs. It's like, or some like it's about a man who can't see the world, so he falls off of stairs. Like, that kind of nonsense. Or it's like I'd be like an illustrator for books. Like, like dinosaur illustrations or children illustrations. Again, those were, I think, my first real big influence as far as artwork went. Like, I want to do that when I grow up. I want to do these elaborate illustrations. But no, it was when I discovered the world of offbeat comics outside the mainstream, like, underground comics from the 70s, but also like a lot of the like independently published comics of the day, notably like Bone and some of the early Ninja Turtles before Ninja Turtles made it big in cartoon form. It's like, oh my god, I can do like weird comics like that with like funny characters in them. And that's when I started really creating all like when I was 14 years old, I think that's when I started creating all the weird characters that's
well, let's work our way up through there. Do you remember your very first original character? Like, well, okay, so when you were doing this, as a kid, just for fun and giggles, did you create your own characters, or did you draw characters from these different shows?
It's funny, a lot of kids my age, whenever they tried making their own original characters, it'd just be rip-offs of existing characters. I've seen so many, like, this is my original character, Duderine. He's like Wolverine, but green.
Yeah. Well, I don't mean when you were at the age where you were developing these elaborate empire backstories for them. When you were just doing it frivolously.
Oh yeah.
Did you just come up with things out of your own brain instead of pulling them from TV or animated stuff?
Okay, with that says, I'm just making a comparison. I did attempt to actually try to create original characters. I think the first real original characters I made, it was a trio of them. And this was back when it's like there was the major influence was definitely like Hanna-Barbera and comedy cartoons. Silly Duck Bill was like a blue duck-bill dinosaur who was like a comical character, and he was kind of an idiot and had two twin brothers who were also duck-bill dinosaurs, but they were way smarter. Mm-hmm. And that character never really went anywhere, and I don't think I'll be revisiting it again anytime soon.
You said the same thing about the Crimson Weirdo. We could be seeing you in the near future dressed as a duck-billed dinosaur.
Hi, everybody.
Like Huckleberry Hound.
Yeah. Golly. Oh, there's a band playing with a shark. What the hell's up with that?
Oh, my darling dinosaur. Oh, my darling dinosaur.
Yeah. Huckleberry Finn. He was such a nice person.
Huckleberry Finn?
Huckleberry Hound. I'm sorry. I get those two mistakes. Well, to be fair, the book version.
One was a lot less racist.
No. Tom Sawyer was more racist. Huckleberry Finn tried to be non-racist, and it backfired horribly for the poor kid. So, the books are dark. There's a reason why there's never been a good adaptation of them. Like Huckleberry Finn tries. Yeah, no, let's not get into the rant about the evils of
The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn and Mark Twain.
Yeah, no, Mark Twain was the author, right? What was the name of what was the name of the dumb kid who convinced Huckleberry Finn to paint the fence?
I don't know. It's been a while since we've read those in school. Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn.
Yeah, Huckleberry Finn was a nice kid. Tom Sawyer turned out to be a backstabbing asshole in the sequel book. So, okay. Yeah, that's a whole story right there. So
it was a whole story.
Yeah.
Pretty popular from what I heard.
Get it? It's a novel.
Yeah. Okay. In school, when we had to read that, we watched the adaptation of Adventures of Huckleberry Finn with Robbie Coltrane. Is that his name? Hagrid.
Oh, yeah. Back when he was like always showing up as like the heavy and very. I know.
Hey.
No pun intended. Okay. he's a portly man. He's not overly large. So although with a name like Coltrane, it's like how can you not be a portly man?
Chugga.
I'm a train filled with coal. Yeah.
Who can stop him? Oh, John Henry.
Okay, but yeah, no, the first real developed character I ever created, and sadly I don't have a picture of him with us tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is Blue Scythe, or Blue Steel as I used to call him. And that was during the time when everybody was making superhero characters. Like, I think I'll make my own character. He'll be an alien fugitive, but he's like a man in the Iron Mask. I later turned him into like a genetically engineered bioweapon warrior. And then I further made the character... the best way to describe Blue Scythe is he's basically... Imagine the Predator from the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, but he's as pleasant but as equally grumpy as Al Bundy from Married with Children or Fred Mertz from I Love Lucy. So, yeah, it's like imagine those two characters in the body of the Predator, or the Predator with the brain of those two characters. And Blue Scythe was like the first real character I created. He went through a lot of different changes, of course. Like, again, he was originally supposed to be a man trapped in a robotic suit for the rest of his life. But then I decided to turn him into like an insectoid, a warrior alien who has kind of grown bitter against warfare and all that. So he just wants to spend his time drinking beer and living with his family and girlfriend. And that's a character I'm definitely going to be revisiting in the near future. It's like, it's funny too, because I tried bringing him back in a comical sense, but it doesn't really work. He doesn't really mesh well with the likes of Jack Hawkson and all that. Jack Hawkson was an early character too, because I always kind of gravitated towards the comical mad scientist. And a lot of characters I would just come up with and then realize that there's nothing I can do with them, and I put them in the back drawer. And like the Crimson Weirdo, if I find a use for them, I open my storage of like old papers and pictures I save and sketches, and it's like, oh, this character will work here. So
this is all pre-internet, so you're literally just doing this for your own amusement.
Yes, I was.
Okay.
So, but no, not just for my own amusement. I did honestly wanted to create my own comic books.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I didn't mean to say it like dismissively, like, "Oh, you're not gonna. This is shit" or anything. I didn't mean that.
Mm-hmm.
I meant like you were doing this, but not sharing it to a large number of people because there wasn't a DeviantArt yet.
Yeah, there was the earliest website I joined as far as artwork was concerned was Elfwood, which was don't let
sounds like a Tolkien village.
Exactly, or as Earth Baragon says, and then Raph discovered boobies. No, I don't think I discovered boobies until I unfortunately became like a 16-year-old.
Wow, took that long?
Yeah, I was. Oh.
I'm gay and I discovered them out of the womb, for Christ's sake.
No, I was aware they would have existed, but I didn't get a hubba.
Hubba.
Yeah.
I got. Ooh.
Yeah, it's like, oh wow, okay.
You didn't have your Jessica Rabbit experience?
No, it's funny. Andres, we all know his first crush was Jessica Rabbit. I think my first true
He's
crush...
forced us to go to the cartoon bar joints numerous times. Drug us there against our will.
Hey, Gorilla Man, let me
No,
in.
really, watch this part.
No, I think my first awakening, if you will, you're going to hate me for this, Princess Dragon Mom from Inframan.
Oh my god, no, that's very explanatory.
Yeah, it's like an attractive Asian girl with blonde hair in battle armor with a whip, and she controls an army of monsters. It's like, Raph likes this somehow. So
you hadn't discovered like Elvira or anything prior to Princess Dragon Mom?
No, Elvira was Miguel's first crush, because he would rent the Elvira movie all the time, and he was the one who it's like, oh right, Elvira's on television. And it's like, and then it's like, and Miguel kind of ended up marrying Elvira in the end. So with our sister-in-law, who's it's funny,
who is a vampire,
and like oh god, it's like she's so fun, but like Elvira, she's a bit of a charming airhead, I think we'll best call it. So, god damn it, you're a bimbo too, Brayton. There, I evened it out.
I know.
Okay, but yeah, I think Princess Dragon Ball. There was also like when I got into anime, there was like other characters. Like I had a big crush on Biko, who was like a mad scientist girl who was one of the early inspirations for Jack Hawkson. Although she's definitely way more palatable. I'm Biko. But yeah, I'll get to you. Okay, smart guy, what was your first crush/awakening?
I've told you what we'll get to there when we get to me in another 5 hours when you're done talking about yourself.
Yeah,
I'll talk about my sexual awakenings.
Okay, you didn't have to say sexual, so, but yeah, I think when I got 16, that's
My
when
fuddy-duddy in the downstairs area awakening. Is that
Yeah.
better? Is that cuter?
No, it's like before I was 16 years old, I would draw
Yes.
female characters, but they'd be fairly respectable, and then when I hit 16-year-olds, it's like, God damn
Ooh,
it.
nothing but circles.
Exactly, it's like Centaur
Raph,
women.
are you drawing crop circle? Oh, no. Now
Yeah.
I'm even more worried.
Yeah, and that's an unfortunate habit I have to kind of get out now. So
Yeah.
like it's not every
Yes, you've made your statement. You've made your statement on the previous night owling.
Yes, exactly. Well, I'll still do commissions here and there, but still.
I'll still do it, but you gotta force me. You gotta force me into my addiction.
Right. Yeah, but no, I do need to kind of think with my bigger head.
I'm still open to smoking crack if someone buys it for me.
I won't do it willingly, but if you invite me to a crack house,
I'm in. Shotgun.
I just jump through the window and the whole place explodes. Oh, this was not well thought out. So now, for a long while, when the internet became a big thing,
Yeah.
I joined a site called Elfwood, which I think is still around, but it was like a very old art sharing website. And I was a little popular there for a little bit. And then I went to Rodan Roost, which our friend Earth Baragon mentioned. Yes, it did predate the Rodan Roost as far as my artwork goes. Granted, though, when I would draw on the computer, everything was done on bitmap or paintbrush, if you will. So it was very crude drawings, but they were fairly decent for what they were. But then it's like, thankfully, we had an early version of Adobe Photoshop, and that's when the artwork was really starting to advance. Unfortunately, I had no idea what printing sizes were or anything of that nature, so everything was still too small and too amateurish, if you will. But yeah, and then of course I started hanging out at the comic book shops. We had a comic shop open nearby in walking distance it was originally called the Crazy Cat Comics. And we made friends with everyone there. It soured over ages when we started becoming employees of the store, and I slowly but surely discovered the problem with comic shops. If you try to go
now every analogy you make to the downfall of society starts out with if you ever go to a comic book shop.
It's like going to church. They claim to worship Batman, but it's all about the Joker and how he's going to get you in the end.
They only want your money.
Yeah, exactly. But no, it's like there was a time where comic books were fairly magical and you could go there and share ideas with other people. But then the older I got and the more cynical I got, the more unfortunate you realize it's really just a pissing contest. And like people you once admired turned out to be complete assholes who will try to sabotage your career or any attempt you would get at a career. Like there's this idiot out there who, I'm going to say it outright, I don't care anymore. Richard Starking, who is a local artist who does these books called Elephant Man. And apparently he's the kind of asshole who, yeah, it's about an elephant detective.
You should have renamed this live stream "The Elephant in the Stream."
Yeah. But yeah, no, he's the kind of guy who makes these elaborate computer programs where you can do your own lettering through it, and you buy his programs for like $60-$80. You use them, and then when you share the results, he accuses you of stealing the program. Or why'd you make this in the first place? So yeah, he accused me of being like, oh, you stole this from a bootleg. No, I bought it from you directly. I can't remember everybody. But yeah, apparently Richard Starking's kind of a shithole. So, and I hope he gets hit by a car in the near future. So okay. Yeah, he really is an asshole.
Okay.
Yeah, you get the feeling he's the kind of guy who's never gotten his ass beat in his life.
All right, Raph.
Yeah, and hopefully he'll be pulled over by a screaming mob and beaten near to death. So, but I'm just saying.
We've lost half of our audience. Please get on with it.
Sorry about that. So, yeah, but then I met Mark Tucker, who was a very, like, despite how unfortunate the last year of his life was, I'm not going to get into it, He was a big influence. He was like he was the first person who gave me constructive criticism that didn't result in your characters are too cartoonish, you should make them more realistic and add zombies to your story. It's like he was the first one who saw this stuff and gave me good pointers. He generally liked what I was doing. And I met other like-minded friends, including you, believe it or not, who, as much as you hate some of my characters and artwork, you've been surprisingly fair about some of my ideas I was just threw on the corner, and it's like I'm never going to touch them again. And it's like, Raph, bring out the Crimson Weirdo. Let's try to work with that. So
It's the moment you mentioned me, we dropped down to 4 viewers. Thank you, Raph.
Oh no, I'm sorry, everybody. So, but like today though, I'm at a happier space as far as creativity goes. But I definitely need to do something major with it, and I'm already working on plans. But I don't want to say anything right now because I don't want to shoot myself in the foot. Or I have this weird idea that if I mention what I'm working on, suddenly something bad's gonna happen and it's just gonna disappear. That's right. We're back to 6. Okay, so but yeah, we lost a lot earlier. So
if you pretend like I'm not here, maybe they'll all come back.
Cody Batch says, I lost half the audience. I was loving the story of the man Raph wanted dead. No, I just want him beaten up horrifically. So he doesn't need to die. He just needs to
trying to
suffer.
save you from any sort of legality trouble here, Raph.
Don't worry. As long as I don't hurt him directly, everything will be okay.
But if you'll take commissions for his head.
Okay, no, just some of the stuff that Richard Starkin has said, like during a time like if I have mental disabilities that makes it hard for me to deal with people in public and socialize, the stuff Richard Starkin and similar people at the comic shop have done to me is the equivalent of somebody attacking a wheelchair bound individual. That's how bad it got. I'm not going to go in detail about it. So, and from what I understand, Richard Starkin has gone out of his way to like screw over the careers of other up and coming local artists by like literally calling every independent publisher and telling them, "Oh, watch out for this guy for various reasons." So, but like nobody watches his podcast. Raph and Shoma in trouble. Oh my god! But enough of that. Oh wait, Nate Heaton says, I love Bone, one of my favorite comics I ever read. Yeah, Bone is a very good fantasy comic. That's like very much like in the Rankin Bass level of the Hobbit animated movie. It's family friendly, but it has a maturity and seriousness to it that's very good too. Shay Smithers says, I'm still here, I'm not going anywhere, of course. Earth Baragon says,
we have you immobilized.
All right, crude but good pixelated goodness in reference to my older artwork. And then Earth Baragon follows up, wow, all the salt is coming out now. Yeah, it is true. So.
That'll come out later when we get to me and my relationship with the Kaiju fan base.
Yeah. But no, let's talk about you, my dear friend.
Well, no. Okay, I was trying to talking about, because I feel like every podcast we do is we talk about things that we like. I'm trying to have people understand us more, as people, because there are people behind the wacky shenanigans we do.
Well, okay.
So, yeah. I'm trying to ask you about okay. So you discover the internet, you meet these artist types in California, hanging around comic book shops and the like. Discover the internet and all that. Do you remember your first commission or paying gig online?
God,
or in person. The first piece of art you were paid for?
I contribute. I know the first thing I had officially published.
Yeah.
There was this comic book association, the comic book artists guild, which is no longer with us, that published an independent comic called Iconic, and Iconic was basically an anthology of short stories following famous characters from literary fiction and mythology, and I did an 8-page story called The Life and Death of Talos the Bronze. Talos, the giant bronze statue from Jason and the Argonauts.
Yeah,
and it was a story, told from.
It's kind of rusted in that movie, though.
Yeah. So,
kind of covered in seaweed.
Exactly.
Kind of yucky.
Yeah, they really tried to nip them at the heels, didn't they? But no, I like inspired by that movie and also my love for just mythology. I did this 8-page story about Talos telling the story from his point of view, hence the life and death of Talos the Bronze. And it's like I'm thinking of uploading the whole comic to my DeviantArt page later this week, but I'm gonna have to talk to my friend Mark Rivers, who has it published in an independent comic book outside of Iconic. But that experience never went. That experience was kind of fun for a little bit because it gave me a little bit of exposure, and the few reviews that Iconic got was fairly. My story was among the positive batch. Now, granted, Iconic turned out to be fairly successful because I've been a part of a lot of independently produced comic book anthologies attempts at such things, and they always failed horribly. Iconic came close to it because for the most part we were doing family friendly stories. We had one idiot who, not, I shouldn't say idiot, I didn't meet the person I didn't meet the person, so he may have had good intentions, but we're all trying to do family stories, and he puts in a story that's sort of like a scary psychological drama where it turns out Sherlock Holmes was really a murderer this whole time covering his crimes. And it's like that's a neat idea, but not for a children's friendly anthology book. So, and this was back before printing technology was very advanced. So, but I think that was my first real gig. I never got paid for it, but it's like there was like a lot. It got my name out there, and people started recognizing me online. But as far as commissions go, I think when I started contributing monster designs and story ideas for a defunct website now known as Absolute Ultraman for its Ultra Teresa fan fiction, that's when people really started to notice me and were asking me for commissions. And that's where I got my pen name, because, as you know, my real name is incredibly common, especially here in Los Angeles. It's the equivalent of naming your white kid
Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, exactly. And in this day and age, they just love naming their kids Hitler. No. It's my name. My real name is Raphael. I'm not going to say the full name, but my full name is as common as, say, Mark or Bob. So, especially here in Los Angeles, the large Hispanic population we have. So I had to get myself a pen name, because for a while I was constantly getting emails for a Raphael who was a professional graphic designer and teacher of graphic design who lived in Arizona and Nevada. And it's like, oh my God, I gotta get myself a pen name. I'm sorry, a 30-year-old grad student. I'm just a 17-year-old drawing monsters online. You have me mistaken again. So that's where I came up with that. But yeah, that's when I was starting to get noticed and when I was starting to do commissions proper. And I did for a while I did a lot of colorist jobs for other independent artists. And that worked out pretty well. In fact, a lot of this, yeah, I got paid one commission that was so huge it practically saved the house for 2 years. So, and that was just doing like silly monster drawings for somebody's failed RPG game. So God bless to you, whoever you are, dear sir. I hope you're doing good. Thank you so much for the money you gave. But yeah, I think that's the best I can describe it as. So.
Okay, and then you started gaining more recognition from doing, I imagine, more followers and more eyeballs from Brandon's reviews, his title cards that you did.
Yeah, well, there was DeviantArt. I hooked up with DeviantArt, and for a while, DeviantArt was fantastic. I got a lot of views, that's where I really started getting my independent, bigger commissions. As far as Brendan Tenold was concerned, however, I'm gonna do the short version of the story. I was bored late one night, and it's like, I haven't seen Warlords of Atlantis from 1978 for ages. Maybe there's a full version of the movie on YouTube, because back then YouTube had a lot of full versions of movies. And it's like, there's no full movie, but there's this person called Brendan Tenold who did a review of Warlords of Atlantis. And that's when I was introduced to Brendan Tenold, because he just uploaded his Doug McClure-a-thon a few weeks ago. And it's like, dude, I wrote in the comments, dude, I love this series you're doing. If you ever need title card artwork, please keep me in mind. And then, and sadly, it's like a week later, Ray Harryhausen died. So, no relation.
Died so that your YouTube artist career may live.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Brendan, he wanted to do a top 10 Ray Harryhausen review video about his favorite Ray Harryhausen films. And he contacted me, and that was the first job I did for him. I'm still very proud of that piece. In fact, it's still a well-selling poster at the conventions, and both through his Patreon website. And I, for a long while, I was his main and only title card artist. There was a bit of a kind of a, not a blowout. What is it when you're overworked?
Burnout.
Burnout. Yes, thank you. Burnout. When I couldn't keep on top of the cards all the time, and of course, some personal injuries and family matters kind of ruined things. So we started bringing in other artists, including our very own Earth Baragon, who's in the chat. And he mentions the only problem with Brendan's cards is that everyone thinks Earth Baragon Raph are the same person because the art looks so similar. Nah, yeah, I it sucks too. He's brought in some other artists to help with the load, and I still occasionally do title cards, just not as much as I used to, and I don't mind that either. He's on a schedule, and it's like, well, right now I have a hand injury. Thank God I'm not doing a title card right now. I did something recently for Andres. And it's like, the horn is out of place. Can you redo it? I did it when my hand was injured, and it still hurts. No. Deal with your I'll fix your robot's horn next week.
I'm missing my arms, legs, and one of my eyes. Yeah, but the scarf's wrong.
We love you, Andres, but dude. Oh, that's the world of art commissions. You're gonna get weird stuff like that once in a while. I'm gonna quickly answer this one question. Nate Hayton says, do you work exclusively in digital, or do you sketch your ideas out first? I do sketch them out first, and often I'll either ink them later with a light table, or I will scan them in the computer and then digitally ink over them. Something that Earth Baragon is really, really good at. And Earth Baragon has been a big help recently, too. Thank you so much for the digital line cleanup you've done of my sketches, dude. I deeply appreciate that. So anything you need, you let me know. So, kissy, kissy. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. If you want to kiss, I'll kiss you on the cheek. But that's your cue to say, no, Raph, no.
Hey, that's his call to make.
Okay. Whatever tickles your pickles or floats your boat.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was through Brendan Tenold I really got a lot of exposure, and Brendan Tenold has been a very sweet man. It's like, even when I failed on certain title cards, he'd always come through and, I'm not going to share the full email, but he once, like, there was a time where I was facing a really scary situation in my life. I'm not going to get in detail about it, but you know the story. Basically, I almost had my entire life ruined for 6 years because a small gang of teenagers jumped me in the street. And I'm not going to get into detail about it, but it was during this time my life looked like it was going to go downhill horrifically just because of these 3 horrible bullies. And I told Brendan Tenold that there's a good chance you might not see you in a couple of years. But he was so sweet. He says, dude, your title cards have been a big help in me getting the success I've gotten. And it's like, and in turn, it's like, without him, I wouldn't have gotten the online celebrity and clout relative online celebrity and clout I have now.
Notoriety.
Thank you.
Better word than celebrity. Right?
Yeah,
all respect given.
Yeah, I have yet to go to the forests of Mount Fuji and poke a dead body and thought it was comedy gold.
Okay, so, and I still want to talk about the art, but art is your bread and butter. When did YouTube come into your horizon as something of a fun little B thing? Because it's far more taking up far more of your time nowadays than it was when you started doing this thing.
Yeah,
or when you created a channel, rather.
Again, when I started doing cards with Brendan Tenold, people were starting to take notice of me, and it's like, that's when I started doing illustration commentary, which is kind of a bad idea. Well, I'm still going to do some more episodes in the future, but
5 years from now, you'll come out with one more.
Don't do that to me, dude. So I got wonderful things coming down this month. So my confidence.
Well, no, it's just, you gotta rein yourself in with the new series things, because you'll put out one episode of a new series and then put out another episode of another new series and then another one comes along. You gotta have a narrow line of focus.
Okay. Yeah. You're,
That's a good thing with your new little show you're doing with Andres. You
Yeah.
claim you're going to do it every weekend. So.
Yeah, exactly. And plus, it gives Andres something to do when he's waiting 4 hours in an empty classroom. So with like little Japanese kids on the other side. So yeah. But no, because of the success I had doing title cards with Brendan Tunnel, I decided to give my YouTube channel some more love. And that's when I was doing independent videos, illustration commentaries, or just sharing. Like I would just do live streams back when it was easier to do live streams through Google, the Google, what was it called? Google Plus?
Hangouts.
Google Hangouts, because that was so easy to use than the wacky tobacky things we're doing now.
But look at the bright side. You don't have to point your camcorder at the computer monitor anymore. Look at the fun visual and audio gags you can pull on people.
Exactly. I was going to do the alien one more time, but no. We'll save the aliens for later. I know you were trying to tempt me to do it, but
I don't know. We've been going for an hour and 50 minutes. We can be light on the gags for a while.
Yeah. God, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, that's when I started doing my YouTube channel more and more. Also, it was around this time that my brother Miguel had his Understanding the Cosmos comedy series. And that I helped a lot in the behind the scenes with that, even knowing that my attempts to try to be on camera are always denied. Can I show up as the Crimson Weirdo one episode? No. No. And that was another reason why I kind of put the Crimson Weirdo away.
Okay, question.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I was getting kind of bored, so I just put this wonderful picture we did recently of just.
Oh, all right.
We are, as you call it, the Weirdo Bros.
That's frightening. Yeah.
Okay, so you are going to be taking over the conversation pretty soon, so might as well keep this up. So.
Oh God.
Do you want me to get rid of it? I'll replace it with something more wholesome.
Whatever. What's the more wholesome thing?
Just Boo waving at us.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so we'll bring in little Boo in a moment.
Yeah.
I'm Boo. I'm a little girl. There, we'll leave Boo up for a little bit. So So
YouTube wasn't anything that you were seriously gonna plunge yourself into becoming a YouTuber. You had a full-time art thing going on for yourself.
Yeah.
And the purpose of this was just to post random funny thoughts.
Yeah, random funny thoughts. Like I
Because if you look back at the first 4 years or so of your channel, it's just the occasional tragedy of microwaves. Here I am at a convention. Here I'm in the airport.
Yeah.
Now I'm dirty McCruption.
Yeah, because for a while back when Channel Awesome was still a respected outlet of creativity for most people, I was like, I can do my own little funny videos. And it was also just a great way to kind of take memories of my friends. Because, it's like, I'm at a convention with my friend Adam. And Adam's like the fourth Gonzalez brother, as far as I'm concerned. In fact, Adam was among the many guardian angels who saved my life when those three bullies attacked me in the street. So, God damn it. That's a scary story. I'll save that for another day. I'm going to have to share it because, the last thing I need is become super famous and then suddenly it's like the James Gunn situation. Oh my God, look at what Raph did.
You don't have to share it, especially because that puts pressure on me to share my attack story, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah, let's not do it. We were both attacked by elephants, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, as previously established.
Yeah, the three bullies were actually just an elephant with 3 hand puppets that I got mistaken for teenagers. Okay, so how does that work? There's only one trunk. That was a terrible joke. I apologize, everyone.
So your videos.
Yeah. Oddly enough, we have Andres to blame for my uptake in YouTube content. Because Andres was another person where I just commented on his videos because he was doing just the short Toho movie reviews. And it's like, I like this stuff very much. If you need a title card art, I think it was a situation where Andres like, oh my God, I know you. You're the title card artist for that Brayton Connor guy.
Brandon Tenold.
Brandon Tenold guy. That's why I met you after the fact. Sorry, I get you B letter name Canadians.
BRA ending in ON.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I get you Canadians mixed up. You all look the same to me.
Wow.
The Great White North does not lie. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Canada. Oh, Canada. Okay. But yeah, I got into contact with Andres, and despite him being much younger than me, he was a really cool guy to get to know. And we still love Andres, even though he's not coming on tonight's show. But
Let me in.
no,
No, board up the window.
no, more boards. He's very small. He can sneak through. Yeah, but yeah, and I briefly knew Bill from the Daughters of. Is it the Sons of Sarazawa or the Daughters?
Sons of Sarazawa. Bill Worcester was his name.
Okay, yeah. I even met him and had lunch with Andres, and Andres has been really cool too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did some title work for Andres, but now I'm just a professional guest, and vice versa with him. But no, through Andres, I met
Professional party crasher.
Yeah. Here's Raph and Shomo. Yibbity-dibbity-doo.
I brought the cake.
The cake and a cake. It's a cake on top of a
cheesecake. Yeah, moldy Limburger cheese.
Okay, so Cody Batch says, well, apparently Raph is a racist against Canadians, eh?
Bigot.
Okay.
Yeah, Canadians aren't a race.
Right.
Well, I guess in its own special way, maybe they are.
Yeah. Plus, racist is when you're hateful against a race or a group of people who could be considered a race. Bigot is when you're just a hateful person, period.
Yeah, bigot and prejudice is just shorthand for asshole.
Yeah. It's funny too. When I used to do construction work, I dealt with racists every day. So whenever I called them a bigot, they would get offended. They didn't mind being called, like they didn't mind being called racist, but if you called them a bigot, it's like, whoa, take that back. I don't, I'm not that bad. You are bad, dude. It's like, you called me the C word, and yet you also kind of no. Enough of my darkness into the light.
But this isn't a therapy session. It's a get to know you stream.
Okay, so I will kill you all. I will destroy this world with my bare hands, damn it. Oh, wait, my hands are broken. Never mind. You're safe for the time being, America. Okay. It's a joke. I'm being darkly jokey.
Yes.
Okay, but yeah, no, and from Andres, through Andres, I met a lot of really cool people. Matt Burkett of Monstrosities, and recent people too, like Shay Smithers and Laura Fitkin, and her husband Nick, who's also awesome. But then that's when I met you, and I think you've been a big influence in me doing all these little live streams and comedy nonsense. In fact, you made me more confident in doing stupid comedy bullshit.
I opened Raph's box, and there's no closing it now.
Yeah, we're by the way, ladies and gentlemen, later this month we're doing a ballet based on it's Pandora's box, but it's Brayton as Pandora, and I'll be the box monster. I'll be like one of the Power Ranger monsters with like a singular eyeball, and I'm a big old box. Open me up and check what's inside.
Yeah.
Ooga booga boogie.
One show only.
Off Broadway. Far off.
Yeah, far off under like an overpass off Broadway.
So yeah, no, I not like doing these live streams. It's like just to hang out with friends and talk wonderfully. And sorry, we're not as talkative and as fun loving about the comments as possible, but we are trying to do something a little different for tonight's show. Don't worry, the next episode of Live Stream of Consciousness will just all be the hooks and haws and all that. But you gave me a lot of confidence in like revisiting some of my more comical characters, because let's face, like, I know I get picked on a lot by like my fellow Los Angelinos, aka assholes, morons. I don't like Los Angeles very much. Not a lot of good memories here. But I'm stuck here, so if it sinks, I sink with it. So I'll be like Terry Jones and Eric the Viking.
Eric the Idol.
Eric the Viking, I meant to say. So it's like, oh, nothing bad's happening. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
Wow.
So, oh no. I really think. That's my Terry Jones impression. But yeah, you were a big confidence booster because it's like you looked at some of my like ideas I was ashamed of.
I
like,
was the Dr. Milfy to your Tony Soprano,
Yeah.
and I said, Raph, you can do whatever you want. You can play with those little duckies.
yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
I'm gonna play with the fucking ducks over here.
I'm the fucking Crimson Weirdo. Yeah, you can forgive me, right? I'm dead. I just and then
Woke up this morning, got myself a bribe sandwich.
yeah, because you were the one who, oddly enough, yeah, it's like we'll get into like the classic story. You wanted to do a Mystery Science Theater fan film, which I'm still proud of, you know. And it's like I need a Mad, and well, okay. So, any more questions about me before we go on to you? Because we got to go to the Wayback Machine, and no doubt you'll be a lot quicker about it than I am, unfortunately.
Okay, well, let's talk. Okay, so we've made it through the Raph and Shoma artistic life story.
Yeah, sorry about that, everyone.
So, so let's talk about now.
Okay.
What are your ambitions going forward? Because I know you've shown me all of these, a library full, folders full of characters with rich, deep-founded things, backstories and relationships and connections. You have your own little universe inside your head.
Hence, Boo is waving at the audience. She's a whole story of herself.
I imagine you have, you know, you're in your twilight years, but I imagine you still have, you want to,
I'm sorry.
You have bigger things in mind for your future.
Yes, I do have bigger things in mind in future. It's funny, you mentioned you're in your twilight years, and I can't imagine you dressed up as like Frankie Avalon wandering into a cave and there's a giant Raph and Shoma asleep, you know. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, we gotta wake up Raph. Raph versus the lobster dinner. Okay, so I do have big ambitions because a lot of these characters and stories, I want to turn them into full-blown series. And right now, the two ones that...
And time's running out, Raph.
Yeah.
It's the end times and you're middle-aged, goddammit.
Yeah, the polar ice caps are melting. There's viruses everywhere. Mm-hmm. We're in the hot... Yeah, no, I need to jump on top of that. Even just to get the ideas out there. So I have made a small ripples with Glue, because the Glue characters have been featured in several videos, and of course there was the Glue podcast, which, yeah, you're ambivalent on the Glue podcast, but personally, I'm so happy how that came out, largely because it's just a weird introduction of those characters, and it was a fun audio play to do with you and Win. It's like, unfortunately, I think it's like a lot of film comedies, like it seems fun,
Bone Wizards,
but
and then it just goes on way too long.
Yeah, so it's sort of like Dana Carvey's Masters of Disguise. We had fun filming it, but the audience, on the other hand, I don't know, ladies and hold on.
Boy, it would have been fun there to film it.
Yeah, but no, I do want to do more with the Glue characters because I have at least 4 issues of the Glue comic done. But like I said, I have to go in there, color it, and I also have to clean it up a little bit. I know if I do live tracing, the digital cleaning, it's going to ruin a lot of the smaller, finer details. By the way, audience, if the Glue podcast isn't, I just shared the link for it. If you've never seen it, it's 43 minutes of
skip to the end. You'll be glad you did.
There, it's over, done. But no, Brayton, you were a big help in putting that together, and I still deeply appreciate it, my friend. So I love doing artwork for you in that regard. But no, I definitely want Glue out there. Unfortunately, Glue is a little old hat because comedies...
Well, no, what do you mean old hat, though?
Comedies starring supervillains is kind of becoming a cliche these days, because if you turn on television or comic books, there's Rick and Morty kind of ruined Mad Scientists for a lot of us who want to do Mad Scientist stories.
But I mean, you, Raph, you've been sitting on these for a long time, so it's not like you're just hitching your tail to the wagon or whatever.
Mm-hmm. No, no, no. I need a
jumping on, striking the iron while it's hot. You know, you've been wanting to. This has been in your brain for a while, cooking.
yeah, yeah. No, and I definitely want to get out
It's
there.
burnt.
Yeah, it's burnt. I gotta
Stick a fork in poor Jack Huxon.
Yeah, yeah. No, no, no. I'm gonna do more with the glue characters, even both
Yeah.
through video form and also comic book form. There is a book that I'm working on because like you mentioned, I do have a huge back catalog of written stories, character bios, and illustrations. And I'm not going to go into detail because I have this fear that if I mention what the idea is, I'm just going to kind of jinx it and I'm not going to get to it. But this idea of mine is so relatively brilliant, in my opinion, or at least somewhat undermined cleverness, that I definitely think I'm confident I can get this done before the year is over. And with the help of people like Earth Baragon and Hawanja, aka Mark, not Mark Tucker, other Mark. Hi, my name is Mark. I'm very confident I can get this done before the year is over, and it's gonna be a very fun book for everybody who loves the kind of wacky stories and characters I come up with. There's also Fleabin Sisters, or the Epic Wanderings of Kate and Tabitha, because Fleabin Sisters is a little nasty. It was a kind of a fantasy comic, again very similar to Bone, where it's a mix of adventure but also a day in life, and I'm very proud of how that series came out, even more so than Glue. Glue is just a stupid thing I'll throw out on the vaudeville circuit. Fleabin Sisters is a thing I'm saving for like serious plays or something. But it's a story. It's basic. I'm not going to go into detail, but it's basically a fantasy adventure story told from the point of view of like regular citizens in a fairy tale type mystical world. And I'm really happy with the way the characters are. And in fact, I know you like to make fun of me for all my female characters, but I really do think
Not true.
well, unless it's like Miss Blue.
I criticize a waste of your creative energy.
Yeah, you're right. But yeah, no, I'm really happy with the characters of that, and I have at least 8 issues of that fully finished too. I just got to scan them, color them, work on the lettering a bit because I don't want to complete. Yeah, and hopefully I can get that published. At the very least, I can get like the first couple of issues published in its own little omnibus, or at least do it as a web comic. I think that's the route I'll go. I'll do a page once a week for both Fleabin Sisters and Glue and do it as a web comic. And then when everything's gathered up enough, I'll publish full volumes of it. Even though I could quickly do that with Glue right off the bat because the first 2 issues is its own self-contained story. And you did mention that, you know, if I can get everything colored and done, it might make good. Might make good for a good radio play, like a audio comic to put online too.
But
So-
release the comic first.
Yes, release the comic first.
My just big concern, and it's a serious concern, Raph, just as
Yeah,
a friend. You have all of this stuff, but I just want you to have something to show for all this creative hard work that you've done.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because if something were to happen to you tomorrow, there's all of these ideas that had been rattling around, and you have these volumes upon volumes of ideas,
Yeah.
but you need to share them with people.
Yeah, yeah, and I've known independent creators who I'm happy that with the work I've done, but I do need to get it out there. You're right, because if I die, Brayton, you're gonna have to adopt this poor little alien girl who's on the TV screen right now. No,
Orphanage time for that one.
it's Boo, our sweet little gray alien girl. You know, if not, I'll just give her to Win, and Win can do whatever she wants with the
I'll
character.
have you know, I met Orson Welles once wearing my Angora sweater at a bar, and he told me, "Why waste your life living someone else's dream?" And I took that to mean, screw you, Raph, and Queen Nolina, the oversexed crawfish. If you going out, I'm auctioning them off on eBay. They're getting storage warded, my friend, or whatever the verb of that show would be.
Even Boo, our poor little alien. Look at her. She's not wearing her. She's got her.
Someone could probably do 900 for Boo. Some big spender out there.
That's a whole different story for another day, ladies and gentlemen. Oh God, my experience with reality television. I do not want to talk about that. So.
But for visual interest for the audience, I'll send you something that you can put on screen.
Okay, all right, but
over Facebook.
Yeah, but there's Boo. You're right. I'm looking at Boo right now, just waving hello, wearing her little 51 shirt, And it's like, yeah, I need to give this character a proper home, because some characters I'm just utterly proud of and I'm happy. And the contributions from my friends to help these characters too need to be shared and seen. So, yeah, you're right. There is, in fact, Shay says, I've been trying to think of my own character for the Glue podcast, but it's basically just Marvin the Martian. I can do a good voice impression of him, at least. So, maybe, Shay, I'll ask you about that in the future. So, such hostility, Brayton, says Shay.
Hostility?
Yeah. No, you are a good point. I do need, like, these are fun podcasts, but I do need to take a month and just see how much I can do on my own and get stuff ready together. So, but yeah, by the end of the year, something massive is coming down, but I'm going to keep it a secret because I don't want to jinx it. And I just want...
I'm blowing up the Sears Tower. It's coming down.
I'm taking Richard Starkin out with me. So this is a small podcast. No one's gonna see it. Raph and Shoma in trouble for bomb threats. They were fictional. Damn it! You're ugly and we don't like you. Hence, you're a terrorist. What? Damn you, Los Angeles. Damn you. So, but yeah, you're right, Brayton. I really do need to get on the ball and do stuff with these characters. And yeah, I know in October...
Because there's so many.
Yeah.
There are so many.
Yeah, you're honestly shocked when it's like, you throw something out there and I tell you I have a character similar to that. It's like, I think you got terrified when I told you...
Well, because I know that your path that you want to take creatively isn't just to have a bunch of characters laying around.
Yeah.
I know that you want to do things with the characters, because just having an original character it's a fun thing to just have.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if that's what that's what you're into, but you like writing stuff, and you like storytelling stuff. You just don't like having, wacky drawings laying around. So that's what I think the shame of, not putting things out there in your case is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, definitely. So, and I am generally, like, again, I know the Glue podcast is not perfect, to say the least. So that was your cue to start laughing like crazy and saying, "Oh, it's goddamn crap."
Not perfect. Yeah. Far from it.
Far from it. But I'm proud of it because it's me out there, and I want more of me.
It's something.
Yeah.
And it's you, and yeah, it's all you. Like, again, it's a Raph and Shoma production. I edited an intro and an outro for it. Yeah. But other than that, the people who like it, high, very much and solely and thanks to you, because you wrote it.
Cody Batch says, I knew eventually one of you guys was going to blow something up. So. Oh, God. By the way, Brayton, I saw the Unabombers wanted poster. It's just you with sunglasses doing like, hey, y'all. I blew up stuff.
Hey, y'all. Selfie.
You're delivering the package to an office building.
Yeah.
Manifesto time. Yeah, but no. I definitely want to get something out there. So, and just, yeah, there's a lot of things in my personal life, but I've gotten to such a good point right now where my family is extremely supportive. I'm very lucky to have the family that I have, because most other people, like, I would have been kicked out on the street the minute I turned 17. That's how bad some of the horror stories I've heard from some of my friends and family. So yeah, I've had a very exceptionally good family support, and it's about time I get something out there before too long. So I do have a serious game plan what I want to do with my life outside of artwork, and it's already halfway completed. So
your life?
Yeah, I'm gonna die in a year or two, Brayton. I'm a giant cicada, man. I'm gonna die soon.
Having my head eaten by a praying mantis mate. That's how it's gonna happen.
Zorak finds you attractive. Oh boy. No. Joking aside, no. I mean, like, I do have multiple safety nets secured and ready for my normal life, but as far as my artistic and creative stuff goes, that's something that I need to destroy the floodgates and just let it wash over the world. So
yeah.
And Boo will be there on a surfboard with Jack Hoxton, Crimson Weirdo, and Detective Dodo McCruption. So
surfing the stream.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, let's get rid of Boo here.
Oh yeah, share this image if you'd like.
Okay. Oh, where'd you send it? Facebook.
And that's in the private chat too. There's a link to it.
Okay. Oh yeah. So let me go to StreamYard. But Brayton, let's
Yeah.
check the comments very quickly. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, if you thought this was gonna be wacky kaiju time. No, we're gonna be a little serious here. So, but
Now we're gonna have actual conversations like actual human beings instead of what about the Dongo?
What's that a reference to?
Get a life is my response.
Okay.
But, the Dongo, the stupid ass, the horsey suits.
Oh
Dragon?
yeah, the dragon monster from Ultraman.
That's the only thing I know from Ultraman.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, and Earth Baragon, we're gonna try to bring you later, just to sort of fun stuff. If not, if you end up going to bed, if you're available tomorrow, I'd be happy to do just like a fun talking with.
We'll bring you in once Brayton starts being a boring bastard talking about himself.
No. I know your story's gonna be really awesome, so because and you just tell me the life story of Timothy Dalton. Wait a minute, this sounds familiar.
And then I conquered Greece.
Yeah, I didn't know you killed a cocaine mob kingpin just to avenge your poor friend.
And then I conquered Greece.
Yes. And you battled Simon Pegg in a miniature village. Okay, so Cody Batch says, "Oh God, Raph, you poor guy." Yeah, thank you, Cody. Like the story of those 3 teenagers, I'll get into detail on a live stream on the nightly live stream where it's just me talking. But I should share it in public before somebody James guns me and doesn't know the context. So, all right, guns me down. All right, and then Cody says, "Channel Awesome sounds like a pit of evil," or just not a pit of evil, just mismanagement and not very smart thing. Shay says, "Your Andres impression sounds like George Takei, Raph." Okay. And then Cody says, "Well, okay, apparently Raph is a racist against Canadian." Oh, I read that.
I already read that.
All right, Nate Heaton says, "Bill Worcester, now there's a name I have not heard in quite some time."
Yeah.
I didn't know you were Jedi, Nate. So, okay. Cody Batch says, "Me," makes a joke. Raph and Brayton, "Cody, you're going to learn today." Me, I have no objections. Okay. Can skip some of these. Why are you sorry? I'm enjoying hearing your story, Raph. Thank you, Cody. So, okay, I've been trying to think of my own character from the... Oh, I read that. Okay, Cody, oh yeah, blow up or something. Nate Hayton, haven't listened to Glue yet, but I intend to get around to it. I think you'll enjoy it. If you enjoy the more stupid stuff we do on these live streams, you'll really enjoy the Glue podcast. It's concentrated stupidity, I think is the best way to describe it. All right, Nate Fire, I came back and they're still talking about real things. I'm sorry, Nate Fire. Don't worry, come join us tomorrow. We'll do all the kaiju tokusatsu bullshit. Okay, Raph says, "You're a Warren?" Oh, Warren. Oh yeah, that's a Doctor Who reference. And Earth Baragon says, "I work nights. I stay up all night. I don't sleep until 8 a.m. Oh, cool. Then you're definitely coming on as the guest after Brayton. So, Brayton, let me get rid of little Boo here and just go back to let's pick each other's brains, because this is where we talk about you, my dear friend."
I still think my image needs to be seen.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, let me do that. Like I have an injured hand. That's. So hold on, I'll use my feet. Private chat. God damn it! I hate this. I hate the digital cleanup you do with my face here.
The capitalist contemplator.
Okay, I'll put that. Okay, I'll put that up while you tell your story.
I made you look pretty.
Well, at least it's not like what you do with Dirty McCruption. You give him the giant anime eyes for some weird
Because
reason.
there's nothing. Those are your eyes. What do I have to work with here?
Every picture of you
It's
is
like
just
it's like when you complained about Britain. How come every little Photoshop you do that I'm in, I look like some raving psychopath or something? You can't pick any good pictures of me. Raph, look at the pictures of you.
Oh my god, so...
You stark raving cartoon monster man, you.
Okay, there's... Okay.
Well, this is from your brief reality television career.
Yes. I Okay, for a brief time when I used to hang around at the Comic Bug, which is located at Manhattan Beach, they had a reality television show from the Sci-Fi Channel filmed there.
We've told this story. They know the
Yeah,
legend of the
yeah.
Bender. Long story short, Raph was swindled and used by the Hollywood machine and lied to sweet people.
Yeah, it's like I thought I was acting as a big spender.
You were acting, but it wasn't a two-way street where the other people were in onto it. It was like those hidden camera prank shows, but purported to be real.
Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, and then it's like, oh, you mean you're not going to pay us all this money? It's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, darn it. So, okay, hold on. I'm going to take a little deep breath. The memories.
I got excited talking about me.
Yeah, well, I haven't been talking for 2 hours. I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I do go on. It's like I really...
I was trying to steer you.
Thank you for steering me. I do appreciate that.
Attempting. But I'm a weakling, and it's like trying to steer a runaway
elephant.
cruise ship. Yeah.
A runaway elephant.
Like the plot of Speed 2.
William Dafoe is my id, dressed up as Jack Oxon. So, you're gonna do this, yeah? Science, damn it.
William Dafoe was in the second one, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
That's
in
what you
Speed.
think about. Yeah, like who could out weird Dennis Hopper?
I never saw Speed 2.
Well, then how do you know Willem Dafoe was in that?
Because it was all over the advertisements and the making
okay.
ofs. Yeah. So back when movies used to have making of specials. So
Yeah.
okay. All right. So I'm gonna get rid of Big Spender Raph right now because now
Goodbye, Big Spender.
Yeah. All right, oh god. Oh wait. I don't know if you're still in the chat, Nora, but I'm gonna share this before we get to Andres. A long time ago, she shared.
Before we get to Andres,
I mean, before we get
even
to
in streams that he's not a part of, he's taken center stage.
No. Sorry, I misspoke. I meant to say Brayton.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm sorry, Nora and Nick, if you're not in the chat anymore. But here's a picture of their dog Shiza watching Night Owling. So, and this was a very sweet picture. This is when Nick and Nora just basically became fans of the programming because they're up late too. So. And here's a little picture of their dog watching Night Owling too, so on the big screen. So I don't know if the dog was amazed by my voices or this was when...
just the picture, just the title card, just the Starry Nights.
Exactly.
There's not much to watch.
Yeah, so late at night. And apparently the dog really loves fast food and energy, sparkling drinks down there. So,
wow.
In fact, this is the dog's office from what Nick and Nora has told me. So, while they were playing their Infinite playlist.
Oh.
Okay. So, all right, Brayton. So, when you were a wee man growing up in the relative late 90s, second half of the 90s.
No.
Okay.
I was born March 4th, 1999. I grew up in the early 2000s to mid 2000s. Still growing up. Mm-hmm. I'm 20.
Yeah, it's shocking how young you are because you really do come off as like an old vaudeville comedian.
We'll get into this throughout all of my life,
yeah.
And it's true. I got plagued with the term old soul by every adult I ever met. And like I say, that's just shorthand for boring bastard child. But it's my unique kind of personality that I present myself as a geriatric man when I'm still a thriving youngster with a high libido.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I don't know how to reply to that.
I know, I've driven away more kaiju fans by even just the suggestion of sex.
Yeah. No. You waited long enough, so let's get to your... We don't have to get to your life story, but what was...
I'm not going to talk about my sex, right?
No. We don't have to worry about that.
You.
Okay, so... Oh, God. So, anyways...
There once was a David Bowie.
I was going to do a David Bowie joke, too, so... Yeah.
But that would, to answer your question, that's what my first... I've explained it to you before. That was my first anything kind of, stirrings was like, oh, he's beautiful.
playing with his marble balls while chasing a girl in spandex.
No. I hadn't watched Labyrinth until later, but my first anything to him was hearing his music, and we had a poster, or not even a poster, just like a picture of David Bowie that I would just stand and stare at in awe. And not know what I was feeling, but I knew that it was positive. I was just like in awe, not even in a sexual way, like at first. It was just like I was in awe of him. Like oh my gosh, this is a creature that walks among us.
Yeah, David Bowie was like, I'll just say it. He was a very good-looking gentleman. It's like,
yes,
yeah, it's like even if you're straight, you look at David Bowie. It's like that's a very handsome, gorgeous man. So, yeah,
blessed with good genes.
And amazing acting talent from the homeworld of Zoex 44ers.
Yeah.
So with that says though, what do you think of his acting abilities?
Oh, I thought he was a great actor. I thought he should have acted more.
Yeah.
What was his last acting? I can't remember offhand. Like the last major role, because he appeared on Ricky Gervais's show. He did like voice acting.
I think
the biggest, latest in life role that I can think of offhand is The Prestige, where he played Nikola Tesla.
Oh yeah, he was pretty decent in that. Yeah. Oddly enough, I think sadly his last on-screen role was the Ricky Gervais guest appearance he did,
which was funny.
Yeah,
I was just thinking, I wish he would have and of course he's a mind-blowing. Infinitely influential musician, but he was a great actor, and he picked it. I guess he picked his projects meticulously, and he was great in everything that he picked.
Yeah,
I don't know. I really can't put my finger on what my favorite role of his or my favorite movie with him in it is.
But you're right. He should have done way more because he only starred in 2 movies,
which are both great.
Yeah, The Man Who Fell to Earth and
Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Oh yeah, he was a major part of that. And
Labyrinth.
Yeah, and 3 movies, and thank goodness too, because I like that was a Japanese film, Japanese American co-production, and thank God they actually got some real actors from America into it, because it's not like the 1960s Toho films where they had a steady staple of foreign actors come in and fill in roles. No, it's like by that point you had good job, Mr. Spielberg. That kind of insanity.
Well, no, and that's very common in most, I guess, international, if you want to, whatever the term that people are using these days, not foreign, but international films. Because we'll talk about later when it comes to my film influences and things that I'm really into currently. I watch a lot of movies from South Korea, and yeah, there are really great ones like Joint Security Area is one of my favorite, but it's whenever there's a white person that pops up. It's just like they drag somebody off the streets.
Yeah, and I have to wonder, is it everyone says it's because these foreign directors don't know how an English actor is supposed to be like?
Well, no, but because some of those directors from Korea have branched over into directing, full American, American cast films, or for the most part, full American cast films, like Bong Joon-ho, who did Snowpiercer over here, and he also Okja is kind of a mixed race with Korean and an American cast, but
yeah,
so it's not like a ignorance when it comes to directing people speaking foreign languages. It's just
the availability of actors.
Yeah, I guess the availability of English speaking actors. I don't know.
Yeah, so it is.
And learning their lines phonetically if they're Swedish or something.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that's something we tend to forget. A lot of the American characters who show up in Asian films are not really American.
No,
it's like so many so many Pakistanis in old 60s kaiju films pretending to be big brawny Americans.
Yeah.
So, but with that says, yeah, you like people in the comments are honestly shocked how young you are. Cody Batch says, "Holy shit, Brayton, I thought you were older." Oof.
I don't know how to feel about that, because it's kind of like the thing when where I don't want to lie about my age, and it's because people think I'm a lot older than I am. Should I take that as a compliment? Is it like a sign of maturity, or is it a sign of I'm presenting early onset Alzheimer's?
No, dude. I would No, I'm Alzheimer's, dude. God, that came out dark. I apologize. Anybody in the audience?
No me. I can't remember what I had for breakfast. Well, I can't remember.
You've seen Power Rangers? Anyways.
My diaper is soggy. Okay, you win.
I poured beer into it just to see if it, like the commercial. See how much it holds. Anyways, no. I think it's more...
Oh, that's right. He was, Twin Peaks: The Return.
Yeah.
He was great in the original Twin Peaks.
Oh, yeah.
But that's nice. But he should have done more. Just for my own selfishness, I wish he'd done more.
Yeah, exactly. So, and he died fairly young, wasn't he? He was like only in his 60s.
Yeah, early 60s, late 50s, something like that.
Okay, yeah.
I think liver cancer.
Poor guy. God.
Yeah. A form of cancer.
Yeah, I've had family members who died similar ways. So, life consciousness. Yeah, life stinks. That's too. So, but no. Hold on. Earthbear Gone says you're only an old soul if you play said Pinocchio with them said old folks. Okay.
I gotta read the comment because I don't know what you're talking about, Raph. You're only an old soul if you said Pinnacle with them said old. It's gotta be a reference to something that I'm just not connecting at the moment.
Okay, yeah. And then Cody Vetch says it's hard not to be in awe of David Bowie. Nate says Labyrinth is sadly my own exposure to David Bowie. So not a bad exposure actually. So, and then it's at least now we can truly say Starman is waiting for us in the sky. Oh,
69. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of actors don't make it to 70 these days. Darn it.
Well, he lived the fucking rock and roll lifestyle, Raph. I mean, come on, he had a very long and storied cocaine addiction in this when he was doing his best work as the Thin White Duke.
Yeah, but Keith Richards still with us, and the man's basically transformed to coke and human.
That's just an anomaly of science.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's my horrible Keith Richards impression. So, okay. So, but no, it's, I will take Old Soul as a compliment. Because I've always kind of enjoyed the company of more mature people, and unfortunately, a lot of people of your generation are not the smartest bulbs in the batch. Although I think,
here's why I feel weird about it though: is I have friends who are my age, and they don't make me feel ostracized necessarily. So hearing Old Soul from numerous old person after numerous old person, it just kind of stuck in my craw a little bit. As saying, it kind of puts me on my defenses a little bit.
Yeah. I think if it's from the older generations, it might be a bit of a backhanded compliment. So
I guess I don't know.
Yeah, me who used to be a pharaoh back in ancient times, I see it as a compliment to you, my good friend.
I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you for whoever called me an old soul. I'll take it.
Yeah, at least it was like old, go to bed, old man. Did you ever get that?
Yeah, no one's called me a boomer yet.
Yeah.
In seriousness, no one's called me a boomer.
Right. Okay, Brayton.
Yeah.
Okay, but what were your you did not grow up in the same landscape I did, where television and movies were much more variety filled that they were back in like the early 90s and the late 80s. What kind of environment did you grow up in? What early influences you had?
Well, I guess this is kind of going into my just general oldness in terms of consuming like art and media and stuff like that. When I was little, I did primarily watch things from several generations before my time. Like I really took to movies as a little kid. Probably my favorite childhood films were the more brightly, bright Disney films of years past. I really loved old musicals like Meet Me in St. Louis and Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, and Bedknobs and Broomsticks was probably my favorite thing.
Oh yeah,
just
love
period
that
my favorite thing.
Yeah.
So I watched a lot of old movies like that, and as far as shows like TV shows were concerned, just about a grab bag of everything. I've mentioned many times here my love for HR Puffin stuff. 99.9% of kids who are my age don't know what HR Puffin stuff is, and when I pull it up on my phone to show them, they're filled with questions. So I guess my consumption of media at a young age was just a grab bag of oddities from the olden years. But like in terms of, I always knew I wanted to be, or when I could reach the age of thinking about what I want to be when I grow up, like when they would hand you those like class assignments, or just go around Red Robin and say, you know, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be an astronaut. I want to be a fireman. And then those people, you know, don't go into those fields. They work at like a John Deere or tractor repair here in Iowa.
Ironically, when I was a little kid, I think my first aspiration was to be a paleontologist, and yeah, that
really,
never yeah, because again, I was really big into dinosaurs, and it's like I want to dig out bones, but it's like, but paleontology is still a really cool service, and I respect paleontologists because they are there are some really awesome people out there who really know their science, and but at the same time, it's like there's so much political black red tape to deal with when you're a paleontologist. You just have to look at what happened to Sue the T-Rex and the horror story behind her. She died doing taxes millions of years ago. No. But yeah, that was my aspiration as a little kid. And your aspiration when you wanted to grow up?
I knew that I wanted to like direct movies, like to make movies, which is strange to me because I listen to a lot of long form interviews with directors that I admire and stuff. Like I know he's sort of been exposed as a really creepy crypt keeper weirdo, but Charlie Rose would hold like a lot of great interviews with like Quentin Tarantino, Sidney Lumet, and Paul Thomas Anderson, people like that.
Oh, nice.
Where they would speak about, I mean, you know, Sidney Lumet's obviously a few generations before PTA or Quentin Tarantino, but those two would talk about like not really, but like liking movies, but not knowing that's what they wanted to do until later in life, or like into their 20s, like around my age. I knew from like, I don't know, maybe 10 on, that's what I wanted to do. And a lot of that was that I was kind of the beneficiary of the DVD commentary and behind the scenes bonus features, like Generations. Yeah. So growing up, like watching all the Star Wars movies and stuff, I would, as soon as I would watch the movie, or even sometimes I kind of spoiled myself with some movies because I became so obsessed with special features and peeling back the curtains with stuff. I was always like really fascinated with how the sausage gets made, and I would watch the little featurettes sometimes before even watching the movie.
That's something I often do, especially if the DVD is worth it. And you were lucky. Yeah. I'll just say this quickly. You were lucky to be getting the DVDs when DVDs still had extra features.
Oh yeah, really great extra features.
Yeah,
with covering numerous aspects of the whole production.
Yeah, it's like, what is it, back then when The Phantom Menace came out, you have an hour-long documentary about George Lucas and his doubts.
That's great.
Yeah. But now it's like, The Force Awakens, you get like a 5-minute fluff piece. It's about family.
It's just a bunch of talking heads and like random assorted B-roll with whimsical music of people hugging each other.
Yeah, even bloopers are no longer good DVD features.
No.
Before you would actually get at least 10, 15 minutes. No, it's a 3-minute reel of like, you know, oh, the Marvel actors are dropping stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you were very fortunate back then when media was still worth a damn. Now everything's being so streamlined for money and shallow reasons too. So
yeah, and I was just so obsessed with I guess learning the magic tricks as a little kid, because I know that I really fell in love with movies. That was my main thing that I was obsessed with as a little kid, and even now, obviously. But I never wanted to be like I never wanted to act really all that much. Like I've done a bunch of acting and like, you know, theater and that kind of crap.
Right.
But it's not something I just don't have that interest in honing my acting craft to any degree. I'm much more interested in like the behind the scenes nitty gritty filmmaking aspect of it. And yeah, that's what was great about a lot of the special features that I would watch. And that one in particular, I'm really fond of, the Phantom Menace one, because even though, you know, that movie really went wrong reception wise. It's
It
probably
is
one,
the Glue podcast of science fiction.
yes, I really like the more raw behind the scenes stuff like that. Or if you've ever watched the Hearts of Darkness, which is the great documentary about the making of Apocalypse Now, where it shows all the trials and tribulations that went into Francis Ford Coppola going into this thing completely not knowing what he was getting himself into, and all of the just craziness that happened with having to recast the main guy. I am forgetting the character's name, but Martin Sheen's character. They originally had Harvey Keitel in mind for that, and all the things that went wrong with Marlon Brando. Just everything that could go wrong went wrong in the jungle.
Yeah, like Marlon Brando was a great acting talent in his early years, but yeah, he turned out to be a complete asshole later on. So,
Yeah.
I don't believe in aliens. Can I play it as a bagel in a suitcase?
All right.
All right. Sorry.
But anyway, my point being, I watched a lot of those as a little kid, and so as a little kid, I was kind of formed in my brain. Ooh, I want to do this when I reach the age, and I started kind of doing it even as a little kid, making my own little movies, and even for like when I got into high school and stuff, I was a part of a hoity-toity advanced art program where a lot of the assignments were a little more open to where you could interpret them how you wanted to. And I did a lot of my art assignments through like media and, digital, like Photoshop and editing type of things. And making movies with like my classmates and people from school, just for fun at that point. But later in life, like from a career standpoint of, okay, this is what I want to do. I was getting older and trying to find avenues of how do I make movies? What do I do? So I was contemplating for a little while in high school. My post-high school life would be like an aspiration was going to USC, the University of Southern California School of Cinematic Arts, because it's like the most prestigious film school in the world, or one of the three. There's also NYU in New York, and there's a third one I'm blanking on that people talk up a lot.
Not the Los Angeles Film School of Art or Cal Arts.
It's not that one. There's like three that are specifically talked about for film students. It's USC, NYU, and I don't know. There's a bunch of them, but Full Sail's a really popular one. Anyway, I was thinking about just academia wise, that might be a good place to go to. But when you considered like the price of tuition and moving out to California, and I don't think my grades were good enough to get in. There's like a whole bunch of, and the more I molded over in my brain as a serious career path that I wanted to pursue, it's kind of like I don't want to get my foot into the filmmaking door by fraternizing with a lot of California students or California college kids.
Yeah.
So film school it was something that I was interested in pursuing like post high school, but I kind of talked myself out of it.
It was probably a wise move too. It's like, as long as you have a high school diploma, I think you can basically find your career if you take more intelligent routes after the fact.
Yeah, and I kind of, based on the film classes that I have taken just at college, that's, at the university, it's not specialized on film like those institutions are. It's not... There's not a whole lot that you can take away from film school that you can't take away just because of how accessible everything is now. Like, it was a different story in the 70s when all the, the movie Brat Pack or whatever they were called, of like Coppola, Spielberg, Scorsese, Lucas, when all of them were coming up, where this information wasn't as accessible and you kind of had to know or really be in the circle and learn from people who were on sets every day and everything. All this information is a lot more accessible out there on the internet for learning things that you like, technical stuff when it comes to camera operations and lenses and lighting and all that. And so I kind of got jaded a little bit in my mind from taking a formal education route with filmmaking. And so everything that I've kind of done, I've made a lot of short films on my own that I haven't published publicly to YouTube because not so much out of fear, but just they're not they're not necessarily made with a huge distribution in mind. They're kind of like my film school in that I'm learning how to make movies by making movies. To where like I learn new things. I think it's best to learn by experience because
Yeah.
it's such a hands-on type of thing, and things go wrong inevitably with each project. But you take that with you into the next project, mistakes that were made that you can correct this time around.
So in a sense, those short films, they weren't really meant for public consumption. They were just like test runs or practice
Well, yeah,
runs.
I consider them test runs.
Okay.
And that's not to say that they're horrible pieces of crap and I'm not proud of them and they were terrible. I had really great, just friends and family working with me on them. So, and some of them I was a lone man. I made a short film in quarantine that I might show you eventually because it's more humorous.
Okay.
But that was mainly a solo production.
Yeah.
But I learned by doing that I really like collaborating with people on things because I really get inside my head a little too much as a solo man operating something.
Just look at the Glue podcast. Even though when you and Win helped out with that, you and Win should have helped edit it down too.
Well,
yeah, if you allow Raph by himself, it's nightmarish. I can only imagine. So how self-indulgent. But the majority of the short films you did, though, what kind of genre were they, may I ask? Like comedy or a whole gambit of things?
I don't know. They're just like experimenting like on a whole bunch of things. Like comedy is probably the hardest genre, especially when they're not made for consumption. It's kind of hard to gauge how funny it is. But I don't know. I like more sort of blending of things.
Yeah.
Like a comedy horror stuff, things like that more than I like this is my Western that I film in Iowa. Just believe it.
Hey, there was cowboys in Iowa freezing their asses off and dying of gangrene, but yeah, there were cowboys in Iowa.
Yeah, they're very low budget, sort of minimalistic, not, talking Andy Warhol experimental quality, but again, the short films that I have made for me basically have just been test courses into honing a sort of low budget craft and learning things that I can take into a bigger production, hopefully sooner rather than later. Because, yeah, I'd like to start doing serious work soon.
Yeah,
and it's weird. It's a weird situation that I am kind of in at this point, though, because Iowa's a nice place to live. I have a sort of just trepidation about Hollywood, though, and Los Angeles in general, the state of California in general.
I don't
making a big move out there.
Yeah, I don't blame you because this city has a lot of opportunities, business and work wise. But as far as like it's emotionally, that's a very antagonistically emotional city to be in. Especially if it's like you go to the comic shop, instead of sharing ideas and going creatively, everyone, it's either a pissing contest or everyone's drinking beer to avoid the pissing contest.
And the kissing contest.
Yeah, and the kissing contest. And it's funny too because if you go upstate to California, it's a much nicer atmosphere. Like there was a friend who used to have a really cool house in the KARR region, where every time we went up there to work at his house and or just hang out at his summer home, it was amazing because we'd be waiting in line at like gas stations and people were having, total strangers who were Californians, were having like really nice conversations with each other while they're waiting in line, as opposed to here where today I did some grocery shopping. I went to get burgers for my family. It's like I had to literally have to fucking kick some assholes behind me because we're really up against my hinder. So yeah, California is not really a nice place to be unless you have attitude to deal with it. So I totally relate with you not wanting to come down here. And again, so many people wanting to get into the business. It's like literally, it's like being in a zombie horde desperately trying to reach for the single pair of brains.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. It's I definitely want to hone my craft before I make the big move and be a desperate, poor, starving artist jumping up and down in the background trying to get noticed.
yeah,
Uh,
and thank God that even knowing that everyone has much easier access to exposure, at least it's easier to get exposure too. So you don't have to be in the middle of Los Angeles. You know, I'm an actor and a
well, that's
director.
what I was
Read
getting.
me.
That's what I was getting to. The point about me being in Iowa is that it's a nice place to live, but in terms of resources, you're extremely limited in outreach.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, because Iowa is a very agriculture driven, farmer driven community. Uh, you have to
You
make,
know, Hicks.
yeah, straw wearing, straw chewing folk, overall wearing folk.
the people Boo used to hang around with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Not a lot of I shouldn't say there's not a lot of creative types here, but the creative types that are here you have to look for. Uh but anyway, yeah, I knew from a very young age. I don't know what was your question originally? I kind of spiraled.
Oh, and just the influences you had and how that your earlier works. Because it's cool to hear you did. It's cool that I'm never going to see them, but it's cool that you honed a lot of your skills with these short films in both acting and talent. In fact, me and my brothers, we had like a big old video VHS based camcorder, and we did a lot of short films, and some of them were serious attempts, but most of them were just us dicking around. But it was never like useless dicking around. It was always to hone our comedy skills and nonsense of that.
Yeah, and I guess if I'm going to be completely honest with myself, maybe a part of it is fear of rejection or whatever that would be, because it'd be weird to see if I ever do quote unquote get to a point where I feel personally fulfilled and like I'm making worthwhile art or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a better point to show some of these old things, because some of them are really crude. Because I've been making movies, quote unquote movies, like short home movies, for a long time that I did take pretty seriously, even as a little kid.
Yeah.
Getting my sister to be in things and things like that. So yeah, it's my earliest influences just were movies and the secrets behind making the movies that I really liked a lot.
Yeah. With that says though, again, you grew up in an environment where it was harder to find these older films on television because syndicated packages and the decline of television thanks to reality television was making it more difficult. I was lucky when I grew up. You could just turn on the TV and boom, there was some interesting movie you've never seen before. Today, it's like it feels like they keep showing the same episode of Big Bang Theory over and over again. Did you?
Luckily, we like in our family, we just owned a lot of these old weird movies like on VHS tape that I could watch however many times I want. And like TV wise, like mainstream like on cable, I'd watch a lot of like old classic movies on TCM and whatnot. So I was kind of blessed in that regard, because my parents aren't movie like buffs.
Mm-hmm.
They like movies, honestly, but they're not anywhere near as obsessive with them that I am. But still, they have like they have a wide taste in things,
Mm-hmm.
like a wide cinema palette. So yeah, that's where I don't think if I grew up in a Joe Schmo household that I would be exposed to things like classic musicals as well as classic Bogart movies at a young age.
You were lucky. Now thinking about my mom and dad, they were nerds.
Well, yes, your mom and dad, and mom.
They were. Now thinking about it, they were nerds. Like everything they introduced and watched growing up. Mom was a bigger comic book fan than we were, so I think she was the one who's like, "Look, Superman, buy it." Oh, he's being killed by an evil monster. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's the thing with my parents aren't. My parents are very taciturn, mild-mannered people who are just very supportive as opposed to being like-minded, if that makes sense, or like interested. they're infinitely supportive as opposed to being, as obsessed like as I am.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I force them to watch the new artsy movies that I consume on a daily basis,
Okay.
and they'll watch them with me, and we'll talk. I talk, engage their reactions to new movies that I find that I really like. I show them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it wasn't, and I don't mean it to sound like I'm some like old soul prodigy or whatever, where I found out about everything I love on my own. But it kind of was just like I stumbling into really becoming obsessed with just a wide variety and wide array of movies at a young age,
Mm-hmm.
and wanting to learn how they, came to exist.
Nice. No, it's really cool. It's weird. It's
And there were some giant monsters sprinkled in there at a young age before I reached the age of reason that I liked.
Just a quick, we won't dwell on that, but did you discover those through your parents' library, or was it just television airing? Oh, that's right, like the local horror hosts like Svengoolie and Zombo, right?
Well, I kind of just through, I guess that too, but also, yeah, just kind of what we had laying around, like old dinosaur movies, and I think I saw Gorgo before I saw a Godzilla movie.
Not a bad choice.
No, so, and that was kind of just interesting, brain stimulating as a little kid, seeing all these wild, creative things in movies, and it's just something that I really liked it. I really liked him as a kid. I really liked him up until it's kind of hard to explain, because I know I want to brush it under the rug as quickly and elegantly as possible.
You don't have to mention it either, friend. So.
Well, no, I just want to put it out there for people just to know on future reference. It's not that I don't like the movies. It's just that I don't like the fan base has made me not like these movies.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like I'm a lapsed member of a cult at this point, I feel like, though, sometimes, because it's just not an interest that I have anymore. And that's not a slight on the movies. It's just your tastes are allowed to change as you grow up. I think that's a pretty universal thing.
Yeah. I relate, because for the longest time, Batman used to be my number one favorite superhero. But thanks to the exposure with other fans and how overly exposed the character get, like, I still like Batman, but I also could care less if they end up canceling the next Batman movie and letting it half filmed and bullshit of that nature. So yeah, no, if Plastic Man turns out to be a bigger character than Batman and DC decides to destroy the character for 50 years, it's like I would not be crying.
Yeah.
So. But no. It's good you're honest, because yeah, the fandom has gone out of control lately, and of course, like Monstrosity, Matt Burkett, he had a video recently where he said he wants to get out of the fandom too, because of some of the crap that happened at Anime Matsuri, and I honestly can't blame him either. So, but with that said, though, you were lucky because you did have a wider variety of films to choose from, of older films too, and you were very lucky in that regard.
Especially these days, I kind of have a distaste for people who. It's not, and that sounds harsh. I don't want to be one of the people who just hitch a ride with one franchise. Like, and then it's like a very sports fan minded thing where I only watch this, I only talk about this. This is what I'm obsessed with. Oh yeah. And I have really no other interests in movies or in life, as is the most case. Because yeah, I feel like I'm in a place where I can very openly, and I'm not afraid to. I've lived amongst the kaiju fans for a while, so I'm not speaking of a place out of ignorance. I went to 10 consecutive G-Fests. I know what I'm talking about. These are some freaking weirdos.
Oh god, yeah, I was so close to killing them. Oh wait, no, too much information.
Yeah, it's just that I really don't like I understand that I'm not on the same wavelength, and that's fine, as a lot of, like, I'm a Marvel fan. I love the MCU. Yeah. That's all I'm going to fucking talk about and watch. Yeah, I love kaiju and Japanese tokusatsu stuff. That's all I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, it's like sports fans who are so obsessed with their team, they don't care if it's a fun game to watch or not. If their team loses, they get so pissed off that it just ruins the night. So, which I guess is why we have so many riots after sports games, unfortunately.
Well, especially over in the UK and stuff like
Oh
that.
God, yeah.
They take that like political movements
Yeah,
over there.
here in Los Angeles, like, I'm sorry, Los Angelinos, but they will riot regardless if the Lakers win or lose. It's disgusting. So, yeah,
But anyway, no, I'm much more interested in a wide variety of things because I just think it's important to have a balanced breakfast as opposed to eating freaking Lucky Charms for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which is seems to be a lot. That's most of the movie going audience these days, and
uh-huh.
99% of the kaiju fan base. It's just that's all they talk about, all they consume. And I understand it's a place. It comes primarily from a place of wanting to belong to something like back in the day, Star Trek fans, like Trekkies back in the 80s and 90s, they felt like it was a cool like community that they could be a part of, where everybody could speak like an underground nerd language with each other.
Yeah,
And that was cool for back then, but you kind of have to be a well balanced like person too, I think.
yeah.
uh it's I find people like you more interesting, to where I can talk to you about a wide variety of subjects rather than feeling like you're being alienated somehow if the conversation diverges off the topic of freaking Anguirus.
Well, it's like I like to have some good. I adore this franchise, and it does upset me when somebody just flippantly dismisses it. But at the same time, I do like some general good humor with it, and to kind of joke around about it, but like have fun with it as opposed to keep it so serious. And it's funny you should mention the Star Trek comparison, because Gabe I was hanging out with us today. It was my first true house guest in so long. And we were talking about, while we were having burgers together, we were talking about Star Trek and how he tried getting into it. There was a brief time where Gabe almost became a Trekkie, but then it's like, yeah, not bad. It was like Deep Space Nine was at its heyday, and we were both watching it almost religiously for a while.
Yeah.
But no,
I binged TNG last year all the way through too for the first time. So I wouldn't consider myself a Trekkie, like just on a pure knowledge basis of it, but I do like it a lot.
Yeah, no, I started binge watching Next Generation earlier this month myself. I did the wise decision, however, and skipped the first 2 seasons. So I'm having a hell of a time with season 3, and I'm going on to 4 next. So.
Yeah, I did that at the start, and then I circled back, and it gives you a bigger appreciation if you go through all of it before just going in cold to episode 1.
Yeah. So, yeah, jellyfish, Q, what's going on? Anyways, Farpoint, what the fuck? Anyways, but yeah, no, Gabe brought up a really good point that, yeah, he tried getting into Star Trek, but then people just take it way too damn seriously. It's like, guys, it can be a very well-written franchise, but don't treat it like a religion. You'll be thrown into a volcano in the year 2028. So get Futurama reference. So, and
but those are just kind of I'm more interested in associating with movie people as opposed to fan base people. Like, it's one thing to say you like Star Trek or Star Wars or Marvel movies or whatever, but when you say that you're a fan, like when you hitch your ride to the fandom type of thing, you're really throwing in you're pretty much throwing in with a crowd that's almost inescapable, like impossible to escape from. Where I like people who like a wide variety of things, and I can talk to them about different things, and we have different interests. And with movies, those are like the directors that I like the most, like Billy Wilder, who can do really dark, hard-boiled noir like Double Indemnity, and then turn around and do something wonderful like The Apartment. People like I mentioned earlier, Sidney Lumet too, who you'd never think that the guy who directed Serpico and Dog Day Afternoon did The Wiz. It's wild.
oh god, The Wiz, like, great music, but I did not like.
Well, and he copped to it. He made some bad decisions in his life.
Yeah, you think that movie would work better had they stuck to a period piece and made it more lighthearted instead of trying to do this weird urban nightmare nonsense?
Well, the weird urban nightmare worked for Return to Oz. Well, at least it was a nightmare.
Yeah, but no, it seemed to, like, oh, we got black actors, so we got to put it in Harlem. No, the point of The Wiz was it's an all-black retelling of the original Wizard of Oz, and it's magical in its own right.
Yeah.
It's the equivalent. It's like, kids won't understand Shakespeare. Make it about rap. It's like no, white, no.
But
Sidney Lumet.
my point being, those
No.
are the directors, those are the personalities, and those are the people that I'm most fascinated in, is people with a wide, like, many faceted interests and things. And so yeah, what do you want to talk about next?
Well, oh god,
My teenage years.
yeah. Well,
My Degrassi high school days.
yeah. Well, okay. With that says, do you think these older films were a big influence on your comedic tastes? Because you are a very good comedian in that regard, or at least really good in that kind of charm.
I'm silly. I'm not a comedian. I have silly tendencies. I've never done stand up.
Yeah. But with that says, how much of an influence? Well, that's like you prefer a wide palette of different genres, so it's just we can't.
I like a wide palette of different genres and movies from different times. I will, again, I'm not helping my case in the old soul department maybe, but I do, and it's not. This isn't it's coming from a place of like elitist snobbery or whatever. It's just I connect more to movies, like older movies, than I do more current, like modern movies, just in the way like filmmaking has changed. I like things to be a little more slower paced and character driven.
Yeah. Again, now that you mention it, I've fallen in love with North by Northwest, and I think that movie.
Well, that's a fast paced. That's a slow, fast paced movie.
Yeah. No, it's like characters have wonderful conversations. There's moments of comedy and suspense, and it's more adventure than action because there's really no action going on, but it is sort of.
It's a great chase movie and espionage movie. Did you ever see 39 Steps, which is a sort of quasi? It's not really a remake. I see people saying that North by Northwest is a remake of the 39 Steps all the time, but it has very similar elements with a wrong man being pursued by the police, and there's corruption aspect to it and a love interest. And
no, I've never seen that. What year was that, from the 40s or 30s?
Oh, 39, or I think it was, oddly enough, 39, maybe late, somewhere in the late 30s. It was his before he came to America phase. Hitchcock, his sound, around the time of like The Lady Vanishes and stuff. One of his earliest classics. Hitchcock is another, like, he's a guy who did a very, he was sort of in the, not pigeonholed, but he had a firm grip on the suspense thriller genre. But none of his movies are exactly the same. They're varied.
Yeah. Do you think that's because of Hitchcock himself and the writers he worked with, or because, like, was it my dad and we often watch Turner Classic Movies because it's the only cable channel we can stand without going mad every time a commercial break shows up every 2 seconds.
Yeah. I do really miss Robert Osborne though.
Yeah. It's like the new guys they can't hold a candle to Robert Osborne. But no, the thing about like watching a lot of these older movies, they really aren't pigeonholed to one genre or another. Yeah, there might be one main genre they follow, but you still have a wide variety of different things and mixed a lot better, as opposed to today where it's like back then in North by Northwest, when you have comedy, it feels natural because it's coming from the characters and situation. Whereas today, a lot of Marvel shows, it's like something serious and terrible just happened, but then a character makes a completely out of nowhere joke, like this live stream and me. So
with a lot of older directors.
I'm sorry, your home planet just exploded, but you can glue it back together.
Yeah. Well, with a lot of older directors too of those times, compared to people working now, they made a lot more movies, like on a very consistent and quickly and on a very consistent basis. Like Hitchcock himself made over 50 movies.
Wow.
And they have like similar themes, which, he has his style, obviously, where you can tell that it's him who made it right off the bat. But they're like, each one's a unique experience, I feel. So we're like, if you wanted to binge go through a Hitchcock binge, you could do it.
Yeah.
And not feel like bored or like he's treading the same ground.
No, yeah.
But with like, that's where my interest sort of drifted more towards older things, like, and older comedies. I was a big fan of the Abbott and Costello were my favorite as a little kid,
Mm-hmm.
and Groucho and the Marx Brothers like probably second after that.
Yeah. Would this
Um,
also include like a lot of Jack Lemmon's work and Mel Brooks?
well, yeah, like I mentioned, Jack Lemmon's probably my favorite comic actor ever, and Mel
Mm-hmm.
Brooks is wonderful. Everybody's can pretty much agree on that. But
Yeah.
I shouldn't say though that I like modern movies too. There's still great movies being put out, but comedy is where it sort of falters. At least what I've seen. I haven't been in love
Mm-hmm.
with many recent comedy from recent years.
Yeah. Maybe with a good exception of a movie we both equally love, Knives Out. So.
Oh, well, that's different. Like
Yeah.
Knives, and Ryan Johnson has done a whole variety of things, going back to being multifaceted.
Mm-hmm.
But Knives Out is sort of multi-layered, where it isn't just a straight comedy. I'm talking more of, I feel like straight comedies, there's a lot more misses than hits these days.
Yeah.
Or at least, and it's subjective. I realize that. It's just I'm on a different. I don't connect to it. I don't find it as funny. Movies like Game Night, which you introduced me to, are interesting ensemble pieces that I think are really well handled.
Mm-hmm.
But the majority of stuff that has just entered the mainstream pop culture zeitgeist, like the Hangover movies, and they're just not for me.
Yeah. They're also strangely way too cruel and crude. Like I don't mind the crudeness, but the cruelty in a lot of these modern comedies really kind of puts me off. So it's like I've rarely seen a comedy where an animal suffers horrific death or horrific injury and it's considered funny to people who think animals dying is funny. It's not. It's it's the equivalent of dead baby jokes. There's something inherently messed up with you, regardless if you're a good person or not, to think that's funny. It's one of the reasons I can't get into like Rick and Morty. It's way too nihilistic and cruel for my tastes. That I probably suffer from depression. Who needs to be watching a TV series where every episode ends with an innocent world dying? You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm gonna blow up that building. Damn the proletariat capitalist scum.
And I like a lot of older TV shows too.
Mm-hmm.
Like my favorite TV shows are pre 90s shows.
Mm-hmm.
Like the original Twilight Zone, and I love I love Taxi and the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Oh god, those shows were so good. Now talk about an ensemble cast where everybody got a time to shine. Those were really good, and really good selection of actors too. Like you almost don't see it these days. Like we're getting out of that trend, but for the longest time you had movies where the lead actor or lead actress is boring as all hell, and all the side characters and character actors were way more interesting. We're starting to get out of that, thankfully, but my God, the God, who produced Taxi and Mary Tyler Moore? Brooks?
Oh, James L. Brooks.
Yeah, no, he was really good.
Also a great director too.
Yeah, what movies did he do? I didn't even know he did stuff outside TV.
Oh, you never saw like Terms of Endearment?
No.
Hold on, I'm looking up his full filmography.
We'll do a live watch of Terms of Endearment. That will come off fun.
Okay. Yeah, Terms of Endearment is great. Jack Nicholson, Shirley MacLaine.
Okay.
James L. Brooks. I'm trying to just give you a overview of his movies. Obviously, the youngsters these days probably know him as I think he was executive producer, right, on The Simpsons?
Yes.
Yeah, but he did, As Good as It Gets, Terms of Endearment, Broadcast News. I think like his last movie that he produced was kind of a flop, and after that he sort of hung his hat up in the movie department. But yeah, he's a great, producer / director / writer whose name being stamped on something probably means quality.
Yeah.
But I'm also a fan of a lot of old cornball sort of sitcoms and stuff from those days too. Like I mentioned, we've talked about Alf and things like that. And
you honestly do like Alf. It's not just a recurring
I
gag.
know. I'm not being, I don't have a sense of irony about it. I do love Alf. like Alf, and
It's so
I have a fondness for the old sitcom, the black and white sitcoms of the past, like the Dick Van Dyke Show
Oh.
and Andy Griffith Show and things of that nature.
Oh yeah, Dick Van Dyke Show is like like sitcom champagne. It's just mwah.
Yeah.
It's like, and there's another one with a great ensemble cast. It's not
Mary
just
Tyler Moore again.
yeah, exactly. Oh, I think Princess Dragon Mom was my sexual awakening, but I think Mary Tyler Moore in those slacks was our first childhood crush around here at the Gonzalez
Yeah,
household.
it's just a wonderful, smart, funny, lovely woman.
Oh, Bob! I'm sorry, Mary. Oh my God, yeah. Oh, Dick Van Dyke, don't die anytime soon. We love you too much, dude. So
He's immortal.
yeah, well,
He was busting a move in Mary Poppins Returns.
I know. If he does die, he'll rock it. He'll travel alongside David Bowie through the universe, giving music to the aliens.
Dick Van Dyke, don't Dick Van Dyke.
Yeah.
But yeah, modern TV shows. I there's not a whole lot that there are certain like series like Barry. I really love the HBO series.
Oh
Barry.
yeah,
It's something special. Breaking Bad was something special. Better Call Saul, but on the whole, just a lot of post 2000 shows are a little too formulaic and just not for me.
yeah,
And it's again maybe not necessarily a criticism, but I just don't connect with them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the reason I brought up the comedy, though, now that I can think of my thoughts better now, it's you come off like had you lived during the 60s, I think you would have been a good comedy star. It's like maybe not like a big movie star or anything, but you'd be very much like Ernie Kovacs or
I'd love to be your gangly character actor of the week.
yeah, or it's like, oh God, Hans Conried, like very much somebody in that same circle. So
Yes, thank you. Let's talk, Raph, about the unappreciated role of the villain.
yes, damn Hans Conried. We gotta do a whole night where we just talk about Hans Conried or do a live watch. We should do a live watch of the 10,000 Fingers of Dr. T. Williger and discuss how wrong it went.
Okay.
Okay.
For all the 3 people out there who have a copy.
Yeah. I'll post something online. So let's read the comments very quickly before we continue. Hold on. Going up. Okay, here we go. Okay, Cody Batch says, "Yo, Brayton, I get that. It makes total sense." And then Nate Heaton, he mentions, "I know how you feel, man. I still watch the kaiju movies, but I avoid the forums and the fan base like the hate plague." Oh, God, tell me about it. Cody Batch says, "Weirdos, the kaiju fandom. Surely you jest." All right, Shay says, "Even though I've got Gojira on my name as a new upcoming YouTube channel, I don't plan on taking Godzilla about it on it for a while." That's a good point. And then he says, "For the current fandom reason," I agree. Cody Batch says, "TNG is my favorite of the Star Trek shows." Yeah, it's pretty good. I kind of have a soft spot for Voyager, though. But yeah, TNG is really impressing me so far. And I've yet to see Deep Space Nine, which everyone says is like...
I thought you guys... Oh, your brother liked Deep Space Nine.
No, my brother... Krista and Miguel... My brother Miguel and Krista... Gaby was getting into Deep Space Nine. That was like in the in the 90s before we started hanging out at a comic shop, and I was like, ugh, forget this crap. Okay, so yeah.
Before you started hanging out at the comic book shop and your life spiraled into hell.
Yes, exactly. So Nate Heaton says, whenever a franchise becomes popular, the fan base starts to get bigger, which, using the kaiju fandom as an example, can be a bad thing. And then he follows up by, "Love Return of Oz for how insane it is." Yeah, I was surprised how much you enjoyed it when I showed it to you. I thought it was going to be another dud like when we watched Tron together. So...
Well, Tron is a dud.
Yeah.
Tron is something I could see one scene from and then be like, okay, I get it, seen enough. Because the gimmick really overstays its welcome for me.
You know, it's funny. Some movies you love for the nostalgic reasons, and other movies you love for nostalgia, but you revisit, you either realize it's crap or it was generally good in its own right. Tron, I
Well,
think.
my brother-in-law took me to see Tron Legacy. I saw Tron Legacy before I saw Tron, and I liked Tron Legacy a lot, having
I hate
no knowledge of it.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I've come to love Tron Legacy more so than the original Tron. So,
Yeah.
it was a much more solid movie. I just wish there was a way to combine the two to make a better movie. or would we get a movie with all the flaws and none of the good stuff?
I don't know.
All right, you enjoyed the
Twice as much Jeff Bridges though in
Yeah,
Tron Legacy.
exactly. Or 3 times, don't forget.
Yeah, in that case.
Yeah, 4 times actually, now thinking about it. There's so much Jeff Bridges. Okay, so
And Peters,
yeah. That's right. You fell in love with
who we found out was a male model after seeing the movie.
Yeah, you instantly fell in love with such a minor character in there. That's okay. I know how you feel, dude.
He's cute. I'm not
Yeah,
lying.
yeah. And you felt so bad for him. It's like,
Yeah, being someone like that and just being undermined by your asshole boss.
welcome, sir. Enough, Peters. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Cody Batch says, I actually saw a live stage performance of The Wiz as a kid. Had a bit of a crush on Dorothy. Don't judge me. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
All right. Glenda the Good Witch over here. Anyways, Cody Batch, seriously though, I enjoyed the performance. It was kind of blew my mind, honestly, when I saw it. I would have loved to have seen like an honest to goodness Broadway rendition of The Wiz, especially when it came out. Then Shay says, I think I've said it before. I feel Brayton and Raph have similar dynamic as Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau. Which one is which?
I think it's right. Well, I think I'm Jack Lemmon in this scenario.
Oh,
You'd be
shut your mouth up, you
Big
dumb
grumpy
idiot.
Walter Matthau.
I saw her first. Now I gotta, excuse me, Brayden, I gotta teach a Little League team how to be assholes.
And then that makes you and Andres Walter Matthau and Peter Falk.
He is like Columbo, isn't he?
I guess. I don't know.
One more question. All right. Nate then says, I can't think of a modern day comedy off the top of the head that I enjoyed. Agreed. Cody Batch says, Taxi, Andy Griffith Show, Abbott and Costello, The Marx Brothers. Brayton, you're beautiful. Let's play.
Wow.
Yeah, let's play your theme song again.
Wonderful.
Paint of view, you freakish creature.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, fuck them birds.
Fuck them birds.
And then finally, Shay says again, Brayton, you had me have seen the original Tron at a young, impressionable age to appreciate it.
That's the sense I get, and that's cool.
Yeah.
But I'm sure I would have been more impressed with it, but I really wasn't.
Yeah.
But no, the Tron Legacy though, and he was surprised. But yeah, I thought that was really cool. You know, just going into that blind, not having any prior knowledge. Which, in retrospect, I don't know. It was just kind of accessible. I think it's an accessible sequel, kind of in the way that I took my mom on her birthday to see Blade Runner 2049.
Oh, neat.
And she'd never seen Blade Runner, so she was
Okay.
probably really. I assume that she would have been really confused. And she's not a high science fiction person at all. She likes, the crime stuff and the documentary stuff. When it comes to movie tastes.
Okay.
So Blade Runner isn't really up her alley. I wouldn't assume that would be up her alley. I just wanted to take her to see a movie on her birthday, and we saw that, and she actually really got into it. So it's weird. Some of the highest sci-fi concept movies out there have really accessible sequels in those two cases.
Yeah. I think it does work out. If you're going to be making a delayed sequel like that, try to keep it as its own self-contained story.
Because it's not really a reboot, because it doesn't rehash anything from the first movie. But it's sort of an acceptable beast in its own right.
Yeah, exactly. And the worst thing a sequel can do is be boring and be just a carbon copy of what came before it. That's one. It's like, yeah, I appreciate some of the more wilder elements in Men in Black 2, but the fact that you have to reset everything to 0.0 just to get a familiarity with the audience really pisses me off. That's one of the problems I had with Ghostbusters too. It's like you end on such a high note, but instead of extrapolating from where you left the story, it's just all of a sudden everyone forgot that there were ghosts, and the Ghostbusters have to start from scratch. So, but Now, the reason I brought up the comedy, and we won't dwell too much on this because we've talked about the show numerous times in the past, but how much of an influence was like Mystery Science Theater on your deal, Mr. Brayton?
On my deal?
Yeah. What's your deal?
Well, really big, obviously.
Okay.
That's something I didn't watch as a little kid, and another thing where my parents had no interest or prior knowledge in Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Mm-hmm.
It's another thing that I discovered on my own in middle school, and yeah, I was really smitten with because in my movie adventures and movie going as a little kid, I would watch a lot of this crap, for lack of a better term, on the horror host shows like Zombo and Svengoolie. And I didn't want to say that I was a huge admirer of them. I was just sort of, it was like a weird, fascinating. They were really fascinating to me as a little kid because
they do have, for lack of a better term, they are romantic in the sense that looks fun. I want to do that. You know,
yeah,
it's like,
and some of them are really childlike.
Yeah.
And I could tell that they weren't like all the other movies that I really loved. Like they weren't the Maltese Falcon. Okay, Teenagers from Outer Space isn't the Maltese Falcon, but
you take that back.
sorry.
I've come to love Teenagers from Outer Space is a movie I don't want to call a guilty pleasure because I generally do enjoy it, and we did a commentary for it that we're not going to share publicly, but
yeah.
it was just it's like, wow, this movie is shockingly good for being horrible.
It's adorable. It's,
okay, that's a better way to put it.
Yeah, and as a little kid, I could distinguish, good movies from bad movies. So it's not that I was just in love with everything on the same level, but I was in love with the apparent, gosh darn it, they tried nature of a lot of it as a little kid, because it's like, yeah, I'd make little home movies in my backyard that look just as good as that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're on the same level. And I think maybe I had watched, because I was also a really big fan of the Universal monster movies and stuff.
Oh
and
yeah.
Boris Karloff and Lugosi and all that as a little kid. And I think I had seen Ed Wood before I had seen Mystery Science Theater 3000, so that was kind of like my gateway into the nitty-gritty of bad movie making.
Now, Ed Wood, the films themselves, or the Ed Wood Tim Burton movie?
Yeah, the Ed Wood, the film made by Tim Burton.
Okay.
Yeah, I learned to love the actual hard work that went into the bad movies, and then learning to love the snark that could be thrown at the bad movies with Mystery Science Theater 3000. Yeah, I was really inspired by sort of the DIY nature of that show too, just on a artistic level. And comedy wise, what really struck me about that show, especially in the earlier years of the show, as opposed to modern internet stuff that seems to be that says that they're inspired by it, is that it was a lot more good natured. It wasn't an overt sort of dismissal of anything that wasn't really inspired by sort of the that wasn't of a certain budgetary quality, where nowadays, people like the Nostalgia Critic and oh god, what's another horrible excuse for a channel? CinemaSins, something like CinemaSins, where it seems like the full nature of the show is to demean movies and put themselves on a pedestal.
Exactly. And it's like I can forgive a little bit. I can forgive Channel Awesome a little bit, because in the last 2 years, they've tried to do more positive videos talking about, recommending things. But yeah,
but I think it's kind of a little too late too little too late for them.
Yeah,
they kind of built their whole career out of putting people's hard work down.
Yeah, and it sucks too, because the magical thing about Mystery Science Theater is when it was on its A game, it was laughing alongside the movie. Like, that's why I enjoy episodes like The Magic Sword or Teenagers from Outer Space or even Time Chasers. Like, the movies themselves are decent in their own right. They're not works of art, but they're decent enough that the riffing feels like a compliment to them.
Well, the perfect comparison to MST when it's at its best is something that Frank Conniff brings up a lot when describing it. The relationship between the riffing and the movie should be more along the lines of Groucho Marx's relationship to Margaret Dumont, to where
that's wonderful.
it's interplay. It's a working relationship, not just a haha look at how stupid this fucking thing is.
And that's funny you should mention it, because there are moments where the Mystery Science Theater crew are generally impressed with the movie, and it's the equivalent of Groucho Marx saying, "But enough about that. Have I ever told you I love you?"
Yeah. So I like gentle humor like that.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of just mean-spirited put down comedy. I've never ever liked South Park because I think there's just so much. There's an acceptable degree of the excuse being that, oh, they make fun of everyone. How about you learn how to be funny and not, put down people in lower places too? That's. How about you make fun of people or stick it to the man rather than sticking it, punching down.
Yeah, exactly.
And so yeah, I'm not a big proponent or fan of just flat out put down humor like that.
Yeah, and especially when it's delivered poorly too, which is a lot of online comedy too. It's like it's like as bad as like Channel Awesome can get, like Cinnamon Sins. No relation to the cinnamon snuff. I like cinnamon. What the fuck?
I like cinnamon. What do you want from me? The fuck?
Yeah, Cinema Sins.
Yeah.
It really
Cinema Wins is great. If anybody in the audience hasn't looked up Cinema Wins, it's very positive. Because that seems to be the trend, and some people do it really well, but it seems like the only thing that's going to get any views online is negativity towards movies, as opposed to actually having something positive to say. Like video essays are one thing to where you can gush over movies, but just like what really pulls in the views seems to be negativity. And I get that it's been like that way through history with the newspaper days and headlines being negative.
Like during the early days of opera and musical stage theater, being a critic was considered a form of art in its own right, because you have to be clever in your critiques. Unfortunately, that also created a bad habit of, it's like, if I'm going to bash this thing down, I'm going to bash this thing down.
Yeah.
So, but with that said, though, what's even worse, as bad as the negativity is, it's when it's lazy negativity. Like as I know you've fallen out of love with Red Letter Media, but it's like when they kind of put down a movie, at least they're still somewhat funny and creative about it. Whereas there are some channels where it's like, Cinema Sins, like they will attack everything and everything online. Like, it's like, why is the sky blue? Ding. Why are there clouds in the sky? Ding. Those clouds don't look like it's like being with a really negative boss who's pissed off because there are clouds in the sky. And I've been there. But
Red Letter Media, they do what they do really well, and at least they do talk about a movie in length and at least explain their feelings and why they feel a certain way about something. It's just, for me, the snark and the flippancy can get a little old after a while. To where it's kind of like a too cool for school attitude that they can sort of present sometimes. But
and ironically, I think they're at their best when they're actually generally I love their reviews where they actually honestly talk about stuff they like or love. It's like there's something magical about Mike. I'm going to say his last name.
Klasa. I'll say it for you.
Yeah, thank you. Mike,
yes.
Yes, Mike.
I'm sorry. We work as a team.
Yeah, okay. There's something magical about Mike
Klasa
talking about Willy Wonka and generally being in love with the movie, because that is amazingly enough his all-time favorite movie. It's like, really
one of mine too.
No, it still holds up amazingly well. It's a shame about that damn remake. So
I saw that. I saw that in theaters as a little kid. When was that? 2006, 2007,
Yeah, it feels like a 2007 movie. So
2007. So yeah, I would have been 8. I saw that and I was appalled, just filled with sadness.
were you the little kid famously filmed trying to rip the theater apart with your bare hands?
And my teeth just gnawing into the seats.
Yeah, exactly. It's like young Frankenstein. It's like, just like,
Yep.
half-heartedly throwing stuff at the audience. But yeah. But yeah, it is sad that negative, like, again, I can't get into most modern comedy because it's way too cruel and crude. I think cruel and negative is probably a better way to describe it, because there's always been crude comedy. But it's like, sure, not all of them have like endless poop jokes in them, but at the same time, it gets a little bad when that poop joke is at the expense of an innocent character. That's why I can't stand most modern cartoons. There's way too many of the constantly put upon character who suffers horrifically, especially when the character doesn't really deserve to suffer horrifically. Unfortunately, when you try to discuss characters like that, they're best known amongst younger fans as the butt monkey or the butt of every horrible joke. So I don't know. It's just.
But again, that's not to say that there aren't good apples in the bunch, and there are a lot of contemporary movies that I do like, and I am looking forward to. And a couple of years ago, I think 2019 was a fantastic year for movies. Unfortunately, stuff like Joker also came out, which I hate, and the world, whether you hated it or love it, that's all they could talk about for the entire year.
Yeah. I've yet to watch that movie, and I'm not really excited because it just feels like a poor man's Martin Scorsese fan fiction.
Well, no, that's what was funny. That's what was so amusing to me is that Martin Scorsese in an interview said, "Yeah, you know what? I'm not really into Marvel movies." And then all these horrible neckbeard monsters came out of the woodwork to bash this poor 80-year-old genius. But the funny thing is, those people who were bashing him, "Oh, I love Joker. I fucking love Joker, man."
Yeah, and meanwhile, on the opposite end, you have like Bill Maher, who desperately needs to be hit by a truck sometime in the near future.
Well, I mean, he's been
Bill Maher
needing to be hit by a truck for many years.
Yeah, his face is very punchable, and nobody's punched it yet. Amazing. But no, Bill Maher, it's like he said like way worse things about the comic book industry in whole. The equivalent of somebody who says art doesn't matter, even knowing that he or she hypocritically probably has a music collection.
Well, the attacks on
barely got any flack for what he said by the comic book community.
No, and the attacks on Scorsese were so funny because it's kind of like the equivalent of Jesus coming back and saying, "Hey, you know what? I'm not a huge fan of the 700 Club," and then every single viewer of the 700 Club like chasing him away with pitchforks or something.
Yeah, which would probably happen.
It was the pure the pure painting the pure picture of why I hate fan bases, in that they can like attack someone that viciously, even though they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And yeah, everybody was obsessed with Joker. It's terrible. Don't watch Joker. If you haven't seen The King of Comedy, watch The King of Comedy and thank me in the morning.
King of Comedy is a great movie. If you're going to do a dark comedy, do it like that because it's a fun dark comedy. It's like it's funny too because like the lead character, there's something wrong with him, but you still feel sorry for the poor lug. And with that, although with that says the ending, it's kind of is it intentionally sinister or is this kind of just an ironic way to end it?
It is a cynical movie.
Yeah, but he
kind of
gets
in that network vein. It's there's a lot more to discuss and dissect talking about movies like The King of Comedy and Taxi Driver rather than mulling over Joker, which it's literally just it's reheated like kids cuisine. You're missing out, folks.
Now thinking about it, Joker is like this. What Joker did to King of Comedy is what the current CBS All Access did to Star Trek.
Kinda.
They took something wonderful and made it way too dark and edgy for its own damn good. So
and slapped a supervillain on it, so people who don't watch actual movies would go and see it because it had a supervillain superhero name on it.
Yeah.
And then they felt like they were sophisticated society criticizers leaving the theater. I saw a real movie that speaks to the real problems of America and people in lower economic status and people, big brain dorks could feel like they had a movie to talk about.
Yeah, that's another thing I can't stand about modern Hollywood. Like, if you're going to do social commentary as satire, do social commentary and satire. Just don't hit bullet points because they're popular in the news and they scare you at the moment. That's
and face it, like that's really the only reason anyone went and saw Joker. Like all these people who think it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, if it wasn't called Joker, they would have never seen it.
Yeah, absolutely. But Brayton, we live in a society.
We do, a society full of morons who like Joker.
Right. A quick question from my friend Gail Lewis. By the way, Gail Lewis is a really awesome friend. Before the pandemic, she used to come down on road trips, and she would come and visit me for multiple days. But wonderful friend Gail. It's like, if you ever get the chance again, let me know. We'll go to San Francisco and listen to. We went to a live concert and bought burritos at a great burrito place too.
Well, if you're going to San Francisco, make sure to wear flowers in your hair, Ralph.
Oh yeah. I did. So, but
if you're going to San Francisco, that's a song from my youth, back in my hippie days.
Okay. But she asked us quickly, did you see/enjoy The Disaster Artist?
Is it kind of sketchy to answer a James Franco question?
We're talking about the movie itself. We don't have to worry about James Franco. So it's like
he's the star of the movie.
I know, but we can still separate the story from them. If you feel uncomfortable, we won't do it because
okay. I didn't really like The Disaster Artist all that much because I feel like it hindered it was hindered and it relied too much on the Room being the popular internet worst movie or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That it was more like an inside joke for people who ironic watch The Room rather than a sweeping movie like Ed Wood, like a lovable Band of Misfits movie like that.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I didn't really care for it all that much.
Yeah. I didn't mind The Disaster Artist that much. I did enjoy it quite a bit, but then again, I'm a little biased because some Adam and another group of some of his friends were very sweet to take me out and go see it like the week of my birthday. They paid for it and everything. It was a really fun late night watch.
Unfortunately, Tommy was so descended from the rafters of the theater, swinging down like a William Castle skeleton, and messed up my hair.
Hey, Mark, and pushed me into a vat of acid.
It was very scary, right?
Ooh, there was already a pit of acid, but he recreated one in the next room. So with that says though, My Name is Dolomite, the movie on Netflix. I think,
that's wonderful.
Yeah.
That came out in the magical far gone year of 2019, full of wonderful stuff.
Yeah. No, Gail, if you've never seen Dolomite, it's right up there with Tim Burton's Ed Wood, and
the perfect companion piece.
Yeah, exactly, and it's from the same writers too. I think the same producers. Yeah, but it's joyous. It's a joyous take on the Ed Wood story, so to speak. So,
with a happy ending. With a happy ending and no postcard that says he died of alcoholism and no money having.
Yeah, poor. Oh my god.
And all these band of nitwits you grew to love, they also died. Penniless. This vampira who's sort of mysterious and gothy and wonderful. She tried to sue Elvira and failed, and then she died.
Right, yeah. And meanwhile, all these quote unquote villains of the piece went on to have successful careers.
I love Ed Wood, but and it has a wonderful ending with them riding off in this fictionalized Hollywood ending. Mm-hmm. But just the postcard, titles. That tell you, they all amounted to nothing is really sad.
Yeah. But with that said, though, it's funny how a lot of artists, and you're right, this is something that kind of goes back to me, unfortunately, I need to print this stuff out and get it out there at least. Because, if something happens to me tomorrow, what's going to happen to all the characters I haven't shared yet? It's like,
What's going to happen to them? Like a fart in the wind.
Right. You can take Jack Hawks and do the live action movie you've always wanted to do. You can.
I would just rather take Dirty McCruption, to be honest, if I had to have one.
Okay, go. Dirty McCruption is yours if anything happens.
He seems like he steps out of like a Wes Anderson movie. He's like made for the silver screen, Raph. Your potential here is enormous.
I still don't think he'd be a good main character, but
Well, no, like as a foil or like a, not even maybe the main antagonist, but kind of having the Emmett Kelly kind of role from, like, if we did a funny spoof of Blood Simple, he would be an amazing like foil in that.
I'm not
role.
who you're thinking, lady. Thump did.
I know where you can get those framed at the Picture Mart.
Blood Simple.
I'll put you in a frame.
Yeah, Blood Simple is an amazing movie, and I think it ends. It's like a very dark comedy. It's one of the.
I'm not afraid of you anymore. Well, ma'am, if I see him, I'll let him know. Well, it's the same old song.
Yeah, it ends on such an ironic, funny joke too. It's like, and it's the Coen
And
brothers.
the Coen brothers are still amazing in putting out great stuff.
Oh God,
they're
Fargo.
top.
The first season of Fargo was amazing.
Well, they're not involved with the first season of Fargo.
Oh, okay, then fuck them.
Yeah, but and the second season of Fargo was really good. The third one lost me.
Yeah.
The
second
one
one had the aliens, right?
It has ambiguous UFOs, but yes, if you want to do that
ambiguous
aliens.
Oh right, hold on. Hold on, music. Boo gag. Okay, there's boo. Let's play music. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
You're like homo. You're like Homer at his control console trying to work all these OBS buttons.
Right.
Oh, you're playing it?
Yeah, I'm playing right
now. Okay. Did they get the joke?
Yeah, they got the joke. So I'm surprised no one's commented on it yet. So
joke received.
Yeah.
I've misspoken and said homo a couple times. We haven't got to my homo high school years, Raph. Can we skip over that part?
No, absolutely. Like fuck high school. Like I
had a good high school experience. I have no reason to complain. But
no, I had a horrifying 6th grade experience that resulted in me going to homeschooling. So the Californian school system back then was horrible, and there's no way me and my brothers would have survived. So literally and figuratively. So that's how bad it was getting. So yeah, but this was like the mid 90s, so a completely different era than what you lived back in prehistoric times when Roman soldiers battled raptors.
Yeah, I had a lovely high school experience, but I think we can bypass all that.
Yeah. Although you
talk about what
you do have experience with. Oh, sorry about that. You do have experience with theater, don't you?
Well, I talked about that earlier, doing theater stuff.
Okay, but yeah,
I was happy enough to be surrounded by creative, funny, wonderful friends in high school, and not the jock white hat wearing crowd where I had to do all the other kids with their pumped up kicks. Didn't have any didn't go through the general high school bullied experience, thank God, which I kind of paint a target on my head, being as flamboyant and open as I am, and generally old soulian, as teachers would call me. And that's another thing. I had really great teachers too. Like I had a good batting average with like reading and language arts teachers and art teachers. Those were like I was blessed in that sense.
Yeah,
supportive too.
Yeah, no, you were very lucky, because once I hit 6th grade and I saw the types of teachers I was going to deal with, it's like, oh my God, it was.
6th grade is probably when I had my best teacher, Ryan Christensen, who really encouraged my writing. He was a language arts teacher. Unfortunately, he retired. That was my first year of high school, and he retired in the second year because he had. I don't want to, air his dirty laundry out there, but I think he developed some sort of thing where he couldn't stare at computer screens for a long time, or would have otherwise some seizure type symptoms.
Oh my God.
And it became harder and harder for him to teach on campus.
All right. Poor guy, but more.
But he was a really sweet guy. Yeah. Who was really, really intelligent and really just encouraging and, wouldn't just give you a pat on the back and say, yeah, good job. He would when you would hand in writing assignments, he would leave really detailed notes. And if you wanted to talk to you after class about writing. Yeah.
True constructive criticism.
Constructive criticism. And just constructive feedback.
Yeah.
So yeah, really cool guy. Wherever he is out there, I hope he's doing well.
Yeah, more power to everybody who's helped us out through our lives. So, including
Yeah.
many of our good friends in the comment section. So,
Have we gotten to my YouTube years yet?
we will get to we'll get to your YouTube years. But there's a really good question Earth Paragon just planted on you.
Oh no.
Brayton, you have talked about how comedies and feel-good family shows of yesteryear have shaped your personality. What about some more drama pieces? Things like Stalag 13 or Silent Running.
Oh god, yeah.
Run Silent, Run Deep.
In terms of shows or like TV shows or movies?
I think he says.
I'll find this comment.
Yeah, it's towards the bottom here. And
Okay.
Gail says, I might fly out next time. If you do, I'll help you with the hotel room, or I'll have a guest room ready for you. It'll save you a lot of money too there, Gail. So, yeah, no, Gail's a really cool person. I'm glad she's somebody who found me out through the Brendan Tennell title cards. So she actively became like a really big fangirl. So I appreciate it, Gail. Your confidence in me has been really uplifting. So.
No, but yeah, if he's just talking about I actually, as much as I do love comedies, just in like my own casual movie going and movie watching experience, sort of drift more towards the heavier drama and type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
During quarantine, especially, probably not the best time to really get into them, but I really got into a lot of movies from South Korea, sort of springboarding off of Parasite's big win at the Oscars in 2019, who, like, Bong Joon-ho is probably the only director from that from Korea that I was really even sort of vaguely familiar with at that time, because I had seen like stuff like The Host and Memories of Murder and Parasite, obviously, but I wasn't really, and he's probably my favorite director currently working, but I wasn't really familiar with a lot of other films from the country prior to the pandemic. But the pandemic kind of gave me the opportunity to watch like in 2020. I've told you about this, and I think I've mentioned it publicly, that I gave myself the challenge of watching attempting to watch a new movie I hadn't seen every single day of the year. And I got to, like, I think I didn't make it the full 365, but I think I cracked 300. And saw a whole bunch of foreign films from a whole lot of different countries. Resubscribed to the Criterion channel, which I would recommend to everybody, because it's a great, like, there are a lot of great streaming services out there that offer classic movies. Like HBO Max is probably the best. Netflix is really losing a step.
Netflix is slowly becoming the asylum of streaming services. Like, we can't get the rights to Aliens, so we'll make Army of the Dead. Ugh. You know, it's like that kind of nonsense.
But the Criterion channel is a really has a really vast library, and if you're really into like commentaries and history pieces about like directors and foreign films, they've got a lot of great little bonus features on there. But South Korea was probably like my big exposure to some, the country that produced a lot of movies that I loved the most out of my 2020 new film watching endeavors. And they produce a lot of heavy dramatic pieces, but what's great about them is they're not like America dramas or like America thrillers where it's one tone and it's just a miserable time at the movies. Korea just has this magical, South Korean filmmakers just have this magical ability to balance tones really, really well, and make their heavy dramatic pieces a lot more human by throwing in comedy that sort of makes the darker elements stand out even, hit even harder. And that's kind of what I like about series like Breaking Bad and Barry over here. But in terms of Korean directors that I really love, Kim Ji-woon he's probably second below Bong Joon-ho for me, because he does what we were talking about earlier with having a variety in their filmography. He can make things like The Good, the Bad, and the Weird, which is just a huge screwball fun adventure.
I really want
movie.
I really want to see that.
It's phenomenal and really of epic scale, especially when you get to the final, like, it's Lawrence of Arabia quality chase across the desert with explosions going off and a wonderful cast. My favorite actor from South Korea is Song Kang-ho, who you've seen The Host, right?
Yes.
Okay, he's the main character in The Host with the blonde highlights. He's got sort of a Jack Lemmon kind of quality to him, where he can do like really outlandish, like physical comedy and energetic comedy, but he's also an incredibly talented, like serious dramatic actor.
Yeah.
And he's in that. But anyway, Kim Ji-woon, the director, he can do that one day and then immediately follow it up with something like I Saw the Devil, which is probably the most like it's probably the most burning to the soul revenge movie, because it sort of deconstructs how we sort of we like, it's the cool Tarantino thing of trying to disassociate yourself from cinema violence, of violence it's a fun time at the movies when you see all this horrific violent shit going on. Like Kill Bill is a fun movie, but I Saw the Devil sort of strips that down to how revenge can sort of take a toll on you as a person, rather than just sort of superhero-fying you.
The slaughterhouse sounds fun until you're actually inside of it. So it's kind of that. What's that? Is it a Nietzsche thing of the one who stares into the abyss? The abyss will stares back at you.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway, great stuff to come out of there. I love dramatic movies. I love comedies. I love old movies. I love new movies. I like movies.
Yeah. With that said, though, it's funny you should mention the Koreans, because before
them nifty Koreans over there. The good ones.
Yeah, South Korea, thankfully, it's never been as bad as its neighbors to the north, unfortunately.
The North Korean movies are terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Well, because they're all, every one of them are government-sanctioned propaganda pieces.
Yeah, and that's another thing. A lot of Asian territories that have really extreme totalitarianism in their governments, regardless if they're full-on dictatorships or not, it reflects poorly in their cinema. You end up getting
art in general.
Yeah, you end up getting like really flippant, shallow artwork, especially in films. Like, it's like, for the longest time, Korean cinema was known as incredible crap. It's like, and I don't know if that was because the government restrictions on art was incredibly as extreme as China. Because so you would get like some really horrible movies that would, like, horrible B movie versions of what you'd find in like a Canon film catalog. And not only that, but you can see it like Hong Kong cinema, despite how popular that was for a time. I remember I used to watch a lot of movies from Hong Kong, and the tone shifts were just abysmal.
I thought King Kong was going to be in this. I was lied to. Hong Kong, yeah, right. Kong.
That's right, Brayton. When I was a young boy of 7, I looked like Jeremy McCrushen now. So, yippity dippity doc, there's no Kong in this plot.
That's because Raph is your alter ego. You are Dirty McCruption. You've just tried to shed that identity.
No, I'm Raph. I'm no Dirty McCruption, boy.
He's taking over.
It's like the Nutty Professor bad CGI effects. Oh, I'm transforming. Somebody overpaid the CGI artist on this butt. Anyways, because there was horrible butt CGI effects in the Nutty Professor movies with Jerry Lewis. But no, the sad thing about Hong Kong action movies and pure Chinese produced movies is their tonal shifts are abysmal. Like one moment there's like a silly gag with like a silly character with freckles, like, who can barely drive a car, like something out of a bad Three Stooges spoof. And then it cuts to like children being slaughtered in mass, by evil government men. And it's really, really bad in that regard. It's almost like it's like a really bad ripoff of a Disney movie where all the sidekick characters are so ridiculously funny and all the villain characters are so extremely scary and serious. You have whiplash. Like, am I changing channels between two equally terribly bad animated movies?
Yeah.
So, and Chinese, like, you saw, I don't know if you saw The Meg, but like there were elements of that where it's like something horrific happens and it's followed up by like really cheesy gags. Hollywood movies, I hate to say it, are becoming a lot like that.
Yeah, I haven't dipped my toe far into actual Chinese made produced cinema.
You're not missing much.
I enjoy, now I'm blanking on his name. John Woo. I enjoy like the early
Mhm.
John Woo movies, like with Chow Yun Fat, like The Killer and Hard Boiled and stuff like that, which
Yeah,
are
yeah.
just pure entertainment action movies. But
Mhm.
yeah, I haven't gone too far into the Chinese film like oeuvre
Yeah.
because I'm not willing to subject myself to that.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty you have to have a high tolerance of like I don't want to say crappy cinema, but uneven cinema. Let's say that it's
Mhm.
say at best. Because I've seen Hong Kong movies where it's a lighthearted comedy, and in the last 5 minutes, everyone dies in the most horrific and tragic way imaginable.
Yeah.
And it's so sad too because when you try to get an American's perspective on why it's that, you get these highfalutin theories. It's like, oh, that's because the Chinese believe in self-sacrifice, and that's why all their movies end with like tragic ends for all the characters. But then you realize, oh no, there was a bunch of movies back in the '80s where the characters died at the end that made a lot of money, and everybody was chasing the trend soon afterwards. It's
Mhm.
like Japanese anime. It's like, why do they end on such bizarre abstract notes? It's because the Japanese, they, according to some American historians, the Japanese love ambiguous endings and to leave things open. And then it's like years later you see the animators and Frank talking, oh yeah, we weren't coming back for a second season, so we figured, fuck it, we'll end it with everybody turned out to be mannequins. So anyways, next job. But yeah, it's God, yeah, Chinese cinema is pretty sad in that regard. But I'm happy the Koreans have kind of stepped up their game very much. There's still some flippant action adventure stuff and stuff that doesn't really hold
Well,
up.
not
But
oh sure. I've seen a ton of Korean movies this past year, and they're not all winners. You know, it's kind of the luck of the draw. But but with foreign films, like especially modern foreign films from there, it's kind of like the best rise to the top, though.
hmm
The cream rises to the top. So yeah, if anyone would wants to get into that, hit me up. I'll send you some recommendations. But maybe we should, since you people are a part of my life, don't get too flattered. Uh, yeah, should we go to the internet times of Brayton's life?
the dark times when the
Yeah.
crimson weirdo trapped you into space.
Yeah.
I have a man in space. No, seriously, babe, I have a man
have a
in
man in
space.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know what the hell Dr. Forrester was thinking. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Like, what is the double entendre nature of "I have a man in space"? The
Yeah, no,
Freudian
I
nature
think
of it.
I think he was just trying to impress the safety dummy he was dating at the time.
Recessa Annie.
Recessa Annie, yeah. It's like, oh, that joke almost offended my mom so much that she stopped watching Mystery Science Theater with us. Thank
I was a resuscitated doll once. And she flops out of the room.
Oh yeah, so it's just funny. It's like we love Mystery Science Theater, but I forget how crude it could be sometimes. Like, ugh, that's a weird taste. Oh, so but with that says, yeah, let's move on to the YouTube days when you started to kind of make a niche for yourself there, and that's when I kind of met you through Andres, oddly enough. But yeah, explain yourself, Mr. Brayton. How did that start?
Well, I don't really have a niche. That's my problem. My any kind of notoriety on YouTube has derived from me leeching off other people.
Mm,
Because yeah, the only, I don't know, prior to any of my fan productions going up, I was like I'm trying to think of my public YouTube, any kind of public YouTube presence that I had was solely on like occasionally being invited onto Andres's streams.
mm-hmm.
I first spoke to you, or Skype calls and then streams. Oh wait, no, I'm completely blanking on the G Fest videos that we did. So yeah, we did like in the absence of the Sons of Sarazawa, the aforementioned Bill Worcester, as well as Dylan, I'm forgetting his name, Dylan McCandless.
Mm-hmm.
They would do and Andres, they would do vlogs from G Fest, and so we took that over to his channel, which was the first time I was ever exposed to the internet. My face was ever brought out to the public masses, for better and for worse.
Mm-hmm.
And
You have a
I
kind
think-
face.
yes, thanks.
Alright.
I met sort of everybody independently through off-site chats, Skype chats, and I started editing videos for Andres. And then later we started a live stream series called Audio Synchronicity. and now I'm a regular feature on your channel. And I don't really have a foot. That's the one thing that with audio synchronicity, like if we're going to really get into my sort of disappointment with the kaiju fans, a part of it leaked kind of into audio synchronicity at the end, to where I love Andres and I'm still very grateful for him, allowing me to be on his channel. Even in like the rare occurrences that we do, like the Christmas commentary stuff and the Halloween streams.
Oh yeah,
it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I had to say it, but the Christmas stuff had been almost like miracles three ways through. And that sounded weird.
3 times in a row.
3 times in a row, we've had like really good, like the last one where we watched the Grinch and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. That's just magical. We were all on point. You, me, Win, and Andres just watching cartoons and making fun of them.
That was magical. I wept. So yeah, with audio synchronicity, it's really fun to talk to Andres, but a reoccurring theme definitely started to reach my attention that I felt very what's the term? People wanted to ask Andres a lot of questions, but really didn't really give a shit about what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
Or me in general.
Yeah, and it's like, no offense, like if like I noticed a lot of the questions were the same things being asked over and over again. Like,
and I get that they're going to be kaiju related questions. His channel is Kaiju Noir. I get that. But when every single one is, and it was very firmly established that I didn't really have anything to say about any kind of anime things because that's just not what I'm into. There was no variety in questions other than Andres question. What are your thoughts on this robot anime? Andres question. So it kind of became a little far less fun when the streams became Andres and I talk about something fun and kooky for the first hour, and then I sit quietly and wait for Andres to answer all the questions in the chat for the last hour.
Yeah. So I know tonight's been the opposite, ladies and gentlemen. We've been talking like
crazy.
No,
yes. We've been babbling all the way through.
Yeah.
But, so that's why I kind of decided that I told Andres that I think we should probably end audio synchronicity because it was becoming very apparent who they were there for, and just a little less fun to do, quite frankly.
Yeah. A quick question for you though. Do you fear that live stream of consciousness is becoming that way, or you think it because of?
Because it doesn't really have the beauty of live stream of consciousness, and this is that they're free formed in structure, where audio synchronicity. It was kind of like that, where Andres and I would come up with a weird news story to sort of occupy our brain space for the first half, but then would always be just Q&A with the audience. And I'm not bashing Andres' audience. The audience, there's great people amongst them.
Yeah, and we have
some of who are here this evening. But the majority of people asking...
all of you are great people too. Even Nate Fire. It's like, don't worry, Nate Fire. If you're still listening, catch me tomorrow. You'll get all the kaiju talk you could stomach.
Yeah, but anyway, the majority of questions were clearly coming in from about 2 or 3 people who had no use for me and were fucking obsessive with giant robot anime trivia and minutia, to where that's all. And I felt really I felt my presence there was just unneeded and unwanted, quite frankly, after a while.
Yeah, and
so
it's a shame too, because you come up with some really interesting insights, but it's almost like a wasted. It's like Andy, like having you around is cool because you're like Andy Richter. You can always find something really funny and humorous to say in a moment when you desperately need a joke, especially when I bomb the way I bomb. So.
There's a part of me too, Raph, that, and this isn't a slight on you because I obviously enjoy coming on all these things, but I am kind of interested in carving out a YouTube identity for myself, whatever the fuck that means, but I kind of don't want it to be on the basis of, I'm kind of just sort of creatively burnt out doing working on other people's projects.
Yeah.
To where I kind of want to focus on my own stuff. Like, that's why I've taken a step back from editing for people and just having that occupy a lot of my creative output. I'm kind of more interested at this point in my life and just in where I'm at creatively and wanting to work on my own projects finally, rather than doing video after video editing someone else's ideas.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's where I'm at now.
Yeah. To be fair, though, you are a really good editor. It's like you really know, like your editing can make an already funny situation even better. Like some of the weird little, like my little segment in Zillafoot, the weird little touches you did really kind of made that a lot funnier. So
Yeah. Well, thank you.
you're welcome. You polished that turd and made it golden. Thank you.
I had very silly stuff to work with that I appreciated. But yeah, I'm just not really interested in being. I'm not really interested in, because I feel like I have interesting things to talk about and interesting things to say, and that's kind of why I want to start post the MST3K fan film stuff. I want to do my own original things where I can talk about what I'm interested, and maybe, God help me, garner an audience of my own rather than just being known as, oh, he's Kaiju Noir's editor.
Yeah, yeah. You did make a niche. No, not a niche. You did make a bit of a name for yourself with the success of the Mystery Science Theater fan films. But
I'm really happy, and I've talked about how overwhelming that's all been.
Yeah, yeah. But I can also see wanting to branch out and do other things where people can, because yeah, I love the fact that people know me by my wackiness and my more bizarre characters, but
Yeah.
I really want to show that I can do drama and horror quite well, because it's no offense to Matt Frank, but when you watch Fleepin' Sisters, it's like, wow, dude, I didn't know how dark and sincere you can get. So.
Yeah, the MST3K fan film projects it's not something I want to do long term, obviously, because it can't sustain itself financially, because it is a lot of hard work. And it's not, again, I want to tread lightly with hitching a ride to a fan base, because I want to be able to talk about a wide variety of things that I am interested in, because I am interested in a variety of things, to where I don't want to be like a fan base YouTube channel that whenever I try to branch off or talk about anything else, nobody cares about it. Because I see that happen quite often with people who are Marvel based or kaiju based. Like D-Man has told us about his frustrations with whenever he does an off. It wants to do a video about The Fly or something not related to kaiju. Everyone just checks out, and I don't really want to. I kind of don't want to fall into that trap with being solely identified with MST3K. It is something that I like and something I like talking about, but I just got to figure out what I want to do at a certain point and start doing my own stuff.
Yeah. I will say, I know you're not a big fan of the Mill Creek series we've done.
I think it's fun.
Yeah. I think it's the best of both worlds, because it's very much in that riffing territory, but it's still our own unique spin on it, and especially with your comedy editing, that makes the movies much more bearable and, God, thankfully, shorter too. Yeah,
it's a fun, easy comedy thing to do. I don't want to be known as the MST riffing guy.
Yeah.
I want to be able to branch out and post short little projects that I work on occasionally, and have a series where I talk about old movies, obscure movies that I really like with someone.
Yeah, like you did discuss like doing a really neat podcast where we just talk about really good movies we like.
Yeah.
Outside of the,
I haven't approached him with this, and I don't know if he and I could, because I think we might have combative Joan Crawford, Betty Davis-esque chemistry after a while with Patrick. But I might want to talk to Pat, because Patrick and I have talked about a lot of like French movies that we like a lot that I think could warrant long form audio discussion. So maybe something will come of that. I don't know. Again, I have to talk to him.
I would like to go out of my comfort zone. So if you want me to do like title cards based on these non-science fiction French new wave movies, I'd be happy to see.
If I just tell you the title and force you just off the top of your head, oh, I wonder, just based on title alone, create a title card for it, not having seen the movie or any knowledge about the movie.
Well, I wouldn't be like that. Like, I would do my research and based on the characters.
No, I think that'd be fun though.
Yeah. No, I would like to do more artwork based on movies outside of kaiju and science fiction. Like, I thought about like maybe like doing huge character collages based on my favorite movies, but like, Pee-wee's Big Adventure or The Phantom of the Paradise or stuff like that. So It's like I also kind of want to sketch out more celebrities and see if I can get their likenesses, because I tried doing that for a little bit for a failed graphic novel idea that's another friend had, where all the characters were going to be based on actors from old B movies in the 50s.
Yeah.
And I did some like really good sketches of characters like oh god, what's the name of the girl from the Alligator People that we love so
Beverly
much?
Garland.
Beverly Garland, yeah, and as well as Ellison Hayes, and a failed attempt to try to draw Hans Conried that just kept coming out more horrifying after the other.
Yeah.
Hans Conried has a funny face. It's like it seems menacing, but it's like a very friendly grandpa vulture. So, but yeah, no, I would if you need help with that, I'd be very happy to help set up title cards or something. Although you're really good at making really good title cards with pre-existing elements.
And I'm kind of, again, not a professional to your caliber whatsoever, but I'm sort of, a budding amateur artist to some degree. I like drawing. I can't really draw anything but people, so that's. I can draw you some butt people if you want.
Yeah,
no. Characters.
That's okay. I got plenty of my butt people on my side. But anyways, so
on your backside?
Yes, on my backside. But with that says, I do want to, like, if you were, two questions I have for you. The first one, what sort of, not to get in any detail or any ideas you have in mind, but what kind of stuff would you post on your channel outside of serious-minded podcasts or Mystery Science Theater comedy? And then the next question I'll follow up after that.
Well, I don't know. That's just it. I'd really like to be able to talk about, just because movies are my primary interest. That's probably what I would be most interested in talking about in any kind of form. So I don't know. That's all just something I have to really rack my brain around. Is it would primarily, in a perfect world, what I'd want to be doing is talking about, having conversations about movies that I really like. Yeah, I don't know. They wouldn't all be serious, I guess, to one degree or another. I'd talk about goofy movies that I like from the past. I don't know, just a discussion channel on movies I like.
Yeah, and I think Patrick, I don't think, like you and Patrick, you definitely get a little combative. Like old lovers.
Each of us think we're prettier than the other.
Yeah. When you're live, but yeah, Patrick can be very professional when you do a podcast.
Oh no, I love Patrick. I love Patrick, and
I adore Patrick too. He's our Norman England. So.
He's great.
Yeah. So, okay, sorry about that. I got a little scary and awkward there for a moment. So. Speaking of scary,
and I think Patrick would be someone that I would probably go to first because, he and I have seen the most similar international oddities, and not even oddities, just like great minimalistic, again, French films, like the work of Luc Besson. There's
Luc Besson, nice.
Do you know who that is, Raph?
Yeah, The Professional, Fifth Element. Or I'm completely mistaken. I'm thinking.
I'm sorry. This is my mistake. I mean Robert Bresson.
Okay, no relation to Luc Besson. Okay.
No, I'm thinking of Robert Bresson. He's a minimalistic French filmmaker from the 60s.
Okay, thank God. We were both half right and half wrong at the same time.
Yes.
Okay, should I play the alien thing just for the moment?
Well, just to clarify, Robert Bresson directed things like Pickpocket and A Man Escaped, things like that. Where Luc Besson, not who I was thinking of.
Right, he does good work too, though. So,
yeah,
not recently though. After that Joan of Arc movie, it just went downhill for the poor guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so little quick things aside from the audience. Hey Brayton, what are some of? Oh, we'll get to that question a little bit. I'll save that for later. Nate Hayton says only Chinese film I remember seeing was Oily Maniac and the Kung Fu Killer.
Wow.
Cody Batch says, I legit ran out of questions asked in audio synchronicity and couldn't think of any others. That's why I stopped asking. Probably the wise thing to do. And he says, follows up, I'm sorry you felt isolated on audio synchronicity. I'm saying that wrong, I know. Brayton, I am. Nate Fire says, that's another question we can get into later. He basically asked, speaking of horror movies, what are some of your favorite horror movies? We'll get to that in a little bit. Then Nate Hayton says, a podcast on obscure movies with Brayton. Where do I sign up? And then Earthbeargon says, Brayton the cinephile. So
I guess.
yeah.
If there's any kind of file I want to be, it's cinephile, please.
Yeah, yeah. And to be honest, Brayton, there's a
Yeah.
lot of obscure and overlooked movies out there that could use the love. And I know they don't get the most...
a lot of these aren't... Yeah, some of these aren't obscure, but they're just things...
Fairly obscure to modern-day audiences, especially on the YouTube crowd.
Well, there are things that aren't discussed widely on this platform, and things that are... I have a lot of movies that are really close to me personally that I'd like to discuss in long form, in a serious setting. Not, riffing is great, but it's don't make that your identity of I just talk shit.
Yeah. No, I would like there's a lot of YouTube channels.
Serious commentaries on movies too.
Yeah.
I'd like to do. So riffing is fun, and Up Mill Creek is fun, and the MST3K projects are fun, but I want to have actual legitimate conversations about stuff that I like also.
Yeah. Well, if you ever decide to do a one-off podcast on the apartment, please keep me in mind, because I can definitely do something and not go into like dumb jokes like I'm so desperate to play the alien thing. May I?
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
That alien! Spot! It's something you chose. You want right now. You and me. We want the prize. Game!
Okay, we're good.
Was that worth it?
Yeah, 19
Okay.
seconds of dread. So the people in the audience love it. Oh, they're all telling me not to do it ever again. So,
But reviews, I don't want to do reviews so much because I'm not a huge worshiper of critics in general, especially the critics who just make their identity, reviewing and bad mouthing other people's work. I like the Roger Eberts of the world who actually have more of an appreciation for film history and can place things, they talk about movies from a historic context rather than just this sucks. I hate this actor. I hate this director. I hope they die in a fire.
yeah, and to be fair, Roger Ebert was fairly fair with a lot of the movies he watched.
Yeah.
As opposed to most critics, there are critics out there who will completely bash a movie just because it's a subject they don't personally like. So
yeah, but I don't feel like reviews are the reviews aren't the avenue I want to travel. I just have like a personal uncomfortability with judging people's art at this point. But talking about it and speaking about things that I like, I can do that, and that would be something I would be interested in. I would like to carve out an identity of my own on YouTube rather than coming off as a leech.
Yeah. Okay. So with that says, okay, now here's my follow-up question.
Yes.
Okay, I'm very good at kind of cartoonish character design. Like you've given me some really nice compliments about my character design. I do really appreciate that. But it's like you're really good at graphic design, making title cards that look way more appealing than what I got currently spewed onto the screen right now. like a bad nosebleed that went out of control on the white canvas. And not only that, but you're excellent at prop making. Like you do props as good as I do monster designs. And recently you showed me some of the comical sketches you did as a kid, but then recently you got back to doing artwork, and you've come up with some good stuff that when I digitally ink and color them, it's like a perfect mix of the two. Like, the title card we did for Andres' last Halloween special came out, fantastic. But what's
Christmas, you mean?
Yeah, Christmas. Thank you. What did I say?
Halloween.
Halloween. Damn it.
We're doing that this year.
Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, because I don't. You do half the work. I meet you at the other half. It's way better than trying to do it all on myself. So
Yes, and having a midnight cram session with Disney villain characters.
yeah, exactly.
I'm coming up with different theming type of things for a Halloween title card that I want to pitch, Andres.
Okay, awesome. If you need help with some sketches from my end, let me know. So,
but that's something that, because I've talked about not wanting to. I feel burnt out. Burnt out. Utilizing my creative whatever lack thereof, creative skills for other people's endeavors. But with the art, like the drawing and stuff like that, that's something I do for fun and like as a hobby that I don't really take all that seriously. But I've been wanting to get better at it, and yeah, I never fancied myself an artist by any stretch of the imagination. It's really just a fun thing for me to do, and I appreciate you complimenting. It means a lot coming from you.
Oh, thank you. Because yeah, you've really you really hit it out of the ballpark, like copying other people's styles.
That's what's fun. That's what's fun. Like I don't want to. I don't fancy myself an artist, and I don't want to. I'm not really looking necessarily to carve out a style of my own, but it's just kind of a fun like exercise for me to try and mimic different like art styles that I really like the Rankin Bass stuff and the Chuck Jones Grinch stuff. It's really fun to do. Yeah, it's a fun pastime. Yeah. I can see why you people do it for a living.
Indeed. So,
I did draw a pretty good Leo McKern though recently, I must say.
Oh yeah,
you saw that and you complimented me.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Leo McKern's such a cool guy too. It's like I have this whole complete. Oh, quick question, quick shout out. Shay says, "Good night, guys. It's getting too hard for me to stay awake." AOL. LOL. Fun stream as always. Thank you so much, Shay. It's like and thank you for your presence, Shay. You've been a bit. Like many of you guys here, you've been very supportive and all that. And I'm sorry tonight it's not been like the fun kaiju silliness as usual. But we're picking each other's brains right now, and it's fun.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like other than the alien recurring gag, which is just dumb now. All right, but yeah, and your prop making skills though, did you pick that up from your time at high school doing drama theater? Class?
A little bit, I guess a little bit, but I don't know. My dad's pretty crafty, so anything which is very little that I know about tools are from him, and like building, like mainly fixing things, like gluing things back together and fixing broken broken knickknacks and broken chairs and broken furniture, a whole lot of broken stuff. That came from him. But yeah, building like props and things and taking stagecraft in high school and learning how to build flats for the first time and using a screw gun for the first time. That really got my foot in the door, and it's kind of weirdly relaxing almost. Like building the 4-foot SOL model was kind of like I kind of went into a relaxation state because it's kind of monotonous, gluing all of these same pieces together and cutting out all these pieces with an X-Acto knife.
Right.
To where it's like you have to really focus on it, so you don't, slice your finger off or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a fun sort of take your mind off the worries of the day type of activity for me.
Yeah. No, it's it's funny. Like, I struggle trying to do physical props and costumes, and my results are pretty lackluster when I do them on my own, unfortunately. But yeah, the stuff you've been doing, even with or without the help of your parents, is like amazing, dude. Like, if I could possess your body and take your talents for a little bit, I would do so.
Yeah. Most of the stuff I build is on my own. My dad is he's kind enough to let me borrow his tools, so if any physical calamity happens to me, the blood is on his hands. But yeah, I build pretty much everything from scratch by myself. Like the robots came from a kit, which was pretty easy to construct those, all things considered. There were a whole lot of parts, but it was basically putting together a really complicated like model kit. So that I could do. But building things from the ground up, like the moon logo, the spaceship model, the various other models that are going to be appearing in, like with the working on the set a lot.
Yeah.
That's kind of been a Brayton Connor production, minus a few things with the set because, that requires moving things around. And I'm, as we've established, a very skinny twerp who can't move too large of things by himself.
Be grateful you're a skinny twerp. Don't be like a large, clumsy monster like me. So
No, but you're like the
Chewbacca trying to fight a bunch of pig aliens in a robot junkyard. It's not going to work out.
No, I was thinking the big rock guy from Neverending Story.
Oh, thank you. That's I love him. That's a compliment. And you know me, I love giants. So
I wasn't calling you the giant hairy shouting ape.
these big hands drew so many alien booty, but it couldn't keep my little bat friend and snail riders and shit.
Yeah.
Go. Oh my god, I can't believe the snail rider. Speaking of Willy Wonka, that's the guy who would go on to play the Oompa Loompas in the Tim Burton movie.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good career, and he seems like a really cool dude, though. So, but yeah. So a quick thing from Cody Batch, Raph, my dude, you don't need to apologize. This is good stuff too. Kaiju wackiness is fun, but it's good to do new things every once in a while. This has been totally cool, sincerely. Oh, thank you, Cody Batch. That means a lot. So, and then Nate Heaton says, yeah, I've only ever heard you talk about Kaiju on Kaiju Noir's channel, so it's a nice change of pace. Thank you, guys. Yeah, this is working out so well. I feel so sorry that we haven't brought Earth Baragon in. Earth Baragon, if you still want to show up for the last hour, let us know, because we are reaching the 4-hour mark right now.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, if not, though, dude, we definitely want you in the future whenever you're available, so... Yeah, because...
But I want to thank you, Raph, for the opportunity not to talk about kaiju for once.
Yeah,
because I feel like it's just not something I'm interested in anymore, and I feel like I bring the mood down if the topic is kaiju, because I have nothing to say.
Yeah. Well, with that said, though, I would like to... Not tonight, and not in private anytime soon, but... I would like to run some ideas past you, just for character ideas, even some of the giant monsters. Like, I do want to share with you what the the project I'm currently working on, that I'm very confident is going to end up getting published before the year's over. But
Kano Branzant conquers the Cupcake universe.
Oh my god, I want to do that now. I'm distracted. Okay. We're going to do a whole radio play. So yeah, but yeah, no. Yeah, we'll hear from Earth Baragon. If he wants to join us for a little while, we'll have him on board. If not, we're gonna kind of close this up pretty soon. But yeah. Is the quick question from somebody had a very good question a little earlier. Might as well go with it. So, oh, by the way, for everyone wondering where the alien clip is coming from, that's a combination of the Outer Limits and oh god, what's this? Oh, Jack Palance's famous screaming of "Alien! Alien!" from Without Warning, a 1980s horror movie about an alien hunter. So, and every time I've been playing that, there's always a picture of some alien on screen. Although it's mostly just been Boo waving at the camera. So I like Boosh. I'm happy I have at least a handful of female characters that aren't buxom, blue-skinned wenches. Yeah, and also, dude, I felt like I owed it to you, too, because we tried doing, like, serious conversations, and then halfway into it, it's like, it's time for the Kaiju show. Yeah. And then, or of course, last, you were such a sweet sport when it's like, last time I did a jokey title with Miss Blue, and you did everything in your power not to get, because you really don't like the Miss Blue character. I can understand, too. It's like everything that's wrong with America. Or everything that's right.
Everything that's wrong with Raph America is Miss Blue.
Yeah, although you almost got us... you definitely got us demonetized with some of those jokes, dude. So, but is there any last things you want to touch upon before we kind of finish up some questions here and then see if... oh, wait. Earth Baragon says, nah, let Brayton talk some more about himself. You got 2 hours. He needs to. Okay. Yeah, that is. Although for the first half an hour was just us joking around about stupid crap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Elephants and the like.
Yeah, that is true. Nate Heaton says, "Fun fact: without warning, did the concept of aliens hunting humans before Predator. Plus, they were played by the same dude. Oh, that's right. I don't know his name, but the same suit actor, a very large, very talented black gentleman." He played the alien from he was African American. Okay, he played the alien in Without Warning. He also played the Predator in the first Predator movie, and he played Harry in Harry and the Hendersons. I think his
my goodness.
Michael
I know
Hall.
That guy.
Yeah, Michael Hall, I think is his name.
Yes, that sounds right.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Michael Hall.
Once you said Harry and the Hendersons, you got my attention.
Yeah, and he was such a talented character actor. In fact, I think he unfortunately died young, and I think had he lived longer, he would have been very much like oh god, who's the guy who played the sexy amphibian man in Shape of Water?
Doug Jones.
Doug Jones. Yeah, I think he would have been very much like Doug Jones. He would have been a suit actor, but also an actor who would have been allowed to do a lot of voice acting and.
I answer all your questions like Trivial Pursuit or Jeopardy questions. Boom. Doug Jones.
No whammies. Wait, wrong show.
Yeah, I'm very serious about it. I'm noticing that about myself.
Yeah. So yeah, but no, Michael Howell was a very talented suit actor and just general actor in general. And I think it's great that he had two very iconic characters under his belt, especially the facial, the performance he gave as Harry is just amazing. It's already a fantastic and beautiful costume.
I love that movie, and I love that. I love the costume. I love everything about that. I love the cast.
Yeah.
It's the best Bigfoot movie for me.
Yeah. It's like, and it's just a good mix of like family comedy and like some really serious dramatic stuff too. Although would a giant Bigfoot be that well mannered, all things considering? Yeah, I know he was breaking things left and right, but he's.
I'll tell you what I'm not a fan of, and that's the Harry and the Henderson sitcom that they attempted.
Yeah.
After the movie's success.
Yeah.
Oh, what you do? Your feet so big.
Yeah. And it was a sitcom that was so unsuccessful they sold it to like syndication. I remember it used to air like at 12 o'clock after Saturday morning cartoons were over. So,
yeah, it was horrific.
So,
but no, and yeah, they just did the premise of the movie, but as a TV show.
Yeah, Cody says Kevin Peter Hall was his name. Thank you. I kept saying Michael Hall, but Kevin Peter Hall was his name.
Who's Michael Hall? Michael Hall sounds familiar.
Yeah, I don't know. We can do a little search, but
who is Michael Hall?
That's the question on people's lips these days. I think there's better things left unsolved. You said it, Clark.
Michael C. Hall, Dexter.
Oh, darn it. Okay, I'm so sorry I got you two confused. You look so much the same. Damn it.
Dexter and Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Splitting image.
Yeah, exactly. So I got my murder books right here all wrapped in plastic, so okay. Yeah, but I think do you want to keep going because we've been going for how long have we been going here?
A long time.
Yes, very long time. Ooh, 4 hours and 32 minutes going on.
Holy moly.
Okay, so we don't usually do well when we get to the 5 hour mark. So is there any last things you want to discuss that I did not touch? If you know what I mean, and I think you do.
I don't know. What about you? Anything else you want to know about me before we wrap up? You and I know each other pretty well. Well enough.
Yeah.
More than well.
Are there any original characters you want to pursue? Even further?
Characters?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't come up with characters. That's your gimmick.
Well, I know it's true. If I die, you can do whatever you want with Dirty McCruption.
I've written original, very thinly layered original characters for my own like short films. I told you about the Twilight Zone short fan film that I attempted, right?
No, if you did, I totally forgot about it. That would be a neat little.
Oh, okay, I thought I did. Anyway, just a very quick anecdote. I was really heavy into filming a Twilight Zone fan film. I think it was my senior year, maybe my what's before senior, sophomore, junior, one of those. It was either my last or my second to last year of high school. I was gonna film a full out Twilight Zone fan film based off of a Richard Matheson short story.
Nice.
But
I love Richard Matheson. He's awesome.
Well, I got about, I don't know, maybe 20 or 30% into filming it.
Until you were the last man on Earth and all the vampires tried to kill you.
No, and it was going well enough, like production wise. Like I had wrangled a few acting friends from high school to be in it, but it kind of just all fell apart senior year with me being stressed out to all hell with schoolwork and preparing for college and things like that. And that's where I gained all of my weight. So it would be impossible for me to finish it now because I had to play out of necessity like the main character of the thing. And I was maybe like, I don't know, at that point 60 or 70 pounds heavier than I am right now at my heaviest. So visually it wouldn't work, and just like artistically making more short films since then, I'm kind of glad that I've learned a lot since then. So that might be something I go back to in the future for a fun lark type of thing.
Okay.
To do that Twilight Zone fan film, because that's probably my favorite serious show of all time.
Yeah, no, I grew up with the Twilight Zone, but like I said, I came to appreciate it more when I got into my teenage years. I think like year 14 in the year of 400 BC.
In the year of wrath.
Cleopatra, I'm gonna watch some Twilight Zone. Not now. I'm stabbing myself with snakes.
Yes. In the year of our Lord Wrath, the book of ENSHOHMA'S.
Yeah, no, I was trying to hold the first comic book convention. Those fucking Vikings invaded. God damn it! So Van Halen, die, you sons of bitches and fathers of lords. So, anyways, no, the Twilight...
Gail says Lithgow is a gem. Definitely watch it.
Oh yeah,
very true. Lithgow's amazing. He's amazing, and I watched for the first time recently Blowout, which is a Brian De Palma movie with Dancing Dude, John Travolta.
Oh wow.
John Travolta and John Lithgow plays the villain in that, and he is an amazing villain.
Yeah. No, and even in like his his lesser comedy roles throughout the 80s, he's fantastic in it. It's like he's such...
Yeah.
Santa Claus the movie isn't a great movie, but he's such a treat in it as Beasley, the evil business owner. So
the only thing that I'm iffy on him, oddly enough, is the segment of Twilight Zone, the movie, mainly because I just really don't like that version of Nightmare at 20,000 Feet.
On the bright side, at least it's not the CBS All Access remake of that same episode. Oh,
well, that's not a remake. It's just like that was hey, we're referencing it.
Yeah, a reimagining shoved up your butt and through a blender.
Yeah. Shall we briefly touch on that, since you promised that we would, or you alluded to us talking about it later in the program?
I think
CBS Twilight Zone.
I think maybe we should just do like a standalone live stream where we bring on some friends and talk about our thoughts on the Twilight Zone, because that's a good 2-hour talk right there. Okay, yeah, but no, I adore the original Twilight Zone. It's still one of the greatest shows ever made, in my opinion. Yeah. So much so that I don't think there's ever been another anthology show that's quite topped it. And it's sad too, because I almost thought I heard the Outer Limits.
Alfred Hitchcock Presents is pretty darn good.
Yes, I need. It's funny. It's one of those shows we used to watch as a kid because we were big Nick at Night fans, but we never really got it.
Yeah, there's Alfred Hitchcock Presents, and then there's the Alfred Hitchcock Hour, which was a lot more hit and miss. After Presents got canceled.
Yeah.
But that original run of Alfred Hitchcock Presents is pretty darn wonderful, especially the episodes that he directed.
Nice.
Yeah, he directed like I think 17 episodes.
Oh wow.
And then he did the pilot of a show that he couldn't get off the ground, and then he did the Alfred Hitchcock Hour, and I don't think he directed any episode of the Alfred Hitchcock Hour. But anyway, Twilight Zone is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah,
and none of the revivals have come close.
I will give credit to the CBS remake in the 80s, because
the 80s is okay because many of the short stories come from people who had worked on the original one.
Yeah, and it still had enough of a creepy atmosphere that the episodes worked well on their own. It's like I think like one of the best episodes from that series was the woman who gets a magic time stopwatch where she's able to stop time and freely move through it. And you think you think it's going to be like a funny, lighthearted comedy, but there's a wonderful building dread in the background about, nuclear missiles and, the Cold War. And then it ends on that wonderfully dark note where, the missiles are coming. The family gathers because they're going to die in a couple of minutes because the world's going to end, and she just presses the stopwatch. And then she leaves her house and wanders through the streets with everyone frozen, and you see the missiles in the sky about to fall down. And it's such a dark ending because that's her life for all of existence, to live in this moment for everything. And it was just that. And if you're like, one of the problems with many of the Twilight Zone revivals,
that's A Little Peace and Quiet.
A Little Peace and Quiet. Yeah, that's a great episode. It's almost as good as the original. But with that,
I think Wes Craven directed that.
Oh my god, yeah, Wes Craven could do some good stuff when he wasn't pigeonholed to like regular horror. It's almost kind of sad he wasn't given a chance to do that biography film he wanted to do based on a historical composer. But with that says, yeah, the 80s Twilight Zone revival could really get under your skin, and it really kind of touched on some dark moments. It got a little cheesy in its third season when they cut the budget and all they could do was like more silly stories, and not all the episodes worked. Like there was an episode written by Stephen King, inspired heavily by H.P. Lovecraft, called Grandma, about a little kid who's forced to take care of his handicapped grandmother. But then as the story progresses, we discover the grandmother used to be a member of a Cthulhian cult, and she slowly mutates as the story went. And it's visually great, but it suffers from like really terrible acting from the main kid.
Yeah, that's based on a Stephen King short story, and Harlan Ellison actually did the TV version of it.
Oh yeah, okay.
He adapted it.
Yeah, so I will give a lot of credit to the CBS version of the Twilight Zone because, unfortunately, the UPN revival kind of sucks. It was like, there was some neat ideas, but it just
only thing I like about it is Forrest Whitaker as the narrator.
Yeah, it's like, how you doing? I'm Forrest Whitaker.
There's some serious shit's gonna go down now.
You better get a new pair of pants because they're about to go
where like Rod Serling was like sort of spookily welcoming. He was like, "Listen, motherfucker,
welcome to the fucking Twilight Zone."
Yeah,
the neighborhood's really
boy panties.
Yeah, the neighborhood's really gone downhill. You know the Outer Limits? Now imagine that times 1580 fucking time.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Yeah, Forrest Whitaker's great. They really wasted
I
Star
love him.
Wars movies, unfortunately. So he could have got on the spaceship.
Save the rebellion, save the dream.
Yeah, god damn it. Like, oh god, he was great.
Killed in a sandstorm.
Yeah, as cliche as Ghost Dog is, he's really good in that movie. So yeah, but no. But the stories, like, he was a great narrator. You get the feeling when he shows up, the monsters run away.
Oh yeah, he was the best part of those, and that's the sad thing about and I'll talk about it briefly to save it for a future live stream that we do. That this fellow, I think Earth Baragon, right? Maybe says that 2 hours. I see Raph pushing 5 hours with the Twilight Zone.
Hey, Earth Baragon, if you're a big Twilight Zone fan, please let us know a date you're free. Come join us, dude. It's like, we're gonna do a Twilight Zone.
I'll do art for it.
Yes,
or
please
a Photoshop thing at the very least.
Oh my god, yeah.
Make us the 3 different narrators. I'll be Rod Serling. You can be Forrest Whitaker.
Okay. No, I remember the Twilight. Okay, a really cool story I have to share. The Twilight Zone marathons on the Sci-Fi Channel used to be really magical until they stopped doing it for like Shark Tornado marathons. But they had this one really cool marathon where they used like digital editing to combine all the characters of the Twilight Zone into one huge panoramic scene. And it was just like really creepy and interesting. Like the clown from 5 People in Search of the Exit is doing a little dance in the background as Bill Mooney is just looking terrified next to the creature, looking out the window with the creature from 30,000.
The Gremlin.
Yeah, the Gremlin.
Yeah, I think it was that revival, this one with Forrest Whitaker. Wasn't that the one where they did the sequel to A Good Life? Or
yes, that was the one, and it was a little cheesy and grim though. Yeah, it's
with Bill Mummy and his daughter.
Yeah, and also Cloris Leachman returned.
Yeah, who returned as his mom. Yeah,
so
that they eventually wished into the cornfield. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, and then they're free to roam the world. Although, to be fair though, considering all the reality bending telepaths in the Twilight Zone series, they would have eventually bumped into the guy who rewrote the world to replace everybody with a copy of himself.
Oh god,
it's like, don't be assholes, knock it off. Bring everyone back from the cornfield. Holy crap, what have I done? So what a bad day.
Yeah,
it's no, go on
you first.
No, I said that's one of the lesser comedy episodes, but I still enjoy the hell out of it because it ultimately ends on a happy ending. It's like, I need to light it up and not change the world with my powers.
What I was gonna say is speaking about presenters, narrators, or showrunners, that's one thing I guess a lot of people were excited for, and really the only thing that they promoted anywhere was that Jordan Peele was going to be the face of the new Twilight Zone revival.
Mm-hmm.
But in actuality, because he had just come off of Get Out, which everybody loved a lot,
Mm-hmm.
which I will admit I'm not. I really love him with his work with Key and Peele.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's really, really funny. But Get Out, I like a lot. Us, less so. I just don't. He doesn't have. I can't take his screen presence seriously. First off, because every time I see him, I can't. He doesn't break out of that Key and Peele comedy sketch vision for me.
Mm-hmm.
And as a writer, he's good. He's just a little shades of Shyamalan past, I think.
Yeah.
To
be fair, though, I think he had very little creative control.
Well, that's what I was going to get to.
Yeah,
that's what I was going to get to. They were promoting that everywhere as a bonus. Like CBS themselves were saying, "Oh yeah, we got Jordan Peele just won Best Screenplay at the Oscars for Get Out. He's going to be the new showrunner." But in actuality, he's even lesser to a degree. Basically, Rod Serling's role for the Night Gallery.
Yeah,
he is literally just there to be a producer and the face of the show. He doesn't have any. And Rod Serling, that's not even fair there because he wrote several episodes of the Night Gallery, or several segments for the Night Gallery.
Night Gallery, unfortunately, that was the colorized 1970s Lobotomized version of Twilight Zone. So
with more horror, macabre version.
Yeah. It's like I appreciate some episodes of Night Gallery, but I think Twilight Zone is a victim of its own success. Like the episodes that are so memorable and are still talked about today are sadly the only episodes people know about the Twilight Zone. They know the twists more so than they know about the context of the story. And often the context of the story is completely forgotten. Like, and as such, we're now at a point where, okay, the problem I have with the new Twilight Zone, it feels like somebody just took a highlights reel of Twilight Zone and made a TV show. And what you end up with is literally half-an-hour versions of the scary door gags from Futurama. It's like, I've put all the most dangerous animals into this one tube to create the greatest monster of all. Tube opens and a naked guy comes out. Behold, the greatest monster was man. Ba-da-da. You've been watching the scary door. And it doesn't help that television writers today kind of suck. I don't want to, there are good shows that they can write, but it's not like the original, like the original Twilight Zone or the 80s revival, where you had some of the greatest science fiction and suspense short story writers on board helping with this stuff. Instead, there was one episode called Wonderkin, which was basically, what happens if a teenager became the president of the United States, like Trump? And it was written by one of the lesser writers from Saturday Night Live. I'll leave it at that, but it's one of the worst things ever connected to the Twilight Zone. And to have people defend it, it's like, but Raph, it's an analogy of the Trump administration. Yeah, written by an idiot. Poorly written too. Like the Twilight Zone could even at its worst, the old Twilight Zone could spin motorcycles around the original. So, but yeah, the CBS All Access was just, there was 2 episodes.
Well, to me, and I don't. Please let's not talk about it because we're seriously going to consider doing a Twilight Zone much further. But it just doesn't have an identity. It's kind of a show that lacks an identity, especially because it seems to be much more inspired by the now trendy Black Mirror show, which is the other science fiction, semi-science fiction, more speculative,
Black Mirror.
More speculative black dark fiction. Black Mirror. Which is it has had great episodes, but that's the one everybody, especially of my generation, really latches onto that. So their purpose for reviving it seems to have just been, oh, well, that's really popular. Let's just do Black Mirror as the Twilight Zone. And hey, let's grab this really new Oscar-winning hot spooky writer as the face of our revival.
Yeah, they should have just got Forrest Whitaker from out of retirement. It's boom, motherfuckers, I'm back.
I'm back to spook the shit out of you with the spooky door.
Oh my god, I just had a wonderful vision like the gremlin is on the plane. He's coming up to the window, ready to scare Captain Kirk, William Shatner, and all of a sudden the window opens. And
and
just
Forrest Whitaker reprises his role as Idi Amin and eats the gremlin on the wing.
and the gremlin's like, ah! Or it's like the gremlin is so terrified he falls off and falls into the engine and he like blows up. Like, no capes.
Yep. Yeah.
But yeah, like oh god. Yeah,
there is a great SNL sketch out there where they parody Nightmare at 20,000 Feet with who's the big guy, the one comedian they got on the show, the pudgy little dude, looks like a mutant child of John Belushi.
You narrowed it down to almost all of the comedians of the age.
You know the guy.
Yeah, I don't know, but keep going.
Anyway, there's a really funny sketch they did parodying that episode, which I feel like everybody has at this point, but it seemed really fresh, and him as the gremlin was really cute, and it turns out, blowing the ending of the sketch for people who haven't seen it, he and his gremlin wife are just real inside the plane really bad because of how cold it is outside and looking for their feet on board. I'll show it to you after the stream.
That's brilliant. It's like I remember the Saturday Night Live sketch where they made fun of Eye of the Beholder, except it ends with all the ugly pig men saying it's like, wow, she's hot, talking about how hot the blonde is, and he keeps cutting to Norm Macdonald as Rod Serling. It's like, okay, I ran out of ideas, okay, but you gotta admit she's hot. But the sketch you said is way funnier because. Yeah, what that gremlin just wanted to come inside and be friends. It's not his fault he can rip metal apart and people. But
we're pushing 5 hours, so maybe we should call it at the end.
Submitted for your approval, Brayden Connor and Raffin Shoma, two podcasters who thought they would have a nice night just talking about each other's brains, end up in a purgatorial hell where they talk about the Twilight Zone. Wait a minute, I made that show. Keep talking about it, boys. Keep giving me all the praise you can give me. Yes.
These were the quiet secret songs of the Night Owl. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. There's a really great interview out there, for the record, with Rod Serling on the Dick Cavett Show. Dick Cavett is also an amazing guy who's interviewed a bunch of done long form interviews with directors of the past. He's did probably the best interview with Orson Welles ever. All free on YouTube.
Nice.
And yeah, Rod Serling was on an episode of his show back in the day when he was hosting Night Gallery and sort of voiced his complaints with Night Gallery. And they all sort of rung similar to just, your standard network wanting to produce another Twilight Zone with half the effort. And that's what CBS All Access seemed to have wanted to do. Wanted to produce another Black Mirror using the name of the Twilight Zone with half the effort.
Absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. And here's the thing. I will say this before we get off the subject, because we can talk about Twilight Zone all night. But yeah, I think you and I, because like what I did with Pacific Rim the Black, I think just a standalone commentary, or even like just a real podcast we can edit later and put like really, real clips and all that. Talking about the Twilight Zone would be a really good thing to do. We could do that as a series on my channel. Maybe going through individual episodes. Yes,
because it's not a horribly
oh my God,
horribly hard thing to go through.
I've been wanting to do fan art of the Twilight Zone for ages. Just oh my God, yes. I want to draw all the characters. I want to draw the gremlin. I want to draw the scary lady from the Nightmare episode. So who was also.
I also wanted to do, just on that topic, I wanted to do a short little fan video parody of the Talking Tina episode with my Don Fry action figure that Andrew made.
Oh my
Talking
God.
Fry.
Yes.
My name is Don Fry, and I'm gonna kick your ass.
Then inevitably he kicks my ass.
Can I be Rod Serling, but like either the Crimson Weirdo, like, ooh, this is
just a brain fart of a giggle idea that I had once, but maybe it'll happen at some point.
It would be so funny to film, like that would be hilarious to film. We can even have Mark stand in as the Rod Serling stand in. It's like, that's it. I can't do a whole half an hour, guys. You're just gonna get this. So, but okay, Cody Batch says, okay, I'm tired, so I'm going to head out to bed. This was an awesome stream. Thank you both for the 4 hours plus cool content, you guys. Stay awesome, be well, and always be yourselves and excel at it. Cody Batch, thank you so much. So, and then Earth Bear Gone says, I'm talking Tina. I wanted to make a pitch that would open the sky, one for the angels. So, oh yeah. Yeah, the pitch, yeah, okay. One for the angels.
Well, let's end this, ref, please.
Okay, yeah, we're going to be here. But yeah, Gale, Lithcow is a gem, definitely worth it.
I already read that.
Okay.
No more comments, goddammit.
Okay, so
They're all saying goodbye.
Bye my eyes, they want to go. Yeah, guys.
I'm telling you, they're all saying goodbye. Let's say goodbye too.
All right, thank you so much for joining us for this episode of Night Owling. If you guys want more streaming, I'm doing the pull the Ultraman trigger. Pull the Ultra trigger. Die, Ultraman, die!
Pull Ultraman's trigger.
Yeah. Oh my. Submitted for approval.
Shoe watch.
That's what an Ultraman says when they, you know what. Yeah, I'm doing a live watch tomorrow for the second episode of Ultraman Trigger and with Andres Perez. We might cancel it or reschedule it depending on the availability of the episode in America. Because we don't know if Tuberai Productions is going to be doing a weekly thing with this or it was just for the first 2 episodes. But join us for that tomorrow. If not, then we'll probably just talk about Ultraman or just reschedule for another day. Also, earlier in the chat section, I posted a link to Kaiju Noir's 3rd annual Christmas special. So if you guys want to check that out, go ahead. But no, thank you, Brayton, very much.
Raph forgets David Bowie's name at the start.
You don't. Yeah, we can't be friends anymore. So Win has a sadistic. She loves it when we fight. So fight. Exactly. So, thank you everybody who came tonight. Damn it. Thank you everyone who joined us tonight. There you go. So can't turn that. And Brayton, thank you so much. I hope this episode was everything you wanted and more.
It was a relief, a joy. God let a lot of things off our backs into the open. Mm-hmm. It was good. Thank you for having me on and doing a semi-serious stream with me.
Yeah, it was nice doing a semi. Yeah, we kept other than the recurring alien gag.
What alien gag?
You know. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me.
Never mind now.
Oh, okay.
Magic is gone.
Okay, sorry. Okay, wait. No. Hold on. Yeah, one last time for the road.
That alien! Spot! Let's get some controls. You want one? Right now, you and me, we are the prize game!
I'm so terribly proud of that.
I'm glad.
Okay, so yeah, stupid stuff like that. I gotta find a system where we can all hear the audio and we can all be on the joke. So, okay, but with that said, hold on, let me check out what music I'm gonna play for tonight.
I have the music of the Night Owl song.
You mean the theme song or just the music?
No, my parody of Music of the Night from Phantom of the Opera, but with a Night Owl theme.
Oh. Can you send that to me quickly or no?
Maybe. I'll send it to you on Facebook.
Okay. All right. So
in the meantime, promote you're doing that's tomorrow, your Ultra Trigger thing.
Yeah. So that's gonna be. We'll try to keep it way shorter.
Is that gonna be 6 hours to top this one?
No, we're gonna keep it to 90 minutes at most. So just.
Oh God.
We're gonna watch the episode and just comment on it. We'll keep it to an hour if we can, but. You know, when me and Andre starts talking about kaiju, it's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
The floodgates have been opened. There's no holding back. So, okay. Did you send it by Facebook or through StreamYard?
I'm getting it right now.
Okay, then. Okay, I got my Facebook open. I'll play that. I guess it's tonight's closing song. Is it long enough or is it a short, silly thing?
I think it's like a minute and a half.
Okay, so Gail Lewis says, good night. Thanks for the fun show. Thanks, Gail. So, all right. And Nate Hayton says, my eyes, I want to close right now. It was a great stream, guys. Seriously, I love this show, guys. Never change. Oh, thank you so much. So, and I think it was smart to do this earlier too. We had a larger audience, but yeah, next time, silly, fun time.
Yeah.
So, okay. So, there we go. So, right, sent an audio clip. Oh, it's 1 minute. Okay, I think that's the perfect way to end it.
Yeah.
So,
Alrighty then.
Yeah, all right. So, hold on. Let me. Okay, close. Yeah, because I didn't feel like playing like a whole Japanese funk music right now.
Oh, thank God.
Screw that crap. So, yeah. So, guys, definitely join us for Pull the Ultra Trigger. We'll keep it way shorter, and it'll definitely be more kaiju talk. And then after that, I hope to get a a podcast that I did with Patrick, Andres, and Matt Burkett based on Godzilla's Singular Point. Although with my injured hand, I can't really do any title card artwork for that. So we'll see what happens. It may just be a single static image. I also may end up doing it as a two-parter because we talked 3 hours about this Godzilla anime that needs more loving. So, yeah, definitely check out. Yeah, that's it. So anything you want to plug, Mr. Connor?
I'd like to unplug Brayton Connor Unplugged, my new album. Here's a track from it called Owl of the Night.
Okay, so thank you, everybody, and we'll see you. You want me to play this?
Yeah!
Okay, do I mute you?
Rocket!
Okay. Oh, hold on, I'm trying. Okay, then just... I'm gonna mute you, and I'll come back and talk with you after. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We're gonna play this little song, and that's it. So, thank you. Okay, hold on.
Yapping. Yapping, babbling, morning's drawing nearer. The state of insanity's growing ever clearer. Time to say goodbye.
Bye, Billy.
Finally get some shut-eye. Turn your mind off and shut your peepers tight and listen to the owl of the night.